Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are the top stories. Trump claims Iran has asked for a ceasefire and says he'll consider it if the Strait of Hormuz is reopened. The British Prime Minister says the UK is fully committed to NATO as Trump threatens the US will leave due to a lack of support from its allies. And preparing for liftoff, NASA's countdown to the historic moon mission is underway. Trump has said the Iranian president has asked for a ceasefire and that the US will consider it if the Strait of Hormuz is reopened. Posting on Truth Social, he said Iran's new regime president, much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors, has just asked the United States of America for a ceasefire. We will consider when the Strait of Hormuz is open, free and clear. Until then, we are blasting Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages. It is unclear if Trump is referring to Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian or Iran's Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei. A spokesperson for Iran's foreign ministry has said Trump's statements are false and baseless. For more on this, I'm joined by former diplomat and director of the Iranian Center for Policy Studies, Dr. Mehrdad Konsari. Dr. Mehrdad, thank you so much for your time with me. So in his latest social media post, President Trump mentions Iran's new regime president. Iran says the claim that the country has asked for a ceasefire is false and baseless. But the big question is, who is Donald Trump talking to? And is there a new regime in Iran?
Well, I think first and foremost, you have to bear in mind that in the post-Ali Khamenei Iran, you are dealing with a new set of people who may not necessarily follow the same kind of ideological lines or the same kind of policies that would have been carried out before. It's unclear as of now. They have nominated Khamenei's son as a successor, but nobody has seen or heard of him, and people are quite skeptical whether he is actually in a good physical shape to be able to lead anything. Now, what President Trump is referring to is obviously not the existing or the president of Iran, Mr. Pezeshkian, who was elected some 2 years ago, but he is referring to people close to the deep state, close to the Khamenei circle, who have now risen on top and in the absence of his son are running the country. And there are rumors that there have been behind-the-scene negotiations going on and talk of a ceasefire and some sort of a, you might say, some sort of a normalization, if you will, taking place. But nothing has been said publicly. And of course, the Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs have discounted what Trump has claimed, although you have to bear in mind that there is a great deal of posturing. What Trump says is posturing, as is what the Iranian officials are saying in Iran, that there is no negotiation. But I think that there is something going on, and obviously, this opening the Strait of Hormuz or having a ceasefire are the key factors that will result if a meeting is to take place, as has been rumored for the last week or so, to be held in Pakistan.
So, Doctor, what I'm hearing from you is it's really unclear who President Trump is talking to, but there is some sort of back-channel diplomacy happening. But Trump says Iran has asked the US for a ceasefire. We know Iran denies this. He also said we will consider that when the Hormuz Strait is open. Until then, we will blast Iran to oblivion. We have to remember, Iran has always said it will not negotiate while under attack. And does Tehran really want a ceasefire, as they still have control over that critical economic choke point, the Strait of Hormuz?
I think that Iran does want a ceasefire, but at the same time, they want to save face. While the bombings are going on, they have to also maintain a facade with their own people to be able to say that we are solid, that we are fighting, that we are not giving in. But they know that they cannot continue this kind of state of affairs for an indefinite period of time. And they do not have the resources. So the fact, as I said, posturing aside, both parties want a ceasefire. From Trump's point of view, he has had quick victories. He has been able to do a lot of damage to Iran. But as this thing progresses, it's the law of diminishing returns. What is he going to gain extra, spending $1 billion a day bombing Iran to achieve what? You know, and all of these things, given the fact that the international economy has suffered, his own position inside America has suffered. So he's anxious to also want a ceasefire. It's just a matter of the behind the scenes, back channels, as you put it, talks leading somewhere. And I think there's a good chance that they may, because both parties, irrespective of what they say, want this.
And Trump says the US will be finished in Iran or in 2 or 3 weeks, regardless of whether a deal is done with Tehran. I was wondering what you make of this timeline, because the US President Donald Trump has previously given us dates, as you know, which have constantly changed. And also, if the US pulls out and the Strait of Hormuz is still closed, what does that mean for neighboring Gulf countries who have been in the firing line of Iran's retaliation?
Well, first of all, you have to bear in mind that the timeline which President Trump gave, which you just referred to, is generally in contradiction with his previous statements to this effect, as mentioned earlier in the earlier part of this interview. The fact is that Donald Trump wants this matter to come to an end. The fact is that if there is a ceasefire, there is a likelihood that the Strait of Hormuz will be open, because there is no reason for Iran to want to keep the straits closed. So these are sort of mitigating factors behind the scene, which are obvious. Obviously, the Gulf countries have a vested interest in seeing this conflict come to an end, because they are sort of the innocent bystanders who are suffering. Their economies are suffering. Their security is suffering. So there is a vested interest. And, you know, there is a general interest in the international community, even within NATO members, everyone, to bring this matter to an end. So, and at the same time, you have to bear in mind that even the Israelis, who follow a different agenda to Trump and might want to continue the war, they have their limitations as well, because they have their Jewish holidays coming up in the next 7 days or 5 or 6 days, and they don't want to be in a state of war during that period. So there is a lot of converging views and desires that makes one, you know, you might say, somewhat hopeful that sense will prevail and some kind of negotiation will take place and some kind of a ceasefire will be announced.
And later, Donald Trump will address the nation, saying he will express his disgust with NATO and is considering withdrawing from the alliance. This is not the first time he's criticized NATO. Do you think this is a wise move from America? And is NATO a paper tiger, as President Donald Trump has said?
Well, I don't think President Trump really means it. He's just lashing out because of his frustrations about the fact that NATO have not just followed through and have said to him in quite open terms that this war is not NATO's war and that they don't want to get involved. But of course, they have stepped in ways of trying to help, like the British or the French, in trying to help some of their local allies in the Gulf. But this is not their war, and Trump's outbursts could fade away in the next week. He could come out saying something else. And obviously, if there is a different administration once he leaves office, then their position is likely to go back to how America has traditionally viewed NATO. So I don't think that is just anything other than an outburst coming out of a frustration given the fact that he expected NATO to react in a knee-jerk fashion to whatever he says, which they have refused to do.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating. We'll wait to see what he says in that speech later. But Dr. Mehrdad Consori, it was brilliant to have you on the show. Your thoughts on analysis. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
I'm now joined by Jamal Nazal, spokesperson for Fatah. Jamal, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time with me. More missiles and drones have been fired at the UAE from Iran than any other country in this war, including Israel. Trump says the US could leave Iran in 2 to 3 weeks. But what will this mean for neighboring countries who have faced Iranian retaliation?
Well, as Palestinians, the main concern for us is the situation in the Arab states in the Gulf. These places are very dear to us. Thousands and thousands of Palestinian families work in these areas. These countries have always had our back. We've always had their back. They stood by us. They supported us. I'm talking about Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Oman, all of them. So our main concern here is the illegitimate attack they are being subjected to by Iran. In the one hand, we are proud of these countries that they have lived up to the commitment of defending themselves. They are capable of shooting drones and missiles. Whoever thought this? We didn't. On the other hand, we are so sorry to see that they are subject to these aggressive attacks by Iran. We want this to end, and to end as soon as possible. When it comes to the scope of 2 weeks Mr. Trump is talking about, well, in 2 weeks from now, nobody will remember any promises that were made by anyone. So we are playing on time, and hope and optimism is being weaponized as a means to influence the market. And if it is not legitimate to play on fear, it's less legitimate to weaponize optimism or fear, to that matter. So I hope there is something to it when they talk about an offer to a ceasefire. We hope this will be credible, and we are afraid it may just go on and on until achieving the ends, the hidden agenda, especially of Israel.
And you've emphasized to me the need to stop escalation. What concrete steps should be taken to prevent a wider regional conflict? And are you concerned we are now seeing a hardened Iran, which could seek a nuclear weapon after the US and Israeli attacks on the country?
We believe everybody should be barred from having nuclear weapons. We believe all nuclear installations in all countries should be monitored by the IAE, by the International Organization to monitor the atomic energies everywhere. We believe also Israel should be subjected to this. And we think this war should end. What should happen in order to prevent a regional war? Step number one is for Iran to stop sending missiles and drones to the neighboring Arab countries. Iran will have a long way to go to regain the trust of its Arab neighbors, who always had a peaceful strategy and a peaceful attitude towards their neighbor, Iran. I think a lot has to be changed. But the first step is for Iran to stop firing missiles and drones at these Arab countries who have been dragged to a war that they have not chosen.
And Fatah has accused Iran of instigating chaos in Palestinian areas. What concrete evidence supports these claims, particularly in places like the West Bank, where Hamas is trying to expand its influence?
Well, Iran has used the proxy influence model for a very long time to expand the geopolitical influence and to use these groups as deterrents against its adversaries. And it used them saying that Iran would be helping the people of occupied countries to liberate themselves. So it may have an easy ride using this argument in places like Palestine or Lebanon, but let's not forget that Iran has supported militias in Iraq and Yemen and used them against Arab countries. So I believe Iran has a long history of using militias in the Arab countries to deepen its strategic depth and influence over these countries. Palestine and Lebanon are the most famous example. We've seen this in Palestine, especially in Jenin, Tulkarem, and Nablus, when Iran financed some individuals to gain geopolitical influence over Palestine and over Israel, using the lives of Palestinians and the interests of the Palestinian people to achieve this. And yes, the Palestinian Security Forces is trying to crack down on that, but Iran kept on financing them against our interests.
And Jamal, Israel is continuing attacks across Lebanon. Lebanon says the death toll from Israel-Hezbollah war has now risen to over 1,300. What are your concerns regarding the situation in Lebanon and its impact on Palestinians?
Lebanon is close to Palestine geographically, but also culturally and emotionally. Let's not forget that we have almost 500,000 Palestinians who live in Lebanon. And if we had no Palestinians living in Lebanon, we would be concerned about the safety of the Lebanese people. Almost 1 million people are now on the street. Israel is saying that they would occupy the southern part of Lebanon, revealing the expansionist intention Israel has. So this is a very dangerous step. These assaults on Arab countries. We have seen Israel bombing Arab countries like Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, Yemen, and other places. Israel is using military means instead of pursuing the diplomatic path, which is the only way to solving all these conflicts. Israel is bragging about fighting a 7-front war instead of trying to use the diplomatic path that can achieve peace for the Israelis. And if we watch the news coming from Israel, if we watch these Iranian missiles falling in Israel, we ask ourselves one question: why does Israel choose to live like that when it has the option of living in peace? I don't know anybody who wants to exchange with an Israeli citizen right now. Everybody can live in safety, except if you live in Israel. The leadership in Israel uses war for geopolitical objectives, and that is the wrong path.
Jamal Nazal, spokesperson for Fatah. Good to have you on the show. Thank you for your thoughts.
Thank you.
Trump has said he's strongly considering pulling the US out of NATO after its allies have failed to back US military action in Iran. He made the comments to the Telegraph newspaper in the UK. In a news conference held earlier today, the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer said the UK is fully committed to NATO. Take a listen.
Firstly, NATO is the single most effective military alliance the world has ever seen. And it has kept us safe for many decades, and we are fully committed to NATO. Secondly, that whatever the pressure on me and others, whatever the noise, I'm going to act in the British national interest in all the decisions that I make. And that's why I've been absolutely clear that this is not our war, and we're not going to get dragged into it. It's in our interest to have a strong relationship with the US and with Europe, but I do think that when it comes to defence and security, energy, emissions and the economy, we need a stronger relationship with Europe. I actually think that will help strengthen our relationship with the US.
For more on this, I'm joined by IISS research fellow and security analyst, Sasha Bruckman. Sasha, great to have you on the show. President Trump is putting NATO on notice as he threatens to pull out of the most powerful military alliance. The British Prime Minister, we just heard him there, clearly sees things very differently. Can NATO, which Trump calls a paper tiger, realistically still exist without the US?
Well, there would be huge challenges for NATO without the US. The US is basically 60% if you just count the raw numbers in terms of spending or in terms of soldiers fielded. And in addition to that, there's a problem also just if you don't just look at the numbers, but what actually the Europeans field in the end. So that we use these proxies like numbers of how many soldiers do you have inside your MOD or how much money do you spend. But the real telling sign is how many divisions are combat ready and could defend your territory. How many fleets do you have? How many air squadrons? And it's where it gets a bit more interesting, because we in Europe suffer from huge operational readiness concerns and understaffing, and the United States adds what we call critical enablers, like strategic intelligence or strategic logistics and transport capabilities. So NATO in itself, like as a political and diplomatic construct, it has a military side, but it also has a political side, could continue and be a venue for peace in Europe. But without the United States, it lacks most and the most crucial capabilities. And I think that's also what, when he says Vladimir Putin knows this, and he talks about the paper tiger, this is a long-standing issue between the Americans and the Europeans in NATO about burden sharing. Trump is merely the last. I mean, he's the second time by himself that he urges, if I dare say, the Europeans to do more, and it's in his style of negotiations. Last year, it forced the Europeans to spend more, and that was people didn't believe that was possible. If I had said, 5 years ago that Germany has committed to spend 5% of GDP in just a few years' time, that was seen as unbelievable. But this time it feels like there's a personal, like there's grudges, there's frustration behind the accusations. So the analyst in me hopes that this is just another round of really, really hardball negotiations initiated by the president, but I can't help but feel like this has a different tone right now.
Yeah, definitely. And I think many people would agree with what you're saying. As an analyst, Donald Trump is definitely irked and frustrated with NATO. And I think we even see Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth criticizing NATO in certain European countries. So that's definitely the feeling in the administration. But Spain has been the most vocal European opponent to the war. But why are NATO allies turning their back on the Iran war and pushing back on Trump's demands?
Well, the specific example of Spain is one where I think many things come together. Spain is probably the most left government of all of those we have in Europe right now. And Trump's MAGA is obviously right of center, very much right of center. So there's clashes on what the cultural civilizational aspect. When you saw J.D. Vance talking about Europe's civilizational corner, immigration, obviously they're pushing a lot very hard back against immigration in the US, and they encourage European governments to do the same, and the Spanish are the furthest away. There's other things. Spain, as a Spanish-speaking country, obviously, with Venezuela and Cuba had maybe not close relationships, but passable relationships. So it was the furthest away in terms of alignment on Venezuela. It's also the one who hasn't committed to the spending of 5%. So there's just many, many, many different political aspects in Spain. Also, Spain is the most critical one against Israel, which is obviously the ally of the US right now in this war. So there's much that comes together, and it includes overflight rights. It includes the usage of the US base in Rota in Spain, which the US Navy was hoping to use to resupply, rearm, refuel the ships. But Spain is merely the tip of the iceberg. I think there's frustration with many different NATO partners, maybe also France. I think it's a little bit less because Meloni gets along with Trump. Italy's not so much in the crossfire now. Keir Starmer is a left-of-center government. So there's divergence in terms of domestic politics on political alignment. But on the other hand, there are other governments in Europe and NATO partners, Sweden, Finland, the Baltics, Poland, Romania, who have stepped up. And I think just as Marco Rubio said, we will have to see and reevaluate. I think they will reevaluate on a case-by-case basis how close the relationships are. And it's not going to be, I hope it's not going to be a complete break with NATO, but they will realign where their support goes, where their, where the best weapons agreements will go after this, and where maybe also where they will build new bases or where they will withdraw troops. But it'll shift the construct of NATO. But I think that the organization in itself is not under threat.
Trump has publicly criticised the UK multiple times and the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. Despite this, Starmer says the UK will host a meeting with dozens of countries this week on the Strait of Hormuz. Do you think that this meeting orchestrated by the UK leader will have any influence over Iran at all?
I think here you can see one of the disconnects between the Americans, who are in a new Cold War, right? The world order, they're in a Cold War with China. They see countries as how far aligned. They're trying to break Russia diplomatically out of this. They obviously tried very different things with Venezuela, Iran, and Cuba. And on the other hand, you have the Europeans, and I include the UK as in that, who are still trying to align politically, who are trying to do diplomatic things. And what counts for Trumps is, at the end of this meeting, how many destroyers, how many aircraft carriers, how many sailors, soldiers, missiles, hardware and capabilities will be on the table. Whereas for the Europeans, it'll be how much policy alignment do we have, how many internal coalition building do we have, how many votes in the Security Council have. And I think there's a disconnect. Both think they do the same thing as advancing security, but the US has very much moved on in the last 2-3 years into a more hard power world. And I think the Europeans still are a bit more relying on what has happened in the last 20 years, where we're talking a lot more soft power. And this meeting about the Strait of Hormuz is the same thing. And I think the outcome, whether it's alignment or non-alignment between the US and UK, depends on what is going to be on the table at the end of this.
Sasha, fascinating to get your thoughts. Thank you for your time with me.
Pleasure.
India has begun its long-delayed national census, a year-long exercise to count more than 1.4 billion people for the first time since it overtook China as the world's most populous nation. The survey will shape everything from roads and schools to how power and resources are shared. Patrick Falk has this report.
On Mumbai's packed trains and in crowded streets across India, every person is about to be counted. The once-in-a-decade census, postponed since 2021 by the pandemic and logistical hurdles, is underway. Over the next year, more than 3 million officials will fan out across 36 states and territories, covering more than 7,000 sub-districts and nearly 640,000 villages. There will be 2 door-to-door phases. First, listing homes and housing conditions, then recording who lives there and their social and economic details. Economists say the 6-year delay has left policymakers planning blind.
It becomes very important to have the data to properly plan, especially infrastructure investments. Because with infrastructure investments, you have high capital expenditure. You cannot afford to go wrong. We might be planning for a smaller population. We might be oversupplying to rural areas, but undersupplying to the urban poor.
This country is urbanizing fast. The data will help target spending on transport, water, health and education. It'll also track rural change from family size to access to services, shaping how funds are shared between village and city. For social scientists, it's a vital baseline to study migration, gender gaps and population trends. This census will also break new ground with a full caste enumeration for the first time since 1931.
And the attempt is to find out the caste structure and the changes that have taken place in the post-independence period.
Caste data is politically sensitive in a country where many jobs and college places are reserved for historically disadvantaged groups. The government says collecting it will help update welfare and quotas, though past attempts have sparked backlash over accuracy and how much to publish. This is also India's first fully digital census, with officials using tablets and an online self-registration option. Initial data releases are expected soon after fieldwork concludes next March. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. A US judge has temporarily blocked President Trump from constructing the White House ballroom. That's after the National Trust for Historic Preservation sued the White House for not following proper procedures before the project began. Trump has vowed to appeal and disputed the judge's finding that Congress must approve the build. At least 29 people have died after a Russian military plane crashed in Crimea. The AN-26 transport plane was carrying a scheduled flight over the annexed territory. The Russian Defense Ministry believes that the crash was caused by a technical malfunction. 18 migrants who were on board a rubber dinghy have drowned in the Aegean Sea off the coast of Turkey. The Turkish Coast Guard said 21 people were rescued alive. The nationality of the migrants is not known. Now, for the first time in more than 50 years, astronauts are set to travel around the moon on NASA's Artemis II mission. It is expected to be ready to launch later today, when a 2-hour window will open for it to lift off from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Ahead of the launch, NASA have held a briefing on the historic mission.
I would say that our team has been working amazingly hard through these weeks and months trying to get this vehicle ready to where it is. We've had some challenges. The team has done an outstanding job managing each and every one of those throughout all of this, through many different scenarios, through weather, through lots of different things that we've had to work through to try to get through all of this and get to where we are today. People are excited and ready to go on this this first chapter on our way back to the moon since the 1970s. So we're very excited.
I'm now joined by astronaut Per Wimmer. Per, it's great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me on this, what could be a very historic moment if we get liftoff. This is the first cruise mission to the moon in over 50 years. Just how significant is Artemis II in the history of space exploration?
This mission today with Artemis II is historic and truly significant. It is the Apollo 8 moment of space exploration, just like that was sort of the catalyst of the excitement that then came later with the space program, the Apollo, and eventually landing on the moon. So this is very significant. I mean, back then it was Frank Borman, Bill Anders, and Jim Lovell who had the great pleasure of going up. Today we have 4 astronauts sitting in there, and it's very significant. There's also a few sort of new things and record element to this mission. First time we have a female in space close to the moon. Secondly, first time a person of color going into space, Victor Glover. And also it's going to be the furthest away from planet Earth that we have ever been as humans, because not because they are about 6,500 kilometers away from the moon when they do the orbit around it, whereas Apollo was a bit lower, about 150 kilometers, but more because of the position of the moon at the moment. So it is going to be the furthest away. And then one extra little thing that's also going to be the first time when they come back from around the moon and they're going to do the re-entry back into the Earth's atmosphere, they're going to come back with the fastest speed ever of any rocket at 40,000 kilometers an hour. And that's a precaution. They're coming back so fast to shorten the window that they're going to be in the atmosphere on the way back down, because they had a little bit of a problem on the Artemis I mission with the heat shields. But there was some gas that came into the heat shields. In order to shorten that and reduce the risk, they are going to do it a little bit more steep decline and come back a bit faster. But fingers crossed, it's a very exciting and certainly a historic mission.
I can see that big smile on your face. As you just mentioned to me, lots of firsts happening, big moment. But what makes this a mission different from the Apollo era missions we saw in the 1960s and 70s, and of course, the famous films?
It is different. It's a different rocket, for starters. The Artemis, the SLS rocket with the Orion command module on top, it's the second time we're testing it. And it's the first time we're actually putting humans into it. Obviously, technology has evolved a lot in the past 53 years since we were last on the moon. So there is a lot of new things in that rocket, new capabilities. I mean, when the Saturn V rocket went to the moon, the computer programming power was less than a mobile telephone today. So a lot of stuff is in that mission there. So it is different, but it is truly an Apollo 8 moment today, which ended up creating a fantastic excitement about space. And it is truly the dawn of a new era here. So we cannot underestimate the significant moment today of today's launch.
So, Per, you just said to me tech has evolved a lot since the Apollo missions, but why doesn't technology today allow them to land on the moon, something they did all the way back in 1969? I'm sure a lot of our viewers were thinking, if technology is so much better, why do they have to go around it, and why can't they go back on it?
The reason why Artemis 2 is not due to land on the moon is just for safety purposes, just like Apollo 8 needed to test out the technology a bit, because it is, after all, a new rocket, the SLS rocket we're dealing with here. It's only the second time it's flying, first time with humans. So as a precaution, better to see, test the technology, test the engines, check the rocket boosters, that you can actually make it all the way around the moon and safely back again. And then it was originally the plan that Artemis 3 was going to have 2 astronauts landing on the moon. But even that mission has been sort of, it will still happen, but you're not going to have astronauts on the moon. So it's not going to be until Artemis 4 that you're going to have 2 astronauts stepping down on the lunar surface, just like Apollo 11. And that is purely because of precaution, because we want to make sure it's safe to get there. But that's how it is. And that's how they did back then with Apollo 8, 9, 10, and then 11 eventually. We're going to do the same strategy, one step at a time, but it is a big step we're doing today.
I'm sure conspiracy theorists will be reading a lot into what you've just told me. But what are the biggest challenges facing NASA during this mission? Because as you did say, there's a lot of firsts in it. We're going further than we ever have. What obstacles could they face?
I would argue that the biggest challenge NASA faces on this particular mission is the heat shield. We saw during Artemis 1 that they did have some problems with the heat shield coming back in, and small gases were forming in the heat shield. So it didn't come back sort of picture perfect. And the heat shield is very important because they're going to experience up to 3,000 degrees centigrade outside the capsule. So it's very, very important the heat shield is working. And as a precaution, they have chosen to come in quite hard at 40,000 kilometers an hour. That's never been done before. This is a true first. It's a good way to dealing with it. It sounds like NASA is very confident about it, and they can make it. But when it comes to Artemis 3 and 4, you will see some changes to the heat shield because that'll have more time to perfect it. Should be safe, fingers crossed. But the heat shield has definitely proven to be the biggest challenge. There'll also be other challenges along the way. They are going to deploy a couple of small satellites along the way as a bonus, if you like. Argentina, Saudi Arabia, Korea, and Germany has all contributed into these satellites. They'll be deployed along the way. So let's not forget that. But above all, it's going to be a great mission, and I can't wait to see the rocket lift off later today.
And a lot of people are wondering, does Artemis 2 mark the beginning of a permanent human presence on the moon? You know, we heard Elon Musk speak about that too. Or are we still years and years away from that being any form of reality?
Artemis 2 is very much part of a permanent settlement on the moon. It is a step in the right direction. You will see Artemis 4, where you're going to have the first 2 astronauts on the ground, and eventually you'll see Artemis 5 and 6, etc., where they will start to bring stuff up there to create a colony, a lunar base there. So this is very much part of the plans. The estimate is 2028 for Artemis 4. And then 5 will come after that. And there's a bit of time pressure here, a bit like we had with the space race back in the 60s, because the Chinese have stated that they want to put a man on the moon in 2030. So the Americans obviously want to get there first, just like they did in 1969. But you will see a colony. You will see them targeting the southern part of the lunar surface, because that's where we know there are water, which could be very helpful to developing this lunar base. But you are going to have to shift a lot of stuff from planet Earth up on this huge Artemis rocket, which, by the way, is more powerful than the Saturn V rocket that took us to the moon initially. So a lot of stuff going to have to go up there. They'll probably use some 3D printing and all sorts of other technologies to get it going. But eventually we will have, in our lifetime for sure, we will have astronauts camping on the moon.
That's absolutely fascinating to hear you say that. Man on the Moon will be a little bit more than a song. But Per, one thing I really liked is they have also released a menu, NASA, for unique meals that people are going to have on board this mission around the moon. And the most common food items will be tortillas, wheat, flatbread, vegetable quiche, couscous with nuts, mango salad, cashews, barbecued beef brisket. So it sounds like they're going to have some good food while they're up there, and also cups of coffee, of course. Lots of things that NASA are doing for this, but it's great to have you on the show, and maybe we'll be living on the moon soon. Per Wimmer, thank you.
Thank you. See you in space.
See you in space. A reminder of our top stories. Trump claims Iran has asked for a ceasefire and says he'll consider it if the Strait of Hormuz is reopened. The British Prime Minister says the UK is fully committed to NATO as Trump threatens the US will leave due to the lack of support from its allies. And preparing for liftoff, NASA's countdown to its historic moon mission is underway. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From threatening to obliterate Iran's power plants to making good progress on ending the war, the deal-maker-in-chief has been hard at work. On the eve of his latest deadline, President Donald Trump has granted Iran a 5-day reprieve. So, is President Trump backing down or is Iran capitulating? Stay with us. That debate is coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Do you reckon we got any influence over Tuchel's picks?
Well, let's hope he's listening to me and Joe, not you.
Put your Tottenham hat on.
I don't have a Tottenham hat.
Yeah.
What are you your hand up for?
Maybe Stones, you know.
Oh, that's what I was just about to do. Why are you trying to steal mine?
Welcome to the Dressing Room Podcast with me, Joe Cole, Wayne Bridge, and Colton Cole. How are you, chaps?
How are you, mate?
Good,
you good?
Bit fresher this week?
A little bit.
Yeah. What's the hesitation? What's the hesitation?
I had my mate stay over, didn't I? And he's a bad influence.
Oh, yeah. Luke.
Yeah, you know him well. But
yeah.
I usually always get the blame, but I've got video evidence and voice note evidence.
That's true.
And I sent it to you guys.
Yeah.
He's the bad influence.
Yeah.
And he ended up not going home.
Well, we gave you some
2
advice.
nights.
Yeah.
And led me a little bit astray yesterday. But I stood strong and I was in bed by 9:30.
Yeah.
I like the way that you was getting receipts. Like, he's filming him on the slide going, should we go to bed? And Luke's going, nah, another couple of
Another kind of drinks he kept going.
Do you know what I mean? Gathering evidence, like the old Bill.
Because I always get the blame, mate. And his missus blames me as well.
Yeah, everyone blames Bridgie.
You went Ashcroft, didn't you?
I did go, mate. Me and him went, mate. I think he is superb. At one point, he, the whole place was bouncing the O2, and it was Bittersweet Symphony, and he finished with Sonnet, and then Bittersweet Symphony. But he dedicated it
To his dog.
To his dog. No, that was Drugs Don't Work.
Yeah, Drugs Don't Work.
To his dog. But he dedicated it to all the hard-working men.
Oh,
Do you know, like,
that was the
you're
other
out
one,
there, like, he said, you're out there, you're trying to earn a living. I know it's tough, like, you spent your money to come here. And then felt the place go, wow. Do you know? And then the tune dropped.
Yeah.
And he was
it's
like...
a great tune
it
as
was
well.
just... And he kept it going. Mate, he's soulful.
Yes.
Before we move on, can I just say your hair looks sensational?
Oh, cheers, mate. Thank you very much.
Like, good.
Looks
I
good.
like it.
Got the afro going, didn't you?
Well, I grew it a little bit, and I.
He does look good,
I can't do what the hairdresser did, though.
What?
He made it into like a proper permy thing, and I try and do it, mate. It's like frisball. It's just like a frisball.
Do you know what? I could give you a good
lesson.
I could give you a good haircut, mate.
Yeah.
Give you a nice
Well,
little mullet.
you're just
give you a little mullet.
He was trying to talk
I'd love to give you the mullet.
Everyone's getting mullets.
Yeah, it's back in, mate. Give you a nice little mullet.
I would love to have that hair, but listen,
you can still grow it at the back.
I would genuinely love to, mate. I just can't bring myself to go and...
I wish I had hair.
Oh, mate.
I
think it would change the way I walk. Would be more,
and talk.
honestly, and talk. Everything, shoulders would come back a little bit.
We've seen what
You
happens.
all like that anyway.
But listen, we need to get back. We need to get going, right? Spurs relegation battle. Listen, Igor Tudor's. He's been sacked after 7 games. He's in charge for 44 days. He lost 5 of his 7 games and 1 point in the 5 Premier League games. But first things first, where's it going? But do the board need to take some responsibility for this?
I don't think anyone knows where it's going, do they?
but
of course they've got to take responsibility.
Yeah.
It's a sham. It just seems like an absolute shambles.
What was your initial thoughts when he come in? Because you look at the names that were linked to it. Originally, there was talk of Harry Redknapp, Glenn Hoddle, Robbie Keane, and now Sean Dyche has come into that. And De Zerbi's the front runner. They all make sense. Igor Tudor never seemed to make sense to me. He had no connection to the club, no Premier League experience, and he was a taskmaster. So for me, the board have looked at it, and it just shows their naivety. That the fact that they all of them things were not taken into consideration, and they don't even understand. One thing the board has to have, it has to have an understanding of the type of players it's bringing into the club and the type of group they are. The group at Spurs seem to me like a group that have been, first of all, they've got some of the best managers of the last 15 years sacked. And you know that because we've seen the documentary, with certain players, so you've seen behind the scenes certain players go into Daniel Levy, all of that nonsense that happens at football clubs. You've seen all of that under Mourinho and like Conte, some top managers. Yeah. So if you know this, it seems like a very, very fragile bunch of players, and Igor Tudor is a taskmaster. So they just didn't work from the off. These boys gone, no. I don't know how you get a tune out of them. Well, I know what I would do. I would go and get Harry Redknapp or Robbie Keane.
Even Jermaine Defoe.
Jermaine Defoe, we'll get onto that later because that's another madness in taking that job where he's gone. But they need to be nurtured through this crisis, get to the summer, stay in the Premier League, and then you have to recalibrate the whole club and get people in who actually understand football. Because the Igor Tudor thing was like an exercise in how to take your club backwards. It was mental.
Yeah, for me, I look at all of this with I've taken it in with open arms because obviously West Ham are where we are and we are contending not to be relegated. I wish for Forest and Spurs to carry on their current form, because obviously it's good for us. You know what I mean? So that Forest Spurs game, that was an interesting game because someone said earlier they would have rather Forest have lost than Spurs because they think probably Spurs have got more in the locker to get out of this scenario. But I think vice versa.
We've been saying that for weeks.
I think vice versa. I think Forest have shored up a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Especially after that game, but I thought that before because Pereira's done really well coming in. I think that he's starting to get a tune out of the Forest players, and they've got a good squad too. So I look at it, I think it's Leeds can get brought into this as well, but Forest and Spurs and West Ham are in it. Yeah, and we need to go with. I'm going with Spurs to go down.
Really?
Yeah, because obviously I don't want West Ham to go down.
Yeah, but what have you seen in Spurs? That
He just don't like him.
No,
it's nothing to do with that. Actually, it's nothing to do with.
What do you see? Because
I just think the players. I'm not battering them. Don't get me wrong, but I just think they're a bit. For me, they're copying out.
I think they've got it mentally.
Sometimes, because sometimes they come out. That second half against Man City, right? Second half against Man City, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was thinking they had Man City like on the back foot,
on the ropes.
So I'm thinking, so where's this been? This performance? Don't just roll out your best performances when you want to. So it shows that they're doing it. They can do it, and they're willing to do it, but under the right circumstances. Which is, I think you can't pick and choose your battles when you're in a relegation battle. You got to be out there making sure. I've been in relegation battles. You can't pick and choose when you want to perform. So it seems like to me that they are, and they're just blaming on the manager. The players are blaming on the manager.
Some of it comes down to their mentality, though. Like fear as well. Because
do you think it's fear with them?
I reckon there's people in the Premier League, especially if you're down and you're having a hard time. We're all built different. We're all wired. We're all wired differently. There will be probably people that go out on that pitch and think they're worrying. Don't make a mistake here. And that affects your game.
Yeah. Well, we talked about this on the pod before, right? Where you look at Tottenham fans have probably thought to themselves, "We've got Romero, we've got Van der Ven, we've got Solanke."
On paper,
kudos, we've got great players, right? But what you don't understand, what people maybe don't understand is, right? We've all been footballers, right? Think of yourself when you're at your highest confidence and how you performed, and then think of yourself when you're at the lowest confidence, right? Two different players, right? So the whole Tottenham squad is low on confidence. So the leader's critical. The first thing you have to do...
Who are the leaders? Or do the leaders keep on getting sent off?
Yeah, that's true. But
Romero.
But I'm talking, all right, the ultimate leader, whoever the manager is, he has to come and give confidence to the players, right? And that's but they have to buy into him. They have to believe in the manager coming in to go, right, whoever it may be, and there's talk at the moment before we go to him.
You've got to make them, haven't you? When I look at, like, you might have had more managers than me, but two managers, or maybe three that stand out, probably four actually. You had Hoddle, Mourinho, Strachan and Gus Poyet.
Right.
They just had something about them.
Yeah.
Gus Poyet,
yeah.
You love Gus Poyet.
I loved him. He was brilliant, tactically brilliant. But they had a way of getting it across. And do you know, you had that feeling when Mourinho come in. No, you've got to be on it here.
Yeah.
On it. Same with Glenn Hoddle. Motivational, but just like, I don't know if it's putting pressure on you, but it's just, they were on you. And the training had to be good. Do you know what I mean? And the way they got their message across. They were all very different.
Yeah.
But I come across some managers and I think to myself, how are you even a manager?
How was the training with these managers? How was the training? Was the training more intense than other managers that you've had?
Gordon Strachan trained was intense. We were super fit. I say Mourinho was just training as intense.
Yeah.
And very demanding. If it was ever slack, I think it was on your case. Hoddle was... Training was just brilliant, but tactically, I just thought he was way ahead. Like it was like Mourinho, tactically very good. I'd just say Hoddle was just way ahead of his time.
So like when you're talking about dogfight in the relegation battle, out of all those managers you've named, who would you have, like in the situation Spurs are in now?
I think you could take any of them.
Yeah,
I think.
Do they bring different qualities?
Okay, here's a better question for you then, right? So. I agree with you. We've all been relegated, right? And I've also had relegation battles which we've won. And I'm looking at the names on the list now. So you've got Harry Redknapp, Glenn Hoddle, Robbie Keane, Sean Dyche, and De Zerbi. De Zerbi's the favourite. So, right, Harry Redknapp. I spoke to him the other day. He's 78 years of age, but he looked fresh as. When I was chatting to him
the other day as well.
When I was chatting to him, we was talking about old times. Right, this is how much his brain works. He remembered youth team games I played that I didn't remember. So he's sharp as a tack, Harry. Still, forget the fact he's been in the jungle eating bugs and all that. He probably could still go in
probably
there.
Helped him.
Protein. Yeah. Glenn Hoddle the same. I worked with Glenn.
100%.
Glenn had his heart condition.
Yeah.
But Glenn, when he talks and visualises football, And plus with Glenn, he, like Harry, they both know the club inside out. They know the fans. And don't underestimate that, because every club has got a relationship between the fans and the team. You know, we've all played for West Ham, and that's a very unique relationship between the fans. And just, so we wouldn't understand going in what's needed. So Igor Tudor coming to Tottenham, no idea of what the fans expected, played a certain way. Fans went, we don't like this straight, and it didn't work.
And the players as well.
And the players, right? So them two there. Robbie Keane, the same, but Robbie Keane's on the other end of the spectrum. He's at the start of his managerial career. He's 45. He's won 2 league titles. And he's bubbly, and he's, you know, full of energy. He's like... And then Sean Dyche, he is the old hand. So any of them options are good. Now, I think De Zerbi, who's the actual favourite, I think he's the one where you look at...
He's a wild card.
Although he's probably the most, reputation-wise, the most talented of all of them at the moment, I think he doesn't know the club.
It's a risk. He does know the club. He's been in the Premier League. He knows the club.
Yeah, but not like in the same... Not for as long as the others, right? So I think he plays a brand of football which...
Yeah, he needs to just get a result out of these boys. And the brand of football at this stage is not important. Right. Yeah? So I think he is a good man, a very good manager that will come in and say, listen, we just need to win games. Yeah. So the brand of football's out the window at this stage. I think for anyone. Yeah. It's not about brand of football when you're trying to save your career. You're not your career, the status of Premier League football. So I think what will happen if De Zerbi does come in, he'll say, listen, if we get relegated, I want a pay rise. This is actually a job that's going to damage my status if we do get relegated, because we're on the downhill slope. So what are we actually working towards here? So he's going to have to. But if they want him now, So if he does save the season, he's going to get a bumper contract. And is that good for Spurs in the long run? Like having him as a beacon of light. Because next season, if they do say that he's going to have to spend money, because he's not going to want some of those players. Yeah, he's going to be on big wedge because he saved them as well. Yeah, so it's going to be they're going to be in a dilemma anyway. I think. All right. Okay. All right. I think they're going to be in a dilemma.
Right. Put your Tottenham hat on.
I don't have a Tottenham hat.
Yeah, I ain't got one either.
No, mate. I'll try and put one on. I don't even think the fans have got one anymore. They've taken it off.
Okay, go on then. I'll put the Tottenham hat on. What you got?
No one's got a Tottenham hat on. I've never heard of a Tottenham hat.
All right. Okay. All right. If you're all right, but seriously, if you was on the board at Tottenham, what would you do now? They got 7 games to go. Is it 7 games to go?
What would you do? To save the season?
Save the season. And
I'll take him down the pub. Yeah. I'll take him down the pub. Team bonding, mate.
Mate, that didn't work at West Ham when we were there.
That's because
there's 2 people ended up having a fight.
Did they?
We went down.
Yeah, we did.
Who had a fight?
We went down.
Who was the ones that had a fight?
I can't remember. I think wasn't it?
I was just drunk and disorderly.
Someone else.
I was drunk and disorderly. That was. But
a bit of team bonding. It just ended up in a row.
Ended up in a brawl. And sometimes you need a brawl.
Yeah, sometimes
that just showed you that we're going down. After that might.
Lads, it was cab home like that. It's done, lads.
This didn't work, did it? But if you get it early enough and you got a few characters in that dressing room, I think you can always save a season on a night out on the lash. I think you can.
Yeah, but can I say as well?
But these boys nowadays are not doing it.
I know, but so people go, that might be old school thinking, right? But listen, it's not old school because men bond. Sometimes there's barriers, so you have a few drinks and you lighten up, and you can sometimes say a few things,
jokes,
relax, and then you. That's how men do it. Do you know what I mean?
But it's very hard to get people to bond when you just don't like each other.
Yeah, that's true.
It doesn't help when people are bringing out their wives on the team night out. That's what happened.
Really?
They're bringing out their wives.
Yes, unacceptable.
Unacceptable behaviour. So obviously,
my wife's coming to this podcast in a minute.
This is men's only. Men's only. When it's like that, but look. I think the bonding thing, I've done a lot of bonding in my life, mate.
I've seen it work at Southampton.
You know what I mean?
I've seen it work.
I know how it looks. I know what it's supposed to look like.
When you're down there, you've got to have everyone in that team ready to fight.
Yeah.
You've got to have that fight mentality, give everything for each other.
And what people don't understand is when you're in a relegation fight and you're playing football, right? Because for all intents and purposes, most people are not as lucky as we are to have played professional football, right? And when you could play a Premier League game, day 5, sun's out, crowd's okay, no pressure. day 35 when you need to win, and everyone at the club's job's on the line. The fans, like, they're angry with you because they pay their money, and then you've got to go out there and perform to your level with players that you think have let you down, or so all of that emotional stuff comes together. So you're right, you need to find a way. You need to find a way to come together and play under that pressure, and that's why I think Spurs will struggle, because I don't think they have no idea what they're coming in for.
No, but Coley, look at this though. They was in this last season as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. They mastered it with the European Cup.
Yeah.
But they was in this last season and they've not improved in the Premier League since. So what's that telling you? Do you know what I mean? Like,
it's a pattern.
It's a pattern. So you can look at all the managers. You've got to start looking at the players. The players are the ones that are like... They're the ones that are getting used to this lifestyle.
Yeah.
They're getting used to this lifestyle, being right at the bottom and fighting for their lives. And the thing about it, on top of that, why are they that? Look, how much does that squad cost? They've got no business being down there. Do you know? They've got no... So it hasn't been addressed last season. All you thought it was the manager's fault. Nah, you got to start looking at the players.
Yeah.
You've had it where a manager's been parachuted in at West Ham. What's that actually like?
Well, when Trevor Brooking come in, it come in off the back because Glenn Roeder had, bless him, he had the brain injury, didn't he? And he collapsed. So I got the phone call. I was captain. I got the phone call. We just lost a terrible game at home, and I was actually in Romford and I was having a bit of dinner. I was with I think I was with my mum and dad. I was having a bit of dinner, and then Glenn's not well. Blah, blah, blah. And then you think, just hope he's... Then first of all, you go with the family and hope he's all right and everything. Then the next day, it was one of them. They had no option. So Trevor was working with a board. So Trevor we'd never seen at the training ground. So then all of a sudden, I went into his office as captain, and we had a half an hour chat about what's wrong. What does he think? What does I think? And remember, I'm 21 at the time. So I'm like, it's all new. So you're just...
It's mad to do it at that age.
At that age, really. Yeah. So, So we had an honest conversation, and sort of Paolo was coming back from injury, and he's like, I'm bringing Paolo back in the team. And I was like, well, that's great, but like Paolo was a great player, great legend at West Ham, but he wasn't like someone you could go. He was
depend on
because. And because he's a genius, right? Yeah. Sometimes he'd win us games out of nothing, but and then so we Trevor come in,
a maverick, wasn't he? Proper maverick.
Yeah, and he brought Paolo back into there's a lot of pressure on Glenn, and the lads love Glenn and they'd fight for Glenn, right? But there was probably a subset of players that probably weren't happy, like any relegation battle, right? So Trev come in, and Trev's very inoffensive. He was a great player at West Ham, one of the all-time greats, for England as well. And I think what he'd done really well, and it was complete new for him. So 21-year-old captain, as much as he's a legend, he'd never managed. So the coaches, we simplified everything. I think Glenn's injuries, illness, situation brought us all together because we're like, come on, guys, come on, we've got to do this. And we went on and won, I think it was 4 out of 6 or something, and we got to 42 points. We went down. And nobody's gone down on that. So what Trev done, him, but also because the fact of what happened to Glenn, when it becomes life rather than football, it brings you all together. And I just remember thinking, right, I've always give everything to the team whenever I played, but I was like, put myself completely to the side. Yeah. And I was like, I need to and you give everything, and eventually it didn't work. We went down.
What players are doing that?
At Spurs. Well, I
can see it at West Ham now.
I'll tell you
some
one
of the boys are playing out of their skin. You got to look at it. So I look at Spurs, and I don't see that bond, that grit, that I will die for you, kind of thing. Yeah. And you can say, they're playing. At least at West Ham, they're saying, at least they're playing for the manager.
Yeah.
You can't say that Spurs. So there's a void there.
Do you know what Harry Redknapp's a genius, right? When he said if he took the job at Spurs. He said, first thing you do is make Archie Gray captain.
He's a player as well. No?
Yeah. Absolute player. And he's the only one, not the only one I've seen with Tottenham that's at it all the time, giving himself. And he's, 20? Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, listen, we move on, but whoever comes in at Tottenham's got to find a way of just...
Getting that team together.
Getting it together. Right, let's fast forward to the summer, boys. Right, England, it's June the 17th, the sun's shining, Bridgie's by the pool with his Speedos on.
With the rum and coke.
Colton's rum and coke.
Rum and ginger, mate. Rum and ginger.
Yeah. Colton's relaxing with a spicy margarita.
Yeah, in the pool.
And I'm
my rubber dinghy.
And I'm lathering up my flaphead.
Yeah, okay.
Mate, you can't dive,
So, what about
we need to put the footage up. We need to
get Sam Palmer's house.
Carlton learning to dive.
Mate, it's
Carlton
diabolical. Diabolical. I've made a fool of myself. Anyway.
Go on, back to England.
Right, back to England. Right. But we're in Dallas and we're England and we're about to face Croatia.
Yeah.
Right. This is not a question of who do you think Thomas Tuchel will play. This question
play?
is who would you play? You can take as long as you like. You could just name 11 or say how you would play.
Goalie. What are we going? Pickford?
Yeah, Pickford. Yeah. He's tried and tested, not let the country down.
Pickford. But what I would say is
Trafford.
I think this would be Pickford's last tournament.
Yeah.
Because I watched Trafford in that cup final. All right, okay, right.
Yeah. But you want to shoehorn Trafford in?
Yeah.
No, just say that, mate.
Yeah.
He looks
he's good. He looks great.
I reckon
so
if he was gaffer now, if he was gaffer, you would pick.
Would you
Trafford.
chuck him in?
You chuck him in.
I don't know. You'd have to be around him more.
I'd have to be around him more. But I think Pickford's brilliant, right? And I think he's getting on a bit.
No, yeah, he's not getting on a bit.
I think he's brilliant, right?
Mate,
but I just think
goalkeepers don't get on a bit.
I've been more
longevity.
I've not been as excited about an English goalkeeper since I've seen Trafford. He looks so calm.
You know what you're like, right? Do you know what you're like?
Go on.
You're the guy. The night before Christmas, you already opened the presents. You're impatient, bro. Just chill out, man. You don't want to.
All right, we're going to Pickford.
I saw you put Dalman in your squad to go.
No, that was me.
No, he did.
Oh, was that you?
To be fair, right, when we did that, right, when you asked us on and off the plane, I looked at this yesterday trying to name a squad, and I was thinking, if we're going from Ed, I'm so happy I'm the England manager. Not that I ever would be. But it's a headache, mate.
Wait till you see how much they pay him.
It's a headache. All right, yeah. All right, I need to do my badges, man. But it's a headache.
I reckon you'd be a good manager.
It's a headache. Oh, yeah, I'll be really good.
Yeah, I know you'd be good.
Just be shouting at the referee all the time.
It's hard, even to pick an 11.
Yeah. Well, listen, it's hard, mate, but that's what we're doing.
All right, we're doing it. I'm going to go.
To be a good manager, you got to shout at the referee, and you're very good at it.
Yeah. Right, I was back four. I'll go James, Gahey, Konza, O'Reilly, left back.
Oh, yeah.
So James, Gahey.
That could change tomorrow.
Konza, so they're two left-sided.
All right. So
bit lopsided, isn't it?
No, that'd be fine.
Where's the back? We've got players.
All right, who'd you put in? Harry?
Nah.
Who?
I don't know yet.
Yeah,
we haven't got to me yet. We haven't got to me yet.
Stick with me. All right,
stick with you.
That's what I've gone
you
for.
Might say something.
I could change my mind for it. That's what I've gone for. Riley.
Okay.
At that precise moment in time, yeah.
What formation are you going to play?
Well, forward at back, because there's four defenders there, yeah.
Mate, he's looking at me like I'm the old Bill, interrogating him. Just tell me.
After the back four, it's just a complete headache.
Right, okay.
Me. Like, sometimes I think I'd play just one holding.
Right.
Sometimes two, but I'd put...
First game at the World Cup. So think about it, like, that's the mentality you've got to be in.
I know, but I'm also a little bit like... I like us to have a go. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes I think we're playing really well and then we sit back and don't have a go. But I put in Anderson and Rice.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Physical, strong. Yeah.
Chuck Jude in there.
Yeah, it's a powerful midfield.
Yeah. Then, obviously, Kane up front.
Yeah.
And two wingers. Honestly, that's just headache.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Like 1 minute I think Gordon.
Yeah.
Rashford.
Yeah.
Next time I'm thinking Palmer, Saka. As you've got to go on form.
Yeah,
it's difficult.
Well, you won't go
and then I'm leaving Foden out for. No, that's what I mean. You wouldn't.
Yeah.
Well, and I love Palmer as a player, and I think he plays with that. Well, this is my team, not yours, mate.
Yeah, exactly. Stop criticising
him. Do you know what I mean? I can't wait for you to pick your team.
Go on.
Right. So, or you can go Gordon and Rashford. I just think they're both dangerous, quick.
Rashford was unbelievable the other night.
Yeah, really like him. So it's hard. I'm going Palmer, and then I think I'm going Rashford.
Yeah. Okay,
but I could change my mind tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, I like what you did.
and Kane up front.
Right, okay, if you could, you're England manager, right? There's a knock on your door. The doctor's knocking on your door 9 o'clock before the first game, right? And he's gone, Gaffer, he's going to tell you one player's ill, they can't play tomorrow. Who's the most important player for England? Because that happens, and you've got to adjust.
Kane.
Okay.
But he's not injured.
I said, give him some Calpol, get him live.
He plays for
running a high fever.
He's
running a high fever.
Okay, all right, that's interesting. That's interesting.
The people, it's all right team.
Yeah.
Coley?
Yeah, so I saw it the other night, and I'm going. Do you know what? I'm going to go Trent.
Yeah.
At right back. Pickford in goal, obviously.
Yeah.
Trent at right back, because I just felt, I saw it the other night against Uruguay, and I thought, do you know what I mean? We're missing someone that could flip in, put a ball in on a sixpence for a striker or a winger, spread play, switch play. The one time we switch play, the one time in the game.
Sorry, what are you hand up for?
Maybe Stones, you know.
Oh, that's what I was just about to do. Why are you trying to steal mine?
I've got Stones.
Ah, see.
What do you mean you didn't say anything?
Well, let me. Why you put your hand up and
by the way,
protected?
he's only just wrote down Stones.
I was about to say it. I was about. You didn't even let me get there.
I'm just saying.
No, it's bang out of order. That
bang out of order. I said it before you even said
it.
You
put 2 left footers in there.
Don't start.
Go on, Stones.
So I've gone, all right, Trent, because we needed that guy, but then I want to go with Stones.
Right, okay.
Because Stones as well, Bridgie, can play a multitude of positions.
Good word as well.
Yeah, but he's playing centre-back.
No, in this he is, but he can play.
Yeah,
so if you want to change formation, you can go free.
You can go into midfield.
You can go to midfield.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
So Trent, Stones, Gahey.
Right.
And the left side...
He's going to go Hall.
I like Hall, mate.
Yeah, okay.
I like Hall. I think he bombs on. I think he could get into any Premier League team.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's got a massive future in front of him. So I'm going to go Lewis Hall.
Okay, good.
He's ex-Chelsea as well.
Yeah.
He's a good lad.
Yeah. Another one I've coached.
Yeah.
Only about 3 times.
He's been in the Joe Cole school, Academy.
I'm just listen.
All right. Yeah. So then I'm going to go protected. I'm going to go Rice.
Yeah.
His first name in that midfield.
Yeah.
Now, this is the player that goes next to him is going to be very, very important for England. Because it'll give him either license to go forward or license
give license
just to
Rice to go forward.
Yeah. And I want him to go forward.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
So I'll probably go. I know this might be controversial.
Go on.
And because I saw him the other night and I thought he was brilliant. I'm going to go Ghana.
Wow.
For me, he's going to be coming in there fresh.
Yeah.
Wanting to improve. I heard Tuchel talking about him, saying, well, he's got a few things to learn.
Yeah.
But he looks like a good player. He's going to play with no fear in there.
Right, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a wild card, Coley.
It is a wild card.
Yeah.
And I know that people will probably batter me, but I like Ghana. And everyone's going to go Wharton or Anderson. Or I'm going to go Ghana.
Okay.
Yeah. And then just in front of them, Bellingham. Got to go Bellingham.
Yeah.
But I would have, if he's injured, I'm going Eze.
Right, okay.
In that. Then I'm going to go on the right side. I was going to wear my West Ham hat on, put my West Ham hat on and go with Bowen. Right. Just because everyone's talking about all these other players. He's not in form, Cole Palmer, blah.
Yeah.
Bowen, you know what you're getting.
Yeah,
he done something the other day. The ball got switched to him.
Yeah, I remember.
Takes it on his chest, bang, straight down, right onto the defender. Defender didn't know what he was doing, didn't know where he was, and whips a ball in. And that's where I want Harry Kane to be finishing his dinner. Do you know what I mean? Straightforward. All of this, getting the ball, coaxing it, then cutting outside, cutting inside to condense the space inside when really you want your winger to go down the wing and cross the ball. Like, I'm old school, I'm an old-fashioned centre forward. And that's what Solanke, that's what Calvert-Lewin was missing. Calvert-Lewin got one cross in. I remember there was one cross that he received and he missed the header. It's only Cole Palmer came on. Cole Palmer came on, gave him a good ball. So I want to see more of that because it's more direct for me. So I'm going to go Bellet. So I'm going to go. Saying all of that, I bigged up my boy.
Yeah.
And he's not playing.
But he's not playing. He's not playing.
He's going though.
But yeah,
he's going.
He's definitely going.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go.
I think it's one of the hardest positions to choose. Actually.
Yeah.
I'm going.
We've got options. We've got
loads of options.
Noni Madueke.
Yeah. Okay.
And I know people are going to say, "Oh, how can you do that?" He's not first choice for Arsenal. Saka is, but I think in this team he will complement Harry Kane really well because Harry Kane likes to drop in into midfield. Bellingham likes to push on as well.
Yeah.
Rice will be going there as well. So Noni, there'll be cutbacks. Because he's great at that. He'll get into the line. And I know his final ball ain't great, but I think he'll be good with the cutback.
Right.
Because Tuchel will get the best out of him. And I know Tuchel loves him.
Yeah.
Noni
He does. He's direct, isn't he?
He's direct. And on the other side, I'm going with Rashford.
Right, okay.
I'm going with Rashford because he was outstanding the other night. I just looked at him and he just felt, this is a game that I can impress in. I remember there's one run he done.
I saw it.
And he just took on about 4 players. Who does that?
Yeah.
It reminded, But the only thing with Rashford as well, again, on that side, is the final ball into the box. If they can get those 2 right, because Harry Kane's going to be coming deep, you need your other players going that way.
Yeah.
So they got to be the 2 strikers that are going running behind because Harry Kane's going to condense the midfield.
Well, that's what he does at Bayern Munich, right? Harry Kane drops in
and then Bellingham will go in there, along with somebody else, on Noni Madueke on the other side or Rashford from the other side. Go and get your tap-ins. Go and get your far post tap-ins. That's what football can be easy if you look at it. If I think Tuchel knows that as well.
Yeah.
That's why he's going to be looking at probably Noni and Rashford. If Saka don't want to go that way, if Anthony Gordon's another one, that can go that way too. So he's going to have options. He's going to have options.
So and the same question I asked Bridgie: if the doctor's knocking on your door and says, "Who's the last person you wanted to tell you's got a fever, he can't play in the first game? Who's the most important player for England?"
I'm going with Rice.
Yeah,
I'm going with Rice. I think Rice patrols that midfield. He can go front. He can go forward. He can defend the lead. A confident Rice, that is.
Yeah.
And this back end of the season is going to show how good he actually is, where he's going to be having to defend for his life as well as going forward and scoring, contributing in goals for the Arsenal.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So this will be good pressure for him to take into the tournament.
Good.
What about you, Coley?
Right, my team, I'm going to go with Pickford in goal, Reece James, John Stones, Mark Gurhey.
Yeah.
You have to have experience at World Cup. John Stones is massively experienced. Yeah. I would like him to have played more games of football between now. And you always have the element of him because he's breaking down.
But he's fresh.
Right? And he knows what he's doing. And I think just straight away will give us that experience. At left back, I do like Hall, but I'm going to go with O'Reilly.
Ooh.
Same, because, listen, Bridges a left back. He knows what he's looking at. And I think he gives us that penetration down the left-hand channel.
What do you think of that, O'Reilly at left back?
Well, I like him. Look, it's really on it because he plays in a City team.
And he doesn't even play left back all the time.
I don't... Do people understand how hard it is to go and play in a few teams to go and play from English?
The contrast is clear.
All the relationships.
Tell me how that was for you when you done that. Like, obviously, when you... Right. Yeah, but you was very, very good. But for a player that probably hasn't got that experience and is young, how would they approach
I just think it's very
contrast-wise from playing club football to that left-back position for England?
One, he's played a lot of different positions for City. They're always kind of moving around and keeping the ball a lot, whereas obviously when I was playing at Southampton or at Chelsea, it was very much like...
regimented.
Give it to the winger, you know, but obviously then the up and down.
And you had
the ball's just very different now.
Yeah, it's very different.
It's played very different. So
very, very different. Yeah. Declan Rice in the midfield. And I'll do Declan Rice and I'm going to go with Elliot Anderson next to him.
Yeah.
Because I think the reason I do that is because Declan, I would have Declan as a more deeper than he plays at Arsenal, and there's a big push for him to be playing. But we're so strong in that position.
I don't get that.
No, just let him. I would make Declan. I'd say to Declan, you are the most crucial player on the pitch. You are an experienced player. You have to marshal that. Elliot Anderson's coming into you as a youngster. Elliot Anderson's got all of the legs. He's got all the legs, right? And I think if England win this World Cup, we're going to have to win it a little bit, and we have to be really good off the ball and protect the back four. So them two will be sitting there. I'll have Bellingham as the 10, but Bellingham, listen, if he ain't performing, I could quite easily change that to an Eze. I'll have Palmer coming in off the right, like he's been doing at Chelsea, releasing him up. So you'll have Palmer coming in off the right with Bellingham, like playing like a 2-10s effectively. Mate, think about the middle of the park. Then you've got Elliot Anderson, Declan Rice, Palmer, and Bellingham. It's got power. It's got ability. It can open goals everywhere. And on the left, I'll start with Anthony Gordon over Rashford. And the reason I'll start with him is because I think he scores goals. He's a warrior, and he's one of them, Bridgie. I think if I'm playing next to him, whatever the game's going to be, he's going to be at it, and he presses really well, and he's got legs that run in behind. So Harry Kane dropping off, I'd allow O'Reilly to push on as well, so you get sort of as much as you can because you've got two holding midfielders. Reece James on the other side to give us width. So it's going to look. I think we can control possession, and I think we'll win the World Cup.
Ours was basically.
You sound like every fan.
Ours was basically the same.
Every tournament.
Yeah.
We're going to win the Euros.
Mate,
win the World Cup.
Wait till we get there.
You're so fickle.
Wait till we get there.
Ours was basically the same, but I think I did choose Rashford. But Gordon, do you reckon Gordon, because of O'Reilly, helps him more in terms of covering him if he's bombing forward and stuff?
You know what it's like playing for England, Bridgie, at tournaments, right? And you would have seen some players who just can't handle the pressure, right?
Yeah.
Gordon ain't one of them. Gordon's like, and this is I'm saying this in the nicest way.
He's Larry.
He's Larry. He's got a bit of swagger about him. He don't care. I like the fact he called out Shearer and Rooney. Was it Shearer and Rooney on Match of the Day? I like that. If I say something that some player don't like, call me out. Do you know what I mean? Like, so he's got a bit about him. He's a Scouse kid. I think he'll go to the World Cup and he'll puff his chest out like he's done in the. He's turned up in the Champions League for the first time. Got what, 9 goals, 10 goals? Like he don't. The occasion will not get to him, and that is crucial as an England.
Do you reckon the manager goes anywhere near those teams we've named?
I think he might be. I think Elliot Anderson plays. I think Elliot Anderson is the one, right? Because in previous regimes, this is another question. In previous regimes, England managers have picked the best players. I think Thomas Tuchel's going, I'm picking what I think the best team. And I think Elliot Anderson might not be the best player, but he could play more at this World Cup than Cole Palmer, than Phil Foden, than Eze. And I don't think he's as talented as a footballer as them, but I think what he does is he brings the balance of the group together. And that's why I picked him. And I think that's probably why you picked him as well.
Yeah.
Well, lads, do you reckon we got any influence over Tuchel's picks?
Well, let's hope he's listening to me and Joe, not you.
Well, we've recorded this on a Monday, so let's see what comes out when the game's on this week. But listen, I really think he'll go with my team, you know.
Yeah, do you reckon?
Yeah. If he's got any sense. Oh yeah, that's true. There's no Arsenal player. So what's going on with that? What's happening with the Arsenal lot? All omitting themselves from international duty. Is that allowed?
Let's read it out here. So we've got...
No, we need to address this.
Yeah, we do need to address this. Like, we're going to call this out on the pod here, right?
Yeah.
So Eze, Saka, Rice, Saliba, Gabriel, Zubimendi, Timber, Trossard, Madueke, Hincapié.
That's it. They're out for the season.
Tony Adams, Steve Morrow, Nigel Winterburn. Everyone's injured.
Everyone's out, mate. Everyone's out.
Come on, like, if you're going to do a move, Arteta, don't strong it.
You know the worst thing about it was I feel like...
Just like... You know that's a...
What are we doing it?
But they put more pressure on themselves now. Because I think the league's done, right?
Yeah.
I think the league's done. But if they throw it away after doing that, it looks even worse.
Wow. Mate, it makes me sick, actually.
Their next game for me is Bournemouth, right?
Yeah.
They've upset them a few times, mate.
Yeah. You've said
I don't think it'll happen, but they've upset them.
They've got Southampton before, haven't they?
They've got Southampton before in the Cup, but in terms of the league, Bournemouth have upset them.
What's the chances of all of them being okay for the Premier League game?
I think we know they're all right, don't we?
Yeah? You reckon?
We know they're all
right. But I think maybe they're...
How many of them do you think's really injured?
I reckon they all are.
No,
Coley, what are you talking rubbish?
It has to get passed by the medical team.
Do you know what they'll have? He'll have a tight calf.
It'll be a tight calf, back.
A tight hamstring.
There's negotiation. All these negotiating goes. That's a good thing for people listening, you know, in situations like this. We've seen it in our era when players, because you're constantly carrying a knock, right? This is a bigger conversation. You're constantly carrying a knock, and you see an England friendly, and some of them players like Declan knows he's going to the World Cup, Saka knows he's going to the World Cup, right? They're thinking so many important games. So I understand it, right? I understand it from
you've got a little niggle.
You've got a little niggle, like, and then you could, but you could play. You could play, but you're trying to freshen yourselves up. But when it's that many people, look, Alex Ferguson used to do it.
Yeah, he used to do it. Stories all the time.
What I would say is, I don't think at Chelsea, managers ever spoke to any of us. No. I never heard it. Certainly not with me, but I never even with John and Frank and like you can't play for England. It's like go with England. It was always like. It's a privilege and it's an honour and a privilege to play for your country.
Where you go, you don't have to play a whole game. Play half a game.
Say that, but Ben White stayed behind in the English squad. Do you think it's because he has to? Because he's trying to work himself back into it?
Ben White's played 5 or 6 games. But that's another conversation.
He needs the games.
That's another conversation. We'll get onto that. But I just want to stick with this now because, right, I just think it's not, if how many people are at Wembley? The other night to watch. You want to see the England team.
That's another question. That's another question I've got for you. Like, all right, so you're a punter.
Yeah.
You go to the England game. You're taking your daughter, your son, first ever game.
Yeah.
They want to see the big stars. That team that started the other night, and you paid all right $1 for it. You paid for your tickets. That team that started the other night. Are those the players that you've gone to see?
No.
Or are you going to be a little bit disappointed? Not seeing the core of the team at least.
Yeah.
And do you think that game was a missed opportunity to see whether some of those players that are fringe players, you'd say, that started that game, they could have see like some of the boys that have gone home, the core of the team. What do you think that was not a missed opportunity for some of the fringe players to see how they can gel with the core of the team? Do you know what I mean? Because you want to get that rhythm going.
I think.
No,
I agree with you. I think it was a missed opportunity. I think you're looking at it from Thomas Tuchel's perspective, right? And he's gone, right, I've got these 2 games sandwiched in the most crucial period. Clearly, the Arsenal players and other team players have got other things bigger than these games. The World Cup's it's on the horizon, but it's far away. They've got Champions League, FA Cup.
But what's bigger? Getting the team ready for the World Cup because it's coming up, or looking after a football club that's got big games.
Okay, that's for me. If I'm England manager, that's the last thing on my list. Okay. The relationships with a football club.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking to myself, if I'm England manager, I'm looking at the numbers of minutes, and I think Thomas Tuchel alluded to this in his press conference. He said this player's played 3,000 minutes. This player's so he's like, they don't need to play, but let's get them together. Maybe during that period, you get them together. You can talk about set pieces. You can maybe have a day. This is the World Cup. We're going to do this type of set piece. You connect with the players, bring them all together. But I'm not massively. Look, these friendlies at this period of time.
Risky.
I don't know what the risk reward for the manager playing the starting 11. Maybe I'd have gone, right, for 45 minutes. I'm going to play my starting 11, which I'm thinking about playing against Croatia, and then. You go home. I'm going to have a look at a few other players. Maybe that.
That's what I thought would have happened. The first game, just the first game.
Yeah.
And then, but maybe because Uruguay brought out a strong squad.
Yeah, but
I think they probably thought that we was going to have a strong squad for but then they must have seen the list of who's available. Yeah. But they still brought out a strong squad. Do you know what I mean? So I look at it as that was a missed opportunity for players to get gelled in with the core players.
Yeah. Right, another story coming out of the England game was Ben White coming back into it after pulling out of the England squad in the World Cup.
Oh no, it's crazy.
So he's not played for England for a long time. He's only played 5 or 6, 7 games. He had an interesting night, Bridgie. Scored the goal, conceded the penalty, got booed by England fans.
When he scored.
What do you make of Ben White's, first of all, his decision?
Why did he pull out?
Well, from what we understand,
do we know?
Not fully.
Not fully.
It's not been addressed.
We don't know.
That's half the problem because he's not come out and addressed it. But what we do know the facts is he went to the World Cup. An incident happened. He felt
Something's happened.
Something's happened, and he's left the England squad and not.
So he's left, or there's an agreement that he's left.
No, I think he left.
I don't know. We actually really know. So I find it really hard to make a comment because what we're doing, reading what someone's wrote in the press. I don't think we actually really know what happened. But I'm like, anyone who gets booed in an England shirt, I just find it really hard to swallow because I think in different ways. I think a lot of stuff that I've seen players go through, and I think players are strong enough to take it. But everyone has a family, everyone has a mum and dad, everyone's got, and it affects everyone. And when we don't really know the ins and outs of what happened. I just don't. And he's got an England shot in there, and he's playing football.
All right, then I'll flip.
So get behind him.
Okay, all right, that's a fair point. And what do you make of it?
I just think the PR could have been a lot better for him to cover him and to try and half explain to the fans what's happened. He's walked away. It looks like he's walked away from an England.
No, he has walked away from England. Shirt.
And then on top, so the PR has to be better from England. Yeah, from the FA.
Yeah,
from the FA and from his camp as well.
Right. A lot of people. I remember a lot of people were a little bit like, "Oh, so what? Ain't playing anyway."
Yeah, I know, but it's still an opportunity. You're at a World Cup. Like, I know. Listen, I
just don't know the ins and outs why.
Exactly. So make it. Do the
I
PR
wouldn't
for
walk
it.
away. I wouldn't just walk away.
Do the
I
PR
wouldn't
for it.
Walk away that I wasn't playing. I think that's very difficult to do.
The PR for it.
I think that's very.
You can spin something off. We see lies every day.
Coming to an agreement.
Yeah, but why does it have to be lies? Like there could be a like. First of all,
then you won't get booed.
First of all, it's an honour and
get booed.
I might have Bridgie's stance. Like, you know, nobody should listen in a nice, kind, beautiful world. Nobody will get booed playing for England, right?
Yeah.
But ultimately, right? It's an honour and a privilege to play for your country. And people,
if you're a patriot,
if you love England, you pay your money to go and watch. These people they work to go and follow England around the world, right? And if what they feel from Ben White is that
I get why they feel it.
You get why they feel it, right?
I get why they feel it.
Listen, I've been booed. We've all been booed by fans, right? It ain't nice, yeah? But I tell you what, the flip side of being a footballer is you wouldn't change it.
I wouldn't leave.
So,
I'd stay. And I would be anxious. You never know what's going to happen. You never know.
Yeah.
You never know when you're going to be needed. I would never walk away, right?
From your teammates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just don't really know what's happened.
Yeah. And that's a fair stance.
No one knows.
That's a fair.
Something really bad would have had to happen.
So why don't he come out and go, this is what was said, and this is why I've come out, and then everyone go, right, fair. If it was a bad, everyone would go, fair enough, mate.
But the other flip side to that is people are saying, why should he come out?
Has stuff ever happened to you? And you just don't come out and say it.
Because it's
really matter.
No, because you're playing for your country. This is international. This is your country. This is patriotic.
Yeah.
This is supposed to mean everything towards. To you, not just the people that pay you, your football club, but this is a privilege to go out there and play for your country and be noticed by everyone that I'm at a World Cup and we can go all the way here.
Yeah.
And whether you're playing or not, whether you feel that you want to be part, I don't say the fans are owed an explanation. I just think the PR could have spun it differently. And to protect the player, protect the FA, just spin something. Like, it could be a lie, it could be anything.
No, you can't lie.
What?
You can't lie.
Yeah, but whatever it was,
just say, because it's open. Like, we had this conversation the other day. We're talking about Chelsea when it was like Chelsea was spitting a dummy out about the team being like football and communications. The team being for the Paris game being in the papers, right? Every team information gets out, right? Football's a community thing, particularly England. We all played for England. We cherished it, right? And it's every fan's dream. Like, and ultimately, football is. You have to have that. You have to. If I'm an England fan, which we could have all never played football and been an England fan, right? And imagine you're sitting there and you're paying to watch England, and then one of the players just decides something's happened, and he's leaving the England camp, right? And he's not telling everyone. Yes, he doesn't owe anyone an explanation, but. I think he should come out and go, right.
But he hasn't said anything. That's the worst thing as well.
Because he could have gone, if he comes, and I'm all for forgiveness, if he comes out and goes, you know what, I was in my early 20s, I was missing home, I was a bit emotional, it wasn't that bad what was said to me, and I regret it, come back into the fold. So, do you know what I mean? Like,
but you just don't know what's happened.
What was said?
I remember.
And if it was that, and if it was a dreadful thing that was said,
no one said. No one knows if it was anything said.
You just don't
we
know.
Don't know what happened.
I can't. I just don't know. Like, I remember being there, and like you're at a tournament.
Yeah.
And I remember having an argument with Sammy Lee.
Yeah.
Because it was like you play.
Yeah.
And then everyone who's on the bench doesn't. Next day. Recovery day, getting an ice bath and going walk around the swimming pool. Yeah. But we're a team, we're going to stay together. Mate, I don't want to get an ice bath.
Yeah.
I didn't do anything yesterday. Can't we just go and train?
Yeah.
And I remember having an argument with Sammy Lee. Yeah. And the next game, we all went and trained. The ones that didn't play went and trained and got something out of it.
Yeah.
So otherwise, you want to do something.
Yeah, I remember.
But like, you just don't know what's gone on there. But to walk away, I don't agree with walking away, but I just don't. I feel like something must have happened.
That bad.
Something bad must have happened, but you just don't know.
It probably wasn't that bad. That's why no one's saying it.
But I'm like, everyone, he's being booed for just walking away. And I don't know if that's what's happened.
And the thing about this and all, I think the only person that brings him back into the fold would be a foreign manager. Honestly.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, and that's why Tuchel's there, because he doesn't take it that serious. He's like, nah. Because he's not patriotic.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but he's looking at business first.
Yeah.
Because he's got a job to do. But patriotic manager would be like, no, he walked away from England, so he ain't coming back in. So I think he's lucky that Tuchel's come in and is not looking at that part of what has happened.
Yeah, I'm not being militant with it. I get
what you're saying.
Do you know what I mean? If he wants to, but I'm just thinking of it pragmatically. If he's not explained,
he doesn't have to explain Coley. That's what I'm saying. I just said the PR has to be better to protect him so he can come back in. That's all I'm saying.
Well, there's been no if I'm an England fan,
so
you've already got your back.
So we're set up with conspiracies now.
No.
You can say something.
No, I'm going on factual. Something's happened. He's walked out an England squad, and I'm just saying.
But do you know that for full fact?
Yeah, we know something happened. Yeah.
Yeah, but do you know what's happened? It could be anything. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, I'm not saying. I've heard what I think has happened.
See what I'm saying? It's heard. It's speculation.
Yeah, but
it's not
I'm
facts.
not even putting that aside. The fact that something's happened and he's walked away from England
without an explanation,
and I don't understand why the kid don't just come out and go, "This is what's happened." Either I'm sorry or I don't care, but I still want to play for England.
Yeah.
I'd
you'd respect it more. But it is what it is.
I just think, I know how hard it is to play. All right, your son are vying with Ben White for an England place, right? He pips it. It's your only son's chance to go and play for England at the World Cup. And then something happens and he walks out, and then your son's sitting on the beach going, that could have been me.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking at it. That's the way I'm looking at it.
There's so many ways to look at it.
There's so many, and people don't see it that way. A lot of fans, they might not see it that way because they might look at it as like, oh, you're just picking on him because, like, no. Once you sign up to go and play for your country, mate, you can have a death in the family, but you always, because it's your country, and you might say, do you know what, I've got to go because something bad's happened to me. That bad, I've got to leave camp.
Yeah.
And everyone would understand.
Yeah, of course they would.
And it's happened before.
Yes.
But if it's a comment or something that you don't like and you've gone, I'm leaving anyway, that's throwing your toys out the pram. So there's two ways. That's why I say the PR could have been a lot better for it. That's it.
Right. Before we go, two managerial on either end of the spectrum come in. Roy Hodgson's gone in at 78 years of age to Bristol City. He's managed them before about 60 years ago, whatever it was.
Fair play to him.
Fair play. Listen, he loves it, mate. If you're 78 and you're getting employed, you do your thing.
I think my missus would say, you don't like me, do you?
Yeah.
Still reeling 82, bruv.
Mate, some people love it. Some people love it.
You don't like being at home.
I remember I was at Sam's wedding, actually, and I was sat with Cesc and his missus was there. And they were asking what I do and everything. And no, I don't really do anything. And Cesc obviously loves football, going into like managerial. And she was like, can't you just be a bit more like him? Spend some time at home.
Be careful what you wish for, love. Right. And another one on the other end, our mate Jermaine Defoe getting his first managerial job. Listen, we ain't got time this week, but I want to get into this subject because this is a player who's played over 50 times for England. He's one of the Premier League's top strikers of all time.
Yes.
And he's coached for a few years. He's got all of his badges, and he's having to go down at Woking, who are 11th in the National League.
What's wrong with
to get an
Woking?
No, listen, no.
Mate, I'll
Hold on
say
a minute.
fair play.
Hold on.
You've got to say fair play to him.
I am saying fair play to him. And fair play to Woking for giving him a chance.
Yeah.
But what I would say is Woking are very, very lucky to have a man of Jermaine's calibre and stature in the game coming through the door. We wish him
well.
give him time, give him a lot of money.
Woking.
Jermaine,
What type of money are we talking
I'm
about?
only 20 minutes away from Woking, mate, if you need a hand.
There you go. We'll help him. We'll help him. We'll come in. But big up to Jermaine.
Yeah.
Wish him all the
You
best.
can come round to yours afterwards.
Yeah, he might need to. Right. Listen, that's all we got time for. I've enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Thank you for listening to the Dressing Room Podcast. And what do you have to do, Coley? You ain't got a Scooby, have you?
Don't just put that on me.
Yeah,
Rate, review, like and subscribe.
Yeah, you got it. Rate, review, like and subscribe.
There we go.
Laters.
Laters. Ta-da.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
From threatening to obliterate Iran's power plants to making good progress on ending the war, the deal-maker-in-chief has been hard at work. On the eve of his latest deadline, President Donald Trump has granted Iran a 5-day reprieve. So is President Trump backing down, or is Iran capitulating? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. On Friday, President Trump said he was considering winding down his war on Iran. On Saturday, he threatened to completely obliterate Iran's power plants if it didn't reopen the Strait of Hormuz in 48 hours. And then on Monday, as that deadline was fast approaching, he revealed the two countries had been in talks about ending the whole thing.
We have major points of agreement. I would say almost all points of agreement. Perhaps that hasn't been conveyed. The communication, as you know, has been blown to pieces. They're unable to talk to each other. But we've had very strong talks. Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner had them. They went, I would say, perfectly.
It's quite an extreme policy shift over just 4 days. So what exactly is going on? And could it have something to do with this dire warning from the head of the International Energy Agency?
Many of us remember the two consecutive oil crashes in 1970s, 1973 and 1979. In each of the crashes, the world has lost about 5 million barrels per day. Both of them together 10 million barrels per day. Only as of today, we lost 11 million barrels per day. So more than 2 major oil shocks put together.
On this episode, we'll ask, is President Trump looking for an Iran war off-ramp? If so, has he achieved his objectives, or is the region worse off? And would calling time on the conflict now leave Gulf allies exposed? Joining us for this discussion is George Samueli, Senior Research Fellow at the Global Policy Institute and author of Bombs for Peace, NATO's Humanitarian War on Yugoslavia. Dr. Danya Thaffa is joining us, a political scientist and director of the Gulf International Forum. And rounding out our panel is Arash Azizi, lecturer at Yale University and author of What Iranians Want: Women, Life, Freedom. To all of our panellists, thank you for joining us here on Counterpoints. Well, has President Trump blinked? Just a few days ago, he issued an ultimatum to Iran: open the Strait of Hormuz or we'll destroy your energy infrastructure. Iran responded, not by backing down, though, but by upping the ante, saying it would target all energy infrastructure in the region. President Trump also recently said he wasn't interested in negotiating a ceasefire. Now we hear talks are underway. So, Arash, let's start with you. Is this a sign that President Trump is scrambling for some sort of an off-ramp?
I think President Trump is trying to find an end to the campaign, for sure. But, you know, I'm not sure it's sort of just a scrambling for an off-ramp, but that what he's always wanted from his first term to now has been a regime in Iran that he can make a deal with. He doesn't care if this regime is democratic. He doesn't care, you know, which Ayatollah is in power. What he cares is that it's a constellation of power in Tehran that can deal with him, that can play ball with him on a few of his things, on a few of his demands. And I think he now judges that there might be just such an administration in Iran. I think there's much evidence, despite the fact that Mr. Ghalibaf has denied it, that there has been some talks between two sides. I think Ghalibaf and Trump are two people who can get along in many ways. And I think that's what the president is angling for. I mean, there might have been also some, you know, maneuver to calm the oil markets. They might have, you know, and there is a lot of Trumpian stuff in there. But I think ultimately he's just, you know, getting what he's angling to get what he wants, what he's always wanted for like a decade.
Mm-hmm. George, what do you think? Is this a sign that the president is willing to be the one who's backing down, or is it Iran who is capitulating under 4 weeks now of pressure?
Well, I don't think that Iran is capitulating, because I think this war has not gone badly for Iran. Iran has accomplished what it set out to do when Israel and the United States launched their attacks. Iran prevails as long as it is not defeated, and Iran prevails as long as it raises the costs to the United States. And the costs to the United States are a world economy that is on the brink of collapsing into a global recession. We're now talking about an oil crisis on the scale that we haven't seen since the 1970s. So I don't think Iran is the one that's losing. Trump, I think, embarked on this venture probably against his better judgment, but we don't yet know, because he had been persuaded by Bibi Netanyahu that an easy victory was possible in Iran, that somehow, you know, Trump had had a number of quite easy victories over Iran in the past. He had assassinated General Soleimani. There were no repercussions. The 12-day war, there were no repercussions. And I think he probably felt Iran is a paper tiger. This should be pretty easy. Now Trump has seen that this is anything but easy, and he's walked back many of the demands that he has made during the past 3 weeks. I mean, he talked about unconditional surrender. He talked about regime change. All of that is gone, and I think he wants to get out. Why does he want to get out? Well, because he doesn't want the entire world economy to go down the sinkhole. He, after all, is not the president of Israel. He's the president of the United States. And as the president of the United States, he does have a vested interest in global economic stability. So I think he wants to make sure that that somehow he's not the man responsible for the worst economic crisis since the 1930s.
OK. All right. Danya, weigh in on it here for us. What do you make of the two opinions that you've heard, and where do you fall on this one?
Well, I think, I would agree with both of them that Trump is certainly looking for a deal. But also, I think I would look at this with cautious optimism because Trump has, in the past, showed that he's willing to negotiate. He's in a negotiation, and then he comes out and does something the exact opposite of that, such as striking or doing other activities that has caused, I think, more conflict. More than that, I think that from Trump's perspective, war is deception. And that's why you see his goalpost moving the way in which he's been communicating every hour a different perspective, a different point. And I think in that regard, I wouldn't be 100% sure about what exactly he's doing. I do think he said that the tax on the power plants would be moved by 5 days, in which within 5 days, the markets will close again. And as we saw, oil prices fell. So it could be a strategy of buying more time. And so I think it's still unclear.
Who needs this ceasefire more, Arash? Is it more beneficial to the US to wrap this up now or more beneficial to Iran?
It's not how it works. Both sides really want it. The stakes are very different from both sides. We're talking about the world's foremost superpower.
Well, because President Trump said he wasn't interested in a negotiated ceasefire. So why, and that was as late as last Friday. So why does he want one now?
It's just how you talk. It's bluster. Of course he's interested in a ceasefire. Anybody who, I live in New York, every day, every 1 hour, someone is complaining about the price of the petrol here. It immediately has an effect on everything. Has anyone tried to book holidays right now? The price of airlines is already much more than it was before. So, of course, he cares. It's not true that he doesn't care. And it's clear that the Iranian regime is no pushover. It didn't submit to him the way some had thought. It didn't got toppled in a revolution like many had thought. So, of course, he cares. But, of course, he's also not going to say that. That's his style. And now he says, we want a deal and they want a deal, right? And that's what he said today. He also said, me and the Ayatollah are going to share the Strait of Hormuz together. That's, you know what that is? That is effectively saying, I want to work with Iran. So it's the president. He will say different things, in different hours to different people. But the broader picture is clear.
George, he may say that he will share the Strait of Hormuz with the Supreme Leader, but does Iran want to share it with President Trump? Do you see this current leadership as a leadership that is more willing, lenient, able to work collectively with the United States? Are we in a Venezuela-style arrangement here?
Well, of course, that was President Trump's half-witted notion when he embarked on this venture that he's going to pull a Delcy Rodriguez on Iran. Somebody should have told him, Venezuela is Venezuela, Iran is Iran. You can't do a Delcy Rodriguez here. I don't think Iran has any interest in negotiating anything with the United States unless the United States is willing to make very substantial concessions, the very concessions the United States wasn't prepared to make in Oman last year and in Geneva this year. So Iran is now going to go for a much better deal than the one in Geneva that he was actually willing to accept. So it's now the United States would have to accept a worse deal that it had rejected in Geneva. So the Iran would, at a minimum, ask for sanctions relief. Iran would ask for the unfreezing of frozen assets. And most important, Iran would need pledges from the United States that it's not going to go and attack again in 5, 6, 8 months' time. That's going to be the most important point, because if Iran just simply says, okay, fine, let's call it a day and it's over, then of course Israel and the United States are going to come back and they're going to attack Iran again, and then Iran will be in a weaker position. So Iran now has to show that it's now in a strong position and that it's a really bad idea to come and attack us again, because if you do that, you are really going to suffer. You know, you thought this was suffering, you're going to really suffer next time. So Iran has to present this some kind of a deterrent to the United States. Don't ever do this again. So Iran isn't going to go back to the status quo ante.
Dania, I'm going to bring you in here on this in just a moment, but I want to quickly fling it back to Arash just to get your reaction on one point there that George said. Is Iran now in a better position to negotiate a better deal for itself than it was before?
Yeah, I think it's undeniable that it's in a better position. It fought, it showed itself. It reminds me of Egypt after the Yom Kippur War. You know, Egypt lost the Yom Kippur War in 1973 to the Israelis, but it fought. So it showed that it could stand up and fight. And the Islamic Republic has also shown that it can, you know, hold itself, didn't collapse immediately, put up a fight. It's very much, you know, if the war finishes today, it could very much claim some sort of victory. Although all its fundamentals are in disarray, so we would have tons of real problems if it stops now. But yeah, it's arguably in a better position. And you know, let me say something. You know, it's very fascinating. It's a psychological point. It might even agree to a deal very similar to the one before the war, but it will do it with more dignity now. It can say, look, you know, we beat back two superpowers. We didn't collapse. We were able to survive. They killed their leader, but we were able to, you know, remain in power. So even if the terms of the deal are not very different, they'll be able to do it. You know, they'll be able to do it from a stronger position and have a better way sailing it to their own base.
Dania, what do you think? Is Iran in a stronger negotiating position now? And I guess then, by extension, does that mean that the United States has done all of this just to lose more cards in the hand?
You know, I don't know. It depends how you define a strong position. Iran's goal is to survive. I don't know if survival is really, you know, a strong position. And Iran's strategy is to disrupt. They've disrupted, like I'm here in the Gulf, for example, they're able to disrupt travel and disrupt the Strait of Hormuz and disrupt like everyday life. Yes, they have successfully achieved that. But I will also say that the U.S. had a three-phase approach to this war, and has achieved some of its military objectives. Now, politically speaking, there's a big question mark there. And especially when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, who's going to control the Strait of Hormuz? And Iran can disrupt the Strait of Hormuz very easily. Therefore, I think this is really the chokehold for the U.S. I personally think that Trump wants an end to this war. Certainly speaking, the economy is very important to him. You know, gas prices are high. There's a midterm election in the U.S. coming up. There are many reasons why the U.S. would want this war to end soon. But I am not convinced that it's necessarily true that this iteration of negotiation will be that point where a deal will be struck. I think Iran has asked for certain things like reparation and payment for the war, not even a ceasefire, a full stop to the war. And I think Trump, he's asking for the ballistic missiles to completely be removed, which I think is a big ask for Iran because it's the only thing that Iran can use to protect itself. So I'm not sure where they're going to come to with an agreement.
It's going to be interesting days ahead. Okay, I'm going to move us on to our second segment of the debate so we can have a look at whether or not this has been a successful campaign. Let's drill down on it a little bit because, as you were just mentioning there, all of you, I suppose, the Iranian leadership remains in place, for now at least. Energy instability is troubling the world, and diplomatic norms across the broader region have been thrown into chaos. Now, there have been a raft of justifications given for the war, but not all of them have been so easily fulfilled. For example, the country is still refusing to give up its civil nuclear ambitions, and Dania, as you were saying there, its ballistic ambitions as well. the US has been seemingly unable to achieve that Venezuela-style regime change. So, George, how successful, or otherwise, has the US war been? Because President Trump is saying he's ready to wrap it up now because we've pretty much achieved everything we needed to.
Well, it obviously hasn't been successful because he hasn't forced a surrender on the part of Iran. So even if you've degraded their military capability, first of all, you haven't destroyed their military capability. They're obviously still capable of launching missiles. They're capable of launching drones. But even if you were to call it a day now, if Trump were to call it a day now, Iran will say, well, we're in a great position because, whatever missiles you've lost, that can be restored. Drones, they can be restored. So all that can be done, but you haven't forced a surrender. And what the most important thing is that for Iran to have withstood everything that the United States had thrown at it, and of course it withstood Israel, the Israel which was supposed to be the sort of the regional superpower, then its prestige around the world will be enormously enhanced. So it'll be a much worse position for Israel and the United States because now Iran will have prevailed, will have seen off the United States, and will be, a little like Ho Chi Minh was in the 1970s, with enormous international reputation for having stood up to the might of the United States. So if you pick a fight, as the United States did, this was a war of choice, you tried to knock this government over, you have failed, then obviously you have failed. And so this is clearly a failure on the part of the United States. Mm-hmm. Not enough just to degrade their military capability. You can always get that. You haven't achieved any of your political objectives.
Dania, do you think the United States has failed?
I still think that the United States have met their military objectives. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, indeed.
Okay, I was saying my internet's unstable. That the U.S. has met its military objectives in terms of even a superiority through the air fighting. But the thing is, of course, politically speaking, regime change in Iran is a complicated process and idea, probably requires a lot of boots on the ground, many years of war. And if that was the objective, of course, it has not been achieved. But I also would like to make a point that I wouldn't take every word Trump says, such as surrender, as, as exactly what his war objectives are. As I said in the beginning, I think Trump's strategy is war through deception, not really explicitly saying what he's doing every step of the way. And that's what makes this war particularly tricky.
Arash, what do you think? Is this war through deception? Has the US achieved? Has it been successful?
It really depends how we see success, and also, we need to wait to the end. It's clear that it hasn't quite gone as President Trump had planned, or as sort of the best of his scenarios. The judgment can be to them. Look, the United States has degraded significantly Iran's abilities. So when I said Iran is in a better position from before, I kind of clarified what I mean by that. Iran, if the war ends today, would be in a terrible shape. It would be militarily much weaker. It would remain in power, as Dr. Al-Safar said. It's about survival. It would be much weaker militarily. It would have a lot of problems running its affairs domestically, by the way. I mean, it would be a country in economic crisis in many ways, but it would also be a country that has survived the war. So, long story short, I think militarily the U.S. has achieved quite a bit of its objectives. The question is, can it translate this to a political settlement that Trump can say, okay, I got what I wanted out of the war. I want to also mention here that we're talking about Iran, Israel, and the U.S., but of course the countries of the Arab countries of the Persian Gulf, the GCC countries, are a very important part of this equation. These are, they've shown that these are countries that take their own national interest and national security seriously. They're not sort of pushovers. They're seriously concerned about their long-term security. And I think they will be an important part of any settlement. And I think them being a good, important part of the settlement is good for themselves. It's good for Iranians, frankly, and is good for the U.S. And I think in many ways the GCC countries will emerge, because there's a lot of things going out there right now that, it shows they contrast the U.S. or, they're sort of hapless. I think that's far from the case. I think GCC countries will show that there are important middle powers whose interest is not about Iran, is not about Israel, is not about the U.S., is about themselves. And they're independent, important middle powers, and they'll stand up for themselves, and they'll show that they have a way of, shaping regional arrangements.
I was going to get onto GCC factors in our third segment, but I like where you're going with that. So maybe we'll stick with it for now, and I'll ask that question to our other panellists, and then we'll get into it a little bit deeper. So, George, what do you think of what Arash has just said there? Has this maybe strengthened the position of GCC countries as middle powers in the region, rather than degrading them like Iran perhaps was trying to do?
No, I don't think so. I think that if we consider the GCC powers, President Trump early on in his administration made a visit to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE. When he went there, he made a very important speech in Riyadh in which he said there'll be no more regime change wars. We're not going to start imposing our values, our system of government on you. And the Middle East, the new Middle East, will be known for AI, high-tech, computers, not for all the old stuff about wars and religious strife and tribal conflicts. This is the new Middle East. And, of course, they were very happy with that. They thought, this is fantastic. And they promised to invest, $4 or $5 trillion in the U.S. economy. And then, of course, they were expecting enormous amount of investment in these Gulf states. And that they would just go on getting rich. And that's what they're about, just getting rich. Now, what this war has shown is that you're not guaranteed to get rich and live in peace and, have all your fancy hotels and restaurants and whatever, as long as the United States and Israel are embarked on this war against Iran, and therefore it affects them. They are in the line of fire, and therefore they are forced to rethink their arrangements. They're going to have to rethink, here, just simply relying on the United States, that isn't going to get us anywhere, because the fact that we have bases on our territory makes us sitting ducks. All we want to do is make lots and lots of money, but instead of that, we're getting hit because we are in the line of fire. As long as the United States is going to go on waging this war against Iran, and that's what it seems like, that this is just going to go on for years and years because Israel isn't going to give up on this war against Iran, then they are going to be in the line of fire, and that therefore they need to decide what they want to do for their own security, because this way of doing things, having housing U.S. bases on their territory, that isn't providing them with any kind of security.
Can I intervene there?
Please.
And say something? It's a common talking points we hear. It's also a little disturbing, frankly. But let me answer. First of all, it's very interesting that people, like your guest, make fun of, they were going to have their rich lifestyles. What a big crime that these countries wanted to have economic prosperity, things that all of us here in this call and everybody else, we wake up every day wanting to have a good life every day. I'm sure that's how you want to also provide for your family and everybody else. So this idea that this is some, sort of a negative thing, that you want to move away from conflict, move away from years of civil wars. And in fact, that there are two countries in the region who often militate against this have been Iran and Israel. That's the fact. The Islamic Republic has not been interested in the prosperity of its own people. And Israel has, repeatedly attacked and not played by basic rules of international norms, including by occupying the Palestinian territories for as long as it has. It has also a government that includes many figures similar to the ideologues of the Iranian regime, frankly, and in that they're religious extremists. And so I think the quest of countries in the region to move away from that is an honorable one. It's one that that many of us, as I said, most of us, wherever we live, would want. This idea that they're on the line of fire because because of the U.S. bases. What would happen to them if they didn't have U.S. bases? What happened to the countries in the region that didn't have U.S. bases? What did Iran do there? What did Iran do in Syria, in Lebanon, in Iraq? In other countries in the region. What happened What happened to Guyana when it was next to Venezuela? What happened to Ukraine when it was next to Russia? So the fact that countries are just safer when they don't have U.S. bases also doesn't make sense. Gulf countries are independent actors. They have shown that they're not beholden to the Western interests on the issue of Russia and others. They did not simply carry out whatever the U.S. wanted. They're not, lackeys of the U.S. of any sort. They're independent powers that they make, and they have differences amongst each other. And they make, they're not anti-China or Russia, as I said. They have important relationship with them as well. But obviously, they've benefited from the mutually beneficial relationship with the United States. It goes back, all the days into when President Roosevelt hosted the Saudi king. On that famous meeting after the Second World War, and the idea that they'll give up this relationship because a bad actor like Iran has been able to play a disruptive role in the region, it doesn't make any sense. So I understand these are talking points that people say, but upon any serious consideration. It falls through. The idea that, all the Gulf countries should now give up the U.S. bases, because of this war, doesn't understand serious scrutiny.
No, can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
Well, the issue isn't any of that. The issue is that the United States and Israel have been waging a war against Iran, really, it's for 47 years. And it is 47 years, because if we go back, just simply saying, Iran is a bad actor, hey, who launched the Iraqi invasion against Iran, a horrific, devastating war that was sponsored, financed, instigated by the United States? There's no point in argument.
Of course it wasn't. That's ludicrous.
Please let me finish. I didn't interrupt you.
Of course it wasn't. U.S. and Israel gave arms to Iran during the war in Iraq.
This was a war that was launched by the United States, by the Carter administration. I mean, there's no point in even arguing about that. It's a matter of historical record. Iran lost an enormous number of lives as a result of that. The United States has imposed sanctions, decade after decade of sanctions. And of course, Israel has been waging this war against Iran all of these years. Syria, who started the war in Syria? It wasn't Iran. The war in Syria was started by the Obama administration when they decided that they were going to overthrow Bashar al-Assad. And they did it precisely because they wanted to direct Syria against Iran. They were against Syria because they saw Syria as a proxy for Iran. So you're just simply saying, Iran is a bad actor. Well, who's been waging all these various wars, proxy wars, sanctions wars against Iran all of these years? My point about the Gulf states was, that's fine. They want to make money. I've got nothing against people making money. However, if as long as your great ally, the United States, is firmly in bed with Israel, and as long as they're waging this war against Iran, which looks like they're going to be doing it, then you are going to be in the line of fire. That's a matter of common sense. You are going to be in the line of fire. If you can all just go focus on making money, great. But that's not what the United States and Israel are doing. They want to destroy Iran.
Dania, weigh in on this for us. What's your position?
My position is I agree with Arash on the fact that the bases did serve as a deterrence for the Gulf states. Iran historically never attacked the Gulf states until the U.S. attacked Iran, which I don't agree with the U.S. attacking Iran because I don't think it serves U.S. interests. I don't think it serves the Gulf states' interests. Either way, to talk about the bases as if that's the only reason why Iran is attacking the Gulf states is completely not true. Iran's core strategy in this war is to internationalize the cost of this conflict, and it cannot do that without attacking the Gulf states' energy infrastructure, and closing the Strait of Hormuz. That's Iran's core asymmetric strategy in this war. And therefore, Iran would have attacked the Gulf states if there were bases, if they were not bases. And who knows what would have happened to the Gulf states if they were not bases there. And therefore, I think that argument is completely flawed. On top of that, it just seems like Iran's regional ambitions have been, of course, from the Iranian perspective, they have been countering U.S. bases and feeling that they have an aggressor, Israel. But at the same time, they have been fighting Israel and the U.S. through Arab lives. They've done that through Syria. They've done that in Iraq. They've done that everywhere. And now they're using the Gulf states as a pawn to fight Israel and the U.S.'s war against Iran.
A war that was launched unprovoked twice in recent months by the United States and Israel. What do you expect Iran to do? Iran has adhered to all of the international agreements, every single international agreement Iran has adhered to. Iran has attempted to negotiate outcomes. It's made concession after concession and has negotiated in good faith with the United States. Instead of that, in the middle of it, United States and Israel, deceived Iran. They showed that the negotiations were a ruse and then launched this attack.
United States and Israel, not the Gulf states, not other countries in the Middle East. The United States and Israel. So Iran should fight head-to-head with the United States and Israel.
So why aren't they, George?
Yes,
why aren't they?
Of course it's fighting. That is exactly what it's doing, and it's fighting against both. But when you're fighting against the greatest power in the world, I mean, it's ridiculous to expect them to say, well, we're going to fight against the United States and then we're going to defeat the United States. Ridiculous. Iran cannot defeat the United States. The United States is overwhelming. They're the greatest military power in the world. All Iran can do is make this war so painful for the United States that it's not going to do it again. It's not going to fight the war that you want it to fight. It's not going to fight
attacking
the United States
Gulf,
one-on-one, because it will lose
through
to the
attacking
United
the Gulf. That's how Iran is doing that. So whether the bases are there or not, Iran would have done that.
I mean, one of the reasons is the issue of the military bases, which is obviously very irksome for Iran. But the other issue is, I agree, Iran is raising the costs to everyone of this war. It's an asymmetric war. Iran always said it was going to fight an asymmetric war, and Iran said, don't start this war, because if you do start this war, we will fight asymmetrically, and others are going to get hurt. So, that's the way Iran has fought this war, and that's the only way it can fight a war against the overwhelming might of the United States.
Okay, go ahead, Arash, and then I've got a final question to all of you, because we're almost running out of time. Go ahead.
I grew up in Iran. I don't let your guest besmirch the name of my country by mentioning our heroic war against Saddam Hussein invasion. My cousin was killed in that war. Every Iranian knows someone who was killed in that war, and I'm very proud of Iranian soldiers who were able to.
Which is exactly what I said. I said it was an act of aggression against Iran.
Don't speak over me. Don't speak over me. Don't speak over me. Don't speak over me. That's, Saddam Hussein, which had backing of much of the world, and yes, he had backing, unfortunately, of some Gulf countries in that war. The Iranians were able to throw that invasion out. But I grew up in Iran. Every morning when we went to a school, every single morning before going to a school, we lined up shouting, death to America, death to Israel, from when I was 7 years old. This is how the Islamic Republic organizes itself. It still organizes rallies every year saying death to America, death to Israel. It has threatened to Israel with destruction all its life. It has, in its early years, it would refuse to call Saudi Arabia by name. It would consider Saudi Arabia a illegitimate country. It was the land of Hijaz as far as they were concerned. It would use a racist language, calling them camel grazers and all that.
Can I ask, who did Iran attack? Can I just ask,
do not interrupt me.
Has Iran attacked?
No,
let me ask you a question.
Just one moment. George, just let Arash finish. Arash, wrap up that statement, and then we'll throw it to George.
Don't interrupt me. I know defenders of the Iranian regime might feel like they can do that, but you can't do that everywhere you go. The reality is the Iranian people, the Iranian nation state, which is rooted in a thousands-year civilization, must return to a tradition of peace that is a tradition, that has been a tradition and history before the Islamic Republic hijacked this country in 1979. And put it on a warpath with the Gulf countries, on a warpath with Israel, on a warpath with the United States, and trying to prop up this ludicrous ideology of Khomeinism that has brought nothing but misery for Iranians, and that has made us into bad. And let me end with saying this.
Okay.
Inside the Islamic Republic today, even, there are many people who think exactly like I said. They want Iran to be, yes, a regional power, but in peace with Saudi Arabia, in peace with the United States, and with non-belligerence, at least, with Israel. And they will win. They will win, and I have no doubt that the future of Iran will be peaceful neighborliness with all of our countries in the region and with the United States. And, your people like your guests will have to find other fantasy cases of revolutionary states for whom they don't pay the price to defend.
All right, George, a quick right of reply, and then I have a final question for all of you.
So everything that your guest has said, I have not disagreed with. Iran was attacked by Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein was sponsored, financed, and throughout the 1980s, armed by the United States and most of the Western countries. Iran remarkably managed to withstand this attack. Now, Israel has been essentially waging this war against Iran. Now, I'm not a defender of the Iranian government. Why should I be? I don't live there. I don't defend it. If you want to change this government, if you don't like this government, then it's up to the Iranian people to change it. It's not up to Israel to change it. It's not up to the Gulf states to change it. And it certainly isn't up to the United States to change it. It's up to the Iranian people to decide what form of government they want to be under. But when Trump and Israel talk about, we're going to free you from the rule of the Ayatollahs, then they are taking upon themselves the right that actually adheres to the Iranian people. What kind of government are they going to live under?
Okay, we're almost out of time, so let me throw this last question to all of you, because I want to go back to this idea of the efforts that the GCC countries put in to try and improve relations with Iran over the years, to stay neutral in the early days of this conflict, even to act as mediators, all to then find themselves be the target of missile and drone strikes. So, Dania, let me ask you, would calling time on this conflict now, if President Trump says, we've reached an agreement, we're going to call time, we're pulling out, does that leave the US's Gulf allies more exposed now?
That's a tricky question. It's a very interesting one. I think it depends on which Gulf state you ask. So, for example, if you would ask the UAE that, I think there's a lot of concern since the UAE received more missiles than Israel itself in this war. And, it's also debatable about how was Iran's missile arsenal affected? To what degree and what kind of missiles are left over? Does that mean that the Gulf states are going to be the main recipient of arsenal from Iran? And does that mean that Iran will stop attacking the Gulf states once this war ends? And the question is, will Israel attempt to, like it has with other countries, attempt to mow the lawn in Iran, which may cause Iran to react again towards the Gulf states? So there are many pending questions about how this will end for the Gulf state. But I think a wounded, angry Iran, generally speaking, is not good for the Gulf states.
George, what do you think? Would calling time on this conflict now just leave the US's allies more exposed and potentially in more danger and maybe a legitimate target, if that's your argument?
Well, if the United States just simply walks away, then obviously this would not be a good deal for Iran, because then Iran will have been weakened by losing its military capability and will not have accomplished anything. So Iran would not end the war. I mean, the United States can say, well, we're ending it and we're walking away. Iran will say, well, you can walk away. We're not walking away. We will continue because we want to make sure that you're not going to come back and do this again in 6 to 7 months' time. So therefore, yes, it would be worse for the Gulf states. If, however, the United States is negotiating, as Trump in this truth declared, that engaging in serious negotiations, and the United States is willing to make the kinds of concessions that Iran is looking for, as I mentioned, sanctions relief, unfreezing of assets, and some kind of a non-aggression agreement, then I think the situation for the Gulf states would be better. But simply walking away, no, I think that doesn't resolve any problems. And I think Iran would then have no incentive at all to end the war.
OK, Arash, round us out. How does this end for the Gulf states? Are they going to be left in a vulnerable position if President Trump negotiates a ceasefire and says, we're done?
I don't think they'll be in a vulnerable position at all. I think they'll, I think first of all, they'll be part of the solution. It's good for Iran, for these countries that have good relations with Trump, to be part of a solution, to be sort of co-signatories of the deal, as it were, to have an investment in it. Powerful countries like, Saudi Arabia and other countries in the region, Qatar, all the GCC members, Turkey, Pakistan, as many of them that can have an investment in the deal means that they'll be invested in it. So it would not just be about U.S. and Iran, certainly not U.S., Iran, and Israel, but them, and they will all have an investment in the deal not breaking up. And I think, as I said, look, this is the reality. The Gulf countries, this is the region they live in. And for too long, the Islamic Republic has played this disruptive role that it has, that has hurt a lot of Arab countries, as I said, Syria, Iraq, and others, but it hasn't directly hit many GCC countries. Of course, Iran tried overthrowing the monarchy in Bahrain early in the 1980s, and it did some terror attacks in Kuwait. There were obviously some attacks in Saudi Arabia, but by and large, it hasn't really threatened the security of these countries. But they realized this is what living next to the Islamic Republic means, and this is what living in this region means. Being caught between this conflict between U.S., Iran, and Israel that had been going on in a shadow way for many years, and now it has, in the last couple of years, they're open. So I think it's a more dangerous position that they were in a few years ago. But this is the region they live in, so they need to plan for the region they live in. And I think so far it's shown. I'm not. This is just my analysis. It could have gone very differently. It could have been a lot of people packed up and left. Like people like to say, but this is not what happened. And I think they showed, they care about their standard of living, they care about the kind of life they've built, they care about the advances that they've built, and they'll defend it, just like Europeans will defend their advances against Russia, and they take that seriously, and they have to live next to Russia as well. So I think this would be a moment for these countries to put their differences aside, come together, and plan for have a role and investment in a more friendly region. And I think it's one in which they will find shared interests with vast majority of Iranians, including many in the Iranian regime and other countries in the region.
It's going to be definitely a time of reshaping the region, that's for sure. We're out of time, so we will have to leave it there, but I appreciate all of your diverse opinions here on Counterpoints. George Samueli, Senior Research Fellow at the Global Senior Fellow at Global Policy. Dr. Dania Thaffa, Political Scientist and Director of the Gulf International Forum, and Arash Azizi, Lecturer at Yale University and an author. We appreciate having all of you here on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, you can follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Delhi. India's capital, Delhi is known for its captivating sights and rich history. The city is beautified with mosques, forts, and monuments, and the popular landscaped gardens. There is a bustling Old Delhi and the well-planned New Delhi, each with their own attractions and both worth the exploration. One of the most popular in Delhi is the Jama Masjid Mosque. You must catch the breathtaking view of Old Delhi that you'll see from the top of the minaret in the mosque. The long and winding, strenuous climb to the stairs will all be worth it. The Jama Masjid is indeed a treasure of the old city and is the largest mosque in India. It was built in 1650 and in fact took 13 years to build. The Red Fort, Delhi's most famous monument, is one of the most popular remnants of the Mughal emperor's rule. It stands for a stretch of up to over 2 kilometers or 1.2 miles. It was built in 1638 to keep out invaders from entering the city. The Red Fort is a great way to see the very ancient historic side of the city. Another historical site worth a visit is Gandhi Smriti. It is where Mahatma Gandhi, the father of the nation, was assassinated on January 30, 1948. The legendary man lived in the house for 144 days up until the time of his death. You can visit these places as they are open to the public. Historical feats aside, there are also many places in Delhi for sports, recreation, food, and shopping. There is also the Chandni Chowk, the main street of Old Delhi. It's a shocking contrast to the wide, orderly streets of New Delhi. Vehicles of all sorts crowd the space. With the pedestrians and animals, there are cars, cycle rickshaws, and hand-pulled carts everywhere you look. But the trip is worth the narrow, winding lines full of things to buy: affordable jewelry, fabrics, and electronics. Plus, you can also sample the local street food here. Last but not least are of course the famous Lodi Gardens. It's a fitting balance to the bustling city life in Old and New Delhi. It's a serene retreat from city life, a place to rest, reflect, and relieve yourself from a tiring trip. Tourists also visit to see the birds, eat along the restaurants, or simply enjoy the nature escape. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black. It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
What are the scenarios for an end to this war? Deal, deadlock, or something worse? President Trump has made his stance clear. He's rejected negotiations unless Iran surrenders unconditionally, and he's left open the possibility of U.S. ground troops. His message has been maximum pressure first, any deal comes later. Iran's government has pushed back just as strongly. President Masoud Pezeshkian rejected the idea of unconditional surrender, calling it a dream, and said Iran would not back down. So politically, both sides are talking about very different endgames. So here's what could happen next. First, a negotiated pause. Leaders could agree to stop large-scale fighting without a full surrender on either side. If regional pressure and back-channel diplomacy intensify, a ceasefire deal becomes possible. Not full peace, but a stop to major strikes. Markets have already reacted at times to hopes of diplomacy. Second, a longer drawn-out conflict. Neither side looks ready to step away. Trump has signaled operations could continue for weeks, while Iranian officials say they're prepared for a prolonged confrontation. That points to cycles of strikes and counterstrikes with no decisive ending, a slow grind rather than a quick finish. Third, de-escalation under pressure. Wars sometimes fade when the cost becomes too high, politically, economically, and militarily. If regional stability and global markets take heavier hits, leaders could shift toward limiting the conflict. And last, wider escalation, the riskiest path. More countries or armed groups get pulled in, making the war harder to contain and harder to end. So the short answer is there's no clear finish line right now. The most realistic paths are a negotiated pause, a drawn-out war of attrition, or escalation that complicates any peace effort. And what matters most is simple: what leaders are willing to compromise on and what they consider a win worth stopping for.
The people of Milana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-colored. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. The unique democratic system practiced in Milana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
What if a drone that costs around $30,000 could force a country to spend millions just to shoot one down? That's Iran's battlefield advantage. It's called the Shahed 136, a one-way attack drone, sometimes called a kamikaze drone, designed to fly into its target and explode on impact. Each drone costs around $30,000 to $50,000 to make. It carries roughly 50 kilograms of explosives and can travel up to 2,000 kilometers. It's not especially fast, it's not especially sophisticated, but it's cheap. And that's the point. Iran's strategy isn't perfect precision, it's saturation, launching dozens, sometimes hundreds at once to overwhelm air defenses. Even if most are intercepted, each one forces defenders to use missiles that can cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars per shot. Over time, that cost imbalance becomes a weapon in itself. During recent escalations, UAE authorities to this day say they have detected 941 Iranian drones, intercepting 876 of them, while 65 fell within the UAE. Israel has also faced waves of these drones as part of broader attacks. Even when interception rates are high, it only takes a handful to cause serious damage. But this isn't new. Russia has launched more than 60,000 of these Iranian drones against Ukrainian territory, targeting cities and energy infrastructure. So the question is the Middle East ready to intercept a similar wave? The UAE Defense Ministry recently stated that the region has strategic reserves of air defense systems capable of countering aerial threats for a prolonged period. The spokesperson also added that the UAE will not accept any infringement on its sovereignty or the safety of its territory.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Jerusalem, an ancient city going back to more than 3,000 years. Jerusalem. It is one of the rare places that is layered with hundreds of years of history, while also being a bustling modern city. A visit to Jerusalem offers you world-class cuisine, plenty of religious and historical landmarks, and yes, archaeological relics. Also known as the Western Wall or Kotel, the Wailing Wall is the holiest place in Judaism. Millions of tourists arrive here each year to pray. The ancient wall is believed to be the last remnant of the second temple built by Solomon. Another religious site is the Golden Dome at the center of the Temple Mount, which can be seen from around the city. It is the third holiest site in Sunni Islam. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre is considered the most important pilgrimage site for Christians for centuries. But it will also be appreciated by art lovers and history buffs. Its interiors are designed with amazing mosaics. Israel Museum is the country's largest cultural institution. The place is most famous for housing the original Dead Sea Scrolls. Jerusalem's Yad Vashem is the world's largest Holocaust museum. It was built in honor of the millions of Jews who perished during World War II. The expansive 45-acre complex is Israel's second most visited site after the Western Wall. The Eucalyptus restaurant is great for a culinary escape. It combines Middle Eastern food in a fusion of nationalities and wonderful local ingredients. The Jaffa Road is ideal for a place to relax, hang out, and enjoy a good time. It runs through the heart of the new city. Both picturesque and arty, it is great to stroll down and cut off into the shopping and dining areas hidden behind it. In the streets around Zion Square are a buzz of bars and local hangouts, where you can sip on local Gold Star beer and people watch for hours. The Shuk, or Jerusalem's large open-air market, is a great place to find produce, meat products, and the like at great deals. A great deal of cafes and boutiques can be found here, making it a great place to wander. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. Trump claims Iran has asked for a ceasefire and says he will consider it if the Strait of Hormuz is reopened. The British Prime Minister says the UK is fully committed to NATO as Trump threatens the US will leave due to the lack of support from its allies. And preparing for liftoff, NASA's countdown to its historic moon mission is now underway. President Trump has said the Iranian president has asked for a ceasefire and that the US will consider it if the Strait of Hormuz is reopened. Posting on Truth Social, he said Iran's new regime president, much less radicalized and far more intelligent than his predecessors, has just asked the United States of America for a ceasefire. We will consider when the Hormuz Strait is open, free and clear. Until then, we are blasting Iran into oblivion, or as they say, back to the Stone Ages. It is unclear if Trump is referring to Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian or Iran's Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei. A spokesperson for Iran's foreign ministry has said Trump's statements are false and baseless. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Al Arabiya English presenter Catalina Marchand de Aubrey. She's right here in the studio with me. And also Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, Chair of Security and Strategic Studies at the UAE, who joins us all the way from Sydney. Great to have you both on the show with me, Dr. Ellie and Catalina. First of all, Catalina, I want to talk to you a little bit. So we heard from Donald Trump earlier. It's been a bit of whiplash diplomacy today. We've heard about a lot of different things happening, but he gave us a new timeline, which is quite interesting because that timeline is 2 to 3 weeks. We've seen Donald Trump's timeline move throughout this conflict. But what do you make of that timeline and also the varying dates we've heard from the White House?
That's right, Leigh Ann. As you mentioned at first, these were the early March claims, also reinforced by Pete Hegseth, the head of the War Department. They originally said that the war was going to last 4 to 6 6 weeks, that the conflict could be over. That was the end game when it came to March. Now, recently, Donald Trump told reporters at the White House that the conflict could end in 2 or 3 weeks, as he also mentioned there would be a ceasefire right now. So he said this would be done regardless of whether a formal peace deal would be signed or not. So why these 2 to 3 weeks? This recent shift is because, as Secretary of State Marco Rubio has mentioned many times, I've seen him this week mentioning in the media and in press conferences, he's saying because most of their goals are being met. So which are these goals? They say focusing on the destruction of Iran's capabilities. This would be specifically Iran's Air Force, Navy, and missile factories, rather now than a full regime change. So saying that they're succeeding in doing so and achieving all their goals, that would be done, met in these 2 to 3 weeks. Donald Trump is also saying they've finished the job when it comes to their nuclear capabilities. And what's left now is to open the Strait of Hormuz. There's also this economic pressure on Trump and the entire world with the strait being closed. So a lot of pressure for this war to end sooner rather than later.
Catalina, thank you so much. But Dr. Ellie, I just want to ask you a question because, of course, we've seen Donald Trump today on Truth Social. I read out that message earlier, and I found it interesting because he said that he's talking to Iran's new regime president. But a lot of people are saying, who is Donald Trump talking to? Because that seems to be unclear.
Well, we really have no idea. Again, the Iranians have said we're not talking, but then we saw the reports about Kalibaf. We still don't know if Mujtaba is healthy and well and calling the shots. Most estimates say that he is not. On the other hand, the president, which is actually the president, is Pezeshkian, but according to the Iranian regime, we know they are not calling the shots, like the political side, at least currently, is not calling the shots, and they are not conducting the negotiations. So who does he mean? I guess he means, whoever is making decisions in Iran are open for discussions and are being more positive than the previous regime. And this is what he called the regime change, or a change in the regime in that sense, which allows him to say, yes, we have achieved a change in the regime, although the aim was not to overthrow the regime. It never was officially the policy of the US. But this definitely allows him to say we have achieved something significant in Iran. On the other hand, if you look at what they have actually achieved, we still see constant rockets and missiles being thrown onto all Arab countries, onto Israel. So they have not really destroyed the capabilities of the ballistic and all the ballistic program of Iran. They said they've destroyed the naval power completely, but then every few days we hear that they are destroying some ships for Iran, even in the Caspian Sea and so on. So nothing has been fully achieved. There have been definitely some serious damage to the Iranian power, but the regime has proven to be, resistant, or at least able to survive all these and still have some capabilities. Most of these capabilities is, of course, the Hormuz and the closing of the Hormuz. This is why it was highlighted in Trump's tweet message.
And also, yes, Donald Trump's message did mention the Strait of Hormuz, which we have been talking about a lot because it's that main economic choke point that right now Iran is controlling. And a lot of people are wondering how's that going to open. And they've almost got an ace card there when it comes to these negotiations with the US to try to find an off-ramp. And it's been really interesting today because J.D. Vance has apparently been having talks with the middlemen in Pakistan regarding trying to end the war that we're seeing now. Do you think it's interesting that J.D. Vance is now on the front line of negotiations? Because obviously, traditionally, it's been Marco Rubio, Steve Witkoff, and of course, Jared Kushner, who've been involved in the previous negotiations with Iran.
Let me say that in terms of negotiation, maybe to go back on what Carolina was saying, it is not crucial to link the negotiations to the end of the war, because we have a Trump, a kind of president that could go up in a couple of weeks and declare victory anyway. He needs to stop the military confrontations, what he is not calling a war, within the 60 days period that the president has or is able to conduct without the approval of the Congress. So the real deadline for military operation is probably the 28th of April, within 60 days of the start. Negotiations, on the other hand, could be before, completed before, or could be completed after. Now, the choice of J.D. Vance in itself is interesting, because this is a person who represents the true MAGA people, if I may say, and the true MAGA ideas. He is definitely isolationist. He doesn't like to have the U.S. conducting wars outside its borders. That's why he would be very keen on ending the war. But this is a double-edged sword. Before, we've had a long negotiation with John Kerry, who was foreign minister, who was also with Obama keen to have a deal, and that deal was not as good as what should have been, or as good as what Trump wants this one to be. So is bringing J.D. Vance on board the right decision, although he has also zero diplomatic and negotiation expertise? This is a question to remain. Who took that decision? Why they took that decision? It could be very interesting to see how he conducts himself in international negotiations.
And Catalina, I think it's also important to highlight that Iran has consistently said that these claims that they want a ceasefire are false and baseless. So we're still getting this contradicting narrative about who's talking to who and what's actually being said.
Exactly. We're never going to fully know who Trump was. He's been keeping this to himself. Reporters have insisted on him telling them who he's been talking to, and he said, as you said, people that are less radicalized. But the change in narratives has always been since the beginning of the war. We have two narratives, which is the U.S. and Iran. Iran's foreign minister insists that negotiations have never been made. He said, in his own words, what it takes for a negotiation is for you to be front in person and for you to see the person in front of you in order for negotiations to take place. He said that given this context, there hasn't been any type of ceasefire agreement or negotiation. The fact, what he has admitted to, at least this is Iran's side, is that people from other countries have been reaching out and they've been sending messages from people of other countries to the U.S. and vice versa. So what we call these back channels. So at the end of the day, there's always going to be two narratives. We're just going to have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, absolutely. And Donald Trump's giving that big speech later, so it'll be interesting to see what comes out of that speech. Catalina and Dr. Ellie, stay right there as we move on to another story now. And Trump has said he's strongly considering pulling the US out of NATO after its allies have failed to back US military action in Iran. He made the comments to the Telegraph newspaper over in the UK. In a news conference held earlier today, the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, said the UK is fully committed to NATO. Take a listen.
Firstly, NATO is the single most effective military alliance the world has ever seen. And it has kept us safe for many decades, and we are fully committed to NATO. Secondly, that whatever the pressure on me and others, whatever the noise, I'm going to act in the British national interest in all the decisions that I make. And that's why I've been absolutely clear that this is not our war, and we're not going to get dragged into it. It's in our interest to have a strong relationship with the US and with Europe. But I do think that when it comes to defence and security, energy, emissions and the economy, we need a stronger relationship with Europe. I actually think that will help strengthen our relationship with the US.
Dr. Ellie, it's really interesting because Keir Starmer's always trying to keep that special relationship alive. But if the US does pull out of NATO, like Donald Trump is threatening again, not the first time, what does it mean for the members? And can the US actually afford to lose this partnership? But I guess the bigger question is if NATO loses the US, it's going to be catastrophic.
I will not comment on Starmer's points about becoming closer to Europe and all the Brexit thing there. I will leave it at this, but let's focus on the
We can't talk about Brexit.
A U-turn.
Catalina and I can't go back there.
Exactly. So I'll leave it at But again, for the NATO, we have to remember why NATO was formed in the first place, and it was after World War II, and the main aim was to stop or to control Soviet expansion and Soviet threat into the free world, between brackets, as it was called at the time. And this was revisited after the collapse of the Soviet Union to see, okay, do we still need NATO? And the decision was yes, because this military cooperation has become so integral into our armies, into our economies, into our protection, into our political and ideological mentality. So they kept it, and the NATO has been expanding since. Are we at the stage where we reconsider its mission and its raison d'etre, between brackets? Yes, of course, it might be, especially with a president like Trump and maybe another Republican president after him. Definitely, they see the world differently. They see the relation with Europe differently. On the other hand, I don't think it is in the interest of the United States to be out of NATO. I don't think any president can take that decision. As we saw now, even in his war in Iran, he did request permission to use the bases. He did use the shared intelligence. He did use the shared strategy and so on. So it is just too much interconnected, especially in the world of today, to simply say, no, I will not have any allies and I will withdraw from these alliances. For Europe, on the other hand, it's, as they have been accused by the US, it has been a one-way street, and they have been receiving the US support and protection, but they haven't been living up to their requirements to increase their military expansion, to improve their own militaries, to actually have some militaries, because some countries don't, and to actually be up to the mission of protecting themselves. All this pressure is helping Europe build up its own capabilities and be more independent from the US. But again, they are far from being independent and from being able to not rely on American support.
Catalina, I feel like Europe is always sort of frustrating Donald Trump at the moment, because we see him hit out at the UK and France, don't we? Quite a lot. By my reading, I was trying to look at loads of articles to see how many times he's criticised these countries, and it's in double digits, let's be honest. And Europe just seemed to keep their cool. But how are they responding now to these latest threats from Donald Trump that he is going to leave NATO? And he's got this big speech, we mentioned it before, and he's actually said he's disgusted with NATO. So I think a lot of people are probably watching to think, what is he going to do?
Exactly. And I think that Europe has remained defiant against Donald Trump. And this just has made them more unified in what is their own narrative or their own reason for not having joined the war with Donald Trump, the war in Iran. So if you want the exact answers, we just heard UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. He's maintained his position since the beginning that this is not their war, and the UK maintains a defensive position to protect its British nationals. He says that each time he's talking on the phone to Donald Trump, Donald Trump is trying to pressure him into joining the war, and he's going to maintain his position that they're not going to join. It's not their war. So Poland also, he responded directly. The Polish Defense Minister responded to Trump's comments on NATO. He said, warned that there's no NATO without the U.S., and there's no strong U.S. without also its allies. So that's one way to see it. And then Germany also, a spokesperson, reacted to Trump's comment saying that they also remain committed to NATO, which is the same thing that UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is saying. So maybe they're joining into the phone calls and saying, maintaining the same narrative towards Donald Trump. France also pretty vocal. We've also heard Spain's Prime Minister, he's the most vocal one of them all, saying that this war was a total mistake. And France also lashed out after Donald Trump also, as you said, he's attacked Macron directly. French presidency expressed surprise at Donald Trump's post, saying that France's position has not changed since the beginning. So they also reminded Donald Trump of what NATO is. This was France's position, saying that it's a military alliance concerned with the security of the Euro-Atlantic region and not, for example, the Strait of Hormuz. They say it's not their geopolitical jurisdiction. So they're maintaining this position since the beginning, Leigh Ann.
And it's absolutely fascinating. Oh, yeah, Dr. Ellie, go.
Yeah, just to add on what Catalina was saying, I mean, if you think about European national interest, how is it not your national interest to get rid of the Iranian regime? How is it not your national interest to make sure the Hormuz is open? And if the US stops the wars tomorrow and go back home, what is your alternative if Iran keeps closing the Hormuz channel? What would you do as Europe? That's my problem with the rhetorics in Europe. Stuck to their, principles, which is all good and fine, stuck to international law, excellent. But then you are dealing with a regime that does not respect international law and is not willing to cooperate. They even went out of the nuclear agreement as soon as the US withdrew. So they don't care about Europe. They don't consider Europe as a partner. Why would the Europeans think they can get to a deal with that regime?
And one other thing that I think Donald Trump has been quite interesting, because he's called on his European allies to help with this Iran war, to use their bases to refuel. A lot of those have been rejected. And also, he's highlighted how some of the Europeans' military assets are actually not up to scratch, Dr. Ellie and Catalina. Remember the UK? They said they were going to send an aircraft carrier. I'm not even sure if it's here yet. Maybe it is. But it had to have loads of repairs. It seems that actually all the military hardware, NATO needs to spend more, and Donald Trump's definitely highlighted the weaknesses.
It is, I guess, an ideological stand where Europe have fell into the comfort of saying we are people who don't want to conduct wars. We are people who don't want to solve our problems through military operations, which is very nice in principle. But is the world there, or do we still have in the world people like Putin, like the Iranian regime, like China, like, I don't know, other factors who are willing to use military? And what do you do in that case? Do you go back to your big brother, the US, and say, come, please defend me? Or do you at least keep the minimum of military equipment and military requirements? We've seen as soon as there were talks about, preparing a European army, we've seen all the European youth not even willing to volunteer or to be recruited into the army, because by principle they are against war. So it is also part of Donald Trump's ideological war, if I may say, against wokeism, and he wants to have his right-wing friends in Europe go back to power and change the mentality and the way Europe functions.
And it's really interesting because you mentioned Spain earlier, and they're a socialist government, so they very much wouldn't. Exactly. What Dr. Ellie said is completely correct when you think about Spain. But it's also really interesting, not word for word verbatim, but Donald Trump did give that interview to The Telegraph earlier, and he did say NATO is a paper tiger, and this is something that Vladimir Putin knows well. So we actually mentioned Putin in that Telegraph interview when it came to NATO, which I thought was really interesting reading between the lines. But Dr. Ellie and Catalina, thanks for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And India has begun its long-delayed national census, a year-long exercise to count more than 1.4 billion people for the first time since it overtook China as the world's most populous nation. The survey will shape everything from roads and schools to how power and resources are actually shared. Catalina, this is absolutely fascinating. So many people. I mean, this must be a huge operation. But what is the significance of this census that's going to be carried out in India?
So first of all, as you referenced there, Leigh Ann, it's the world's largest census with more than 3 million officials that will take part in this year-long. It's going to take 1 year to count India's population of 1.4 billion people. So the survey was originally supposed to take place in 2021. It was postponed due to COVID-19 pandemic. So it's the first population count that India is having in actually 15 years. So it's expected to reshape the welfare programs they have, political representation, and social policy. And why it matters, the census will act as a national mirror for India, up-to-date mirror, because it hasn't been done in 15 years. So it's going to reflect shifts in occupation, living conditions, family structures, fertility, jobs, all of those type of things across the population. It's going to help the judiciary system and policymakers, researchers to track all their trends in migration, urbanization, employment, and, as we said, fertility in the country. So it's going to serve as what India is saying, a foundation for evidence-based policy.
That's absolutely fascinating. It's going to be a lot of paperwork, isn't it? I feel a bit sorry for the administration. But Dr. Ellie, what challenges has overpopulation actually caused for India? Because they obviously overtook China, and that's a huge volume of people to all be living in one country.
I mean, again, it is beyond my understanding and comprehension. How can you actually control and govern 1.4 billion people? It's both admiration to the governing system in India, especially that it runs as a democracy, not as a dictatorship, but also a question mark about how specific can your policies be? How can you make public policies, as Catalina was saying, based on data, but not have, counter effects? Because we know every policy have some people who benefit from it and some other people who don't benefit from it. With that size, with that number of population, how will this population react to such policies? I mean, it defies all concepts of political science and of governance. It's a huge challenge. Simply, if you want to think about, unemployment, if you want to think about social services, if you want to think about the fertility, all of these issues and how the people, the huge number of people with traditional mentalities, some beliefs, some social class systems and so on, with also a huge diversity in ethnicities and cultures and religions and so on. How will all of this adapt and work with the government decisions? This is the main challenge. And we've seen, like in China, for example, if we rethink about the fertility policy, their one-child policy and then their two-child policy, and now they are begging people to go back to having children because we've had generations and generations of controlled fertility in that sense. In China and India also, we are seeing a very serious drop in fertility because, again, that balance has been reached and the people are now seeing a negative aspect of having more children and so on. This is for fertility, but it goes also on every different aspect of politics or of governing in that sense. So it's a huge challenge, and that's why having President Modi there for different periods of time, he has gotten to a stage where he knows how to handle this huge governing task, and this allowed him to win several elections consecutively. So yeah, it's a massive task that we have to wait and be surprised even once more by the results that will come out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Catalina, Dr. Ellie did mention fertility rates in India. They fell rapidly. What's the reasoning behind this? And could the census bring out more that maybe women are choosing careers, or like Dr. Ellie saying, it's cheaper to have fewer children? We just don't quite know, do we?
In today's economy, right?
Yeah. With the Strait of Hormuz closed. Yeah.
Exactly. It's all going to depend on the Strait of Hormuz right now. But this is a big issue now in India, something new that they're dealing with. They hadn't dealt with this before. So India's fertility rate has actually fallen to 1.9 births per woman, which is below the replacement rate of 2.1. So what does this mean? Indians are having fewer children than required to maintain their population size across generations. So why is this? This could be an influence because they're saying India is seeing more of a delayed marriage situation where women are doing a career first mindset, men as well, perhaps, and a rising what they say DINK. So this is double income, no kids culture. So I don't know if this is just India. Maybe this is also spreading across the world. Maybe we're also seeing this in the United States as well. But this is maybe a less of a formal strike and more of a reflection of women demanding domestic equality in the country and professional autonomy. But we'll definitely see these results in 1 year
In 1 year.
Following the census.
Yeah, and we'll have to talk about it for sure.
Exactly.
Thank you. So it's absolutely fascinating, I think, how things change when it comes to fertility. Thank you so much, Catalina and Dr. Ellie. Now, stay right there as we move on to another story. And for the first time in more than 50 years, astronauts are set to travel around the moon on NASA's Artemis 2 mission. The 4 astronauts are lifting off from the Kennedy Space Center all the way in Florida and will travel further from Earth than anyone ever before. Take a quick listen to the press conference.
I would say that our team has been working amazingly hard through these weeks and months trying to get this vehicle ready to where it is. We've had some challenges. The team has done an outstanding job managing each and every one of those throughout all of this, through many different scenarios, through weather, through lots of different things that we've had to work through to try to get through all of this and get to where we are today. People are excited and ready to go on this this first chapter on our way back to the moon since the 1970s. So we're very excited.
Catalina, we actually have some live visuals from the space mission. Let's have a look. That looks like they're inside the spacecraft. It's absolutely fascinating what's happening, and it's a lot of firsts happening. It is. I love that they're all working away. They must be pretty nervous. But tell us more about this mission.
I'm not sure I can explain exactly what's going on. I'm not an astronaut. I can't. The technicality of it, I won't get to it.
They're checking wires. Let's put it that way.
Very broadly, in very broad terms, they're checking wires. But according to the
apparently, apparently a breaking line. Houston has all 4 crew loud and clear. So they're now strapped into the capsule. The crew is going through a series of checks on voice communications, umbilical connections, and their suits. The astronauts did several rounds of verbal communication confirmation with mission control, and there we are. So there we are. Houston.
Houston, we don't have a problem.
No, currently no problem.
We're on schedule. I don't know if they're on schedule or not. The last thing we checked was that they would be taking off in the next 2 hours, so I think they're doing well. As the officials confirm, it seems that this 10-day mission is on favorable conditions. They said it features an 80% chance of favorable weather conditions, rocket systems, and crew readiness, all key factors for a successful takeoff. So far, everything, they said, is tracking with acceptable limits. So if these conditions do remain stable, the launch is expected to proceed as scheduled. So this would mark a milestone, major milestone for the mission, Leigh Ann.
And also, I'm just having a look, all the stars are aligning apparently for this takeoff.
Literally.
And we've seen the astronauts heading and saying goodbye to their families. And we actually have the first female astronaut who will be going around the moon and the first astronaut of colour. So there's a few firsts when it comes to this mission. But Dr. Ellie, moons ago, the first mission had people quite amused, and with a mix-up of conspiracy theories, we have social media now. What are people curious about when it comes to life in space? But I also just want to make the point that back in 1968, we landed on the moon. It's now 2026, and this is just going around the moon.
Exactly. I mean, I wanted to confirm with you and Catalina that they are not actually landing on the moon. And the question goes, did we ever actually land on the moon? That's the question. Now, why are people interested in space? This has been, from the first humanity, from the first civilization, that big black, emptiness that we don't know anything about. It's a human curiosity. It's a human intellect. It's the challenge of wanting to know what's there. Definitely for each people or each groups or each civilizations that had their own interests, be it navigation through stars, then people of faith trying to see what comes, beyond. Where is the sky? What is the sky? What's limits? People who are searching for aliens. And now recently we've had more and more the discussions over, can we have an alternative planet? Since we're doing a good job at destroying this one, can we actually possibly live in space, and where would that be? All of these questions have been constant in human civilization. And I guess one of the tasks of this mission is also to start preparing for a potential station where people can live in space. in that sense. But imagine all of this discussion and all of these questions about the 1968 mission or 69. Imagine these with social media, with everybody having the phone, everybody having a meme, everybody having a theory, everybody having an opinion about that. It will be yet another source of continuous social media discussions. Unfortunately, not always by the right people or in the right way.
But it's really fascinating, Catalina, because I just actually wanted to look at the name of the astronauts, because we see them right there working ahead of their mission. It's Victor Glover, Jeremy Hansen, Reed Wiseman and Christina Koch, who'll be the first women. So that's pretty incredible. But something else I quite liked, and I saw, Catalina, apparently there will be a toilet, which is the first time, which is pretty interesting. But also, I love that, but NASA has released a menu. So I don't know what you think of the menu. So the most common food items are going to be tortillas, vegetable quiche, breakfast sausage, couscous with nuts, mango salad, and you can have coffee, green tea, chocolate breakfast drink, vanilla breakfast drink, lemonade, and you can also have maple syrup, chocolate spread, peanut butter. It doesn't sound too bad up there. No. And a toilet.
It's the same menu every day?
It's the same, yeah. well, maybe they can cook different things.
They'll rotate the menu. But it does seem that they've advanced a lot since 1968. Even technology-wise and food-wise, and a toilet now, so more comfortable moon mission for the astronauts.
Yeah, no, definitely. But Dr. Ellie, we might joke about this, but it's absolutely fascinating that we've now got to this stage where I was speaking to an astronaut pair Wimmer a little bit earlier, and he said to me, in our lifetime, people will be living on the moon because they found water on the south side of the moon, if I remember correct. So technology, even though we're not landing on the moon, has advanced so much because we send those rovers to the moon. We sort of know what the moon's made up of now.
I mean, yes, it is a very interesting and opportunity, or let me say, an interesting idea for so many people. And again, unfortunately, we need to be fast in finding alternatives on how either to preserve Earth or find an alternative. Time is running, time is ticking on these issues, and we definitely have this option there. Could be temporary, could be long-term. Again, all of this is into discussion. But the idea is that the moon relies on the Earth's gravity, so I'm not sure how viable would the moon be if the Earth is destroyed and if the Earth is, out of balance in that sense. I don't know enough about that, but definitely a fascinating idea. It could be even a tourist attraction, as we've seen some people speak, including Elon Musk.
No. I don't think I want to go to the moon, especially not with that menu.
I'll have to take a long leave.
Yeah, we'll have to take a long leave. But yes, as lots of people have been saying about this Artemis 2, which is due for takeoff, we can see the 4 astronauts there. The ambition is to settle humans on the moon. NASA wants to build a moon base for almost a semi-permanent settlement. So it's going to be fascinating. Of course, we wish them all the luck, and hopefully the mission goes ahead and we get takeoff. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, it's that time of the show where Catalina and Dr. Ellie have chosen 2 of their quirkiest stories of the day. And I must tell you something. I've seen this.
You've seen it?
I've actually seen it. And I think it's absolutely amazing. It's brilliant. Tell us more about a turn of events that saw Miss it's so bad.
But just to say, she handled it marvelously.
Yes, she did. Tell us.
A reporter said she handled this better than most of us would handle a bad hair day.
Oh God, yeah.
So, no more suspense. So this was the Miss Grand Thailand contestant Kamal Wanchanago. So she went viral. She first went viral when this pretty unexpected moment on stage happened. It was Teethgate, or her veneers suffered a malfunction while I think she was singing, and then they suddenly fell off. That was really unexpected for me because I haven't seen these type of teeth in so long. Yeah. So here we have the situation. You see she's talking or dancing, performing, and there you go. Her veneers fall off, and she continues as if nothing. She continues her défilé and she walks by, all good. So this was the preliminary round, so the video spread online pretty quickly. And so as we were saying, it could have been a major embarrassment. I think it still was. But she stood her ground and she handled it well, Leigh Ann. And I think then, this was this week, there was the final round of Miss Grand Thailand. And she made a cheeky reference to this viral moment. So before or during her introduction, she referenced this moment and she played around with the fake set of teeth and put them back on. So she poked fun at herself.
I must say something. I don't know, Dr. Ellie, what you think, but I think sometimes when you're embarrassed, you've just got to own it, right?
Own it. She did. I think she owned it. She got really good reviews. She got really good, people online, the crowd loved it, people online loved it, and the people working with her also loved it. Good reviews all around. Yeah.
She didn't win the title, though, did she?
I don't think so.
Has she won the title? No, I don't know who's won the title. But she's...
Good question, Dr. Ellie.
Limitations on how many fake things you can have to run for.
I'm sure nothing about her is fake. She
wants some type of title.
Yeah.
Some type of title.
But I must admit something. When I saw that...
That's a first.
It's a first. And I did send it to a lot of my friends. I thought it was absolutely brilliant. Plus, I also thought you had, glue for dentures. Yeah. You can glue them in place.
When I was looking at the comments, just a lot of people just did not understand why at this time and age they're wearing that type of teeth.
Yeah, that's true.
Because there's so many solutions, so much technology. That's what I didn't understand. That was my first question.
Maybe someone will pay for her new teeth now that she's gone viral. But Dr. Ellie, apparently children under the age of 3 are masters of deception. Tell us more.
These cheeky little things that go around and change our lives. Definitely, we've seen so many studies trying to understand the psyche and the growth of little kids and how they develop their brain structure and their behavior and so on. But this new interesting study by Bristol University has specifically focused on deception, and have specifically tried to understand when do children become able to use deception in order to, fake something in order to get something out of it. And the results are amazing. I mean, as little as 1-year-olds, they do recognize the link between if I behave like this, I will get this reaction. If I behave like that, I will get that reaction. A good percentage of them start having this at around the age of 1, around the age of 2, even a larger percentage. And by the age of 3, they are masters of deception. And they actually able to manipulate us into having what they want in the way they want it and the time they want. And this is what makes parenting such a huge and dramatic experience for parents, so on. But again, I was thinking when I was reading this very interesting study, or reading about it at least, was that it's practically learning how to live. This is what we all do. This is what we all use, learning how to interpret reactions and then how to manipulate the people around us to get what we want. I don't know if we should blame children for that, but at least we're getting better at it.
But I don't know about you, Catalina. I always found it much easier to manipulate my father than my mother. And I can remember doing that from a child, because I used to like to get my own way. And I remember being a master manipulator and really thinking about it from quite young. And I never really manipulated my mum, because I couldn't. But if I wanted something, I used to wait for my dad to come home. And then that was much easier.
It was exactly my question, because are the masters of manipulators, was it mostly female or male?
Among the children.
Yeah, was it the girls or the boys who were better manipulators among the kids?
I think equally deceptive.
Oh.
I think equally deceptive. No. Females adapt better when they grow up to be.
This is true.
They keep
but I guess we all do it.
Yeah, I think us females.
And I guess about the parents, it relies on what do we want. Some things we can get them easily out of the mother, and some other things we can get easily out of the father.
I feel the dads are so gaga over the girl children that they could get their way.
And sometimes I felt like my dad had a lot on his plate, so when he came back to work, it's just quick manipulation, isn't it? And they can't deal with it. Dr. Ellie shaking his head.
Yes to all.
Yeah, yes to all. Girls, young girls out there, your father's easier to manipulate than your mother. Anyway.
I guess one of the most important manipulation is how to play between the parents, you know, and how to divide and conquer.
Yes,
that's level 5.
That's CIA manipulation at the age of 3. But yeah, thank you so much to our guest today, Arabiya English presenter Catalina Marchand de Aubray. She's in the studio with me this evening. And of course, Dr. Ellie Al-Hendi, Chair of Security and Strategic Studies at the UAE. And of course, he joins us all the way from Sydney. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
Take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English, broadcasting from our headquarters in Riyadh. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, President Donald Trump says that Iran's new leader has asked the United States for a ceasefire. We'll be asking, who is this new leader that the president is referring to? And President Trump threatens to leave NATO, calling it a paper tiger. This as he steps up criticism of allies over the war in Iran. And the war in Iran continues to impact the global economy, driving up prices and slowing growth worldwide. We'll have more analysis of all of that coming up. Hello and welcome to the programme. When will the war end? That is the question many people are now asking. Well, according to the US President Donald Trump, the US plans to leave very soon, deal or no deal, adding that the war could be over within 2 to 3 weeks. Well, Tehran, for its part, says it is prepared for at least 6 months of fighting. Well, speaking from the Oval Office, President Trump also said that countries and allies of the United States, if they want oil, they can go to the Strait of Hormuz and, quote, just take it themselves. Let's take a listen to what he said.
We'll be leaving very soon, and if France or some other country wants to get oil or gas, they'll go up through the strait and Hormuz Strait. They'll go right up there and they'll be able to fend for themselves. I think it'll be very safe, actually, but we have nothing to do with that. What happens in the strait, we're not going to have anything to do with, because these countries, China will go up and they'll fuel up their beautiful ships and they'll leave and they'll take care of themselves. There's no reason for us to do it. We hit them hard. We got rid of a lot of the radicalized lunatics along the strait.
Well, not for the first time, President Trump has been hitting out at US allies, saying that they need to learn to fight. This as he points to their lack of support in the Iran war. Well, he even suggested that the United States could pull out of NATO, calling the alliance a paper tiger. Well, President Trump's comments highlight his growing frustration with European partners, and that's raising questions about the future of some long-standing security ties. Well, the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has responded to President Trump's comments about the US potentially leaving NATO, saying that he would, quote, act in the country's interests, regardless of any pressure or noise. Here's what he said.
To that. Firstly, NATO is the single most effective military alliance the world has ever seen, and it has kept us safe for many decades, and we are fully committed to NATO. Secondly, that whatever the pressure on me and others, whatever the noise, I'm going to act in the British national interest in all the decisions that I make. And that's why I've been absolutely clear that this is not our war, and we're not going to get dragged into it.
Well, taking to his social media platform Truth Social, President Trump today claimed a full and successful regime change in Iran, referring to the country's new leader as Iran's new regime president. Well, President Trump also claimed that this new figure, who he implied was now in charge, is far more intelligent than the previous regime, and has already asked the United States for a ceasefire, which President Trump said he would only grant once the Strait of Hormuz is, quote, open, free and clear. Well, President Trump ended his posting on a tougher note, though, saying that the military is, quote, blasting Iran into oblivion, back to the Stone Ages, he said. Well, we can speak now to General Russell L. Honoré, who is a retired three-star general. He joins us from Louisiana. General Honoré, always a pleasure talking to you. I just wanted to start by asking you whether you'd seen the latest comments that President Trump has put out on Truth Social, in which he says Iran's new leader has just asked the United States for a ceasefire, and he says that he is considering that ceasefire, but won't grant it until such time as the Strait of Hormuz is open. What do you make of all of that?
Well, I think that's good news. I woke up this morning smelling a ceasefire after watching activities in the last few days. The clarion cry from around the world, the impact that this war is having on the global economy. Two major choke points in the Suez and in the Strait of Hormuz will choke the world economy. And the impact on the Gulf states, let alone the destruction of much infrastructure inside of Iran, way beyond the military targets. I think that leaves ones to pause. As the Pope and others have called for, it's time for a ceasefire and declare victory and go home, and let the diplomats sort out a way forward. That's what I smelled this morning, is a ceasefire in the air.
Okay, well, it's good to hear. I wanted to ask you as well what you read into those key words, new leadership, in that message put out by President Trump. I mean, it sounds as though the United States has found people or someone in Iran that they can do business with. I mean, do we have any ideas as to who that might be?
I have no idea, but it coincides with the messaging out of the White House of wanting to deal with people directly in Iran. And we've been blessed to have the Pakistanis and the Egyptians and others to try and mediate that. But it's time for them to talk seriously. I have advised that we do not conduct this war moving forward over Twitter or social media, but let the diplomats take it from here, but declare a ceasefire so the discussions can talk. You can't talk diplomacy while you're still shooting. And the conditions the president has added today, yesterday he was good with leaving the Strait of Hormuz open, but he keep moving the goalposts. So I hope they'll settle down on what are the terms and agreement for a ceasefire, go there, then work things like getting the Strait of Hormuz open. But one step at a time, and hopefully cooler heads will prevail today, and we get this moving, as well as to make sure that the Israelis have time to prepare their withdrawal out of Lebanon and cease operations in the West Bank where they're taking Palestinian land. So this is a big picture we're looking at, but I think the president is going in the right direction if he can move to a ceasefire and have confidence. But you can't have confidence in Iran unless you open the government back up. You can't open it up if you're shooting 300 to 500 targets a day, they can't talk and we can't communicate with them.
Okay, one of the other major headlines today, again, coming from President Trump, he's given an interview in which he says he's considering pulling out of the NATO alliance. Why would he want to pull the United States out of NATO?
Well, the president has talked about that on and off before he came to office. After his first term, he did some very big moves to get NATO to pay more of their GDP into their defense. Then the Ukraine war happened, and it's been a constant conflict with NATO and the value of us being in NATO. But let me tell you, we get more out of NATO than we put into it right now. And we can't go anywhere in Europe or in the Middle East without cooperation from our NATO allies. And we still have a commitment to NATO, to Article 5, for defensive operations. America needs NATO as much as NATO needs America.
Just to be clear, I mean, obviously this disdain, if you can call it that, for NATO on the part of Mr. Trump long predates this current situation we're in now, this Iran war, and that's what you've been saying there. But do you see this Iran war as being a NATO conflict? Because NATO, I think by most people's understanding, is principally concerned with the security of territories in the Euro-Atlantic area, not in the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, does Mr. Trump, does his administration have a different understanding of what NATO's purpose is, do you think?
You know, it's a defensive alliance, depending on, after 9/11, as you recall, NATO came and joined in the defense of America after the attack on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. And the response included NATO because Article 5 said attack on one nation is attack on all NATO nations. And that has been tested, it's been argued about, but it has sustained decades of peace around the world. A NATO alliance is what stood down the Soviet Union and their aggressive actions to dominate Europe. And it's still a good deal for Americans to be a part of NATO. That's why the Congress and the Senate passed a law that the president can't unilaterally withdraw from NATO. So this will get back into the Congress once they get some backbone, and we'll stay in NATO is what my suspicion is.
I mean, President Trump calls NATO a paper tiger. Is it?
I don't think so. I don't think so. It includes a part of the world that our economy depends on, too. Remember, our biggest trading partners collectively are in the EU and the NATO alliance. So at the end of the day, to these business-minded politicians, business people who want to be politicians, it comes down to the economy. And we depend on those countries, and we have benefited from the fact that NATO nations have not been at war. And we see the disruption to peace in Europe when Russia attacked Ukraine in a very aggressive manner to take Ukraine land and to dominate Ukraine, that NATO has been the backstop to help Ukraine defend itself. So I believe in the NATO alliance. I served in it for many years. It may not move as fast as you want, but it gets the job done in keeping world peace.
Okay. I mean, just seen from the point of view of America's allies, I mean, they weren't consulted about this war in Iran from the beginning. And they say, therefore, how could they get involved in something they didn't really know the scope of or the objectives of? And I'm just wondering whether you sense the same feeling that President Trump seems to have, which is that America's allies have let your country down. Do you see it that way?
I don't see it that way. I beg to differ with the president. I mean, I don't see it from the same place he sees it. But I beg to differ that if you want your allies with you in war, you got to deal with them in peace. A lot of the NATO allies still take big issue with the tariffs that were imposed on him. Big issues with the fact that while we are providing weapons to Ukraine, the rearrangement by the White House is that the NATO nations have to pay for it. The U.S. provide the weapons, but they've got to pay for it. And it comes out of their budget to support Ukraine, because Ukraine is the back door to NATO. That's a pretty hard decisions for the NATO allies to accept when we're supposed to be partners in defending all of NATO.
General Honoré, we began this conversation talking about the possibility of a ceasefire between the United States and Iran. And yet there's this continued speculation about the potential imminent likelihood of a ground invasion by the United States. Do you think that is looking increasingly likely?
Well, you never know. We've gone to 2 iterations with the Iranians. When you go back to the 12-day war, we were in deep diplomatic discussions. Then at the beginning of this war a month ago, we were in deep diplomatic discussions on the eve of finding a solution. And in both cases, we attacked. I hope this is not a repeat of and a third use of potential diplomacy or potential ceasefire, and we insert ground troops into Iran. That would be a very high-risk mission. I'm not sure if the squeeze is worth the juice you get out of going to Carg Island. You take it, it's going to be destroyed. And that is the lifeblood of Iran, that the lifeblood of a lot of nations where they get their petrochemical from. And it would, I just think that would be a bad decision at this time to put boots on the ground in Iran, particularly in Carg Island, or to try and clear the ground surrounding the actual Strait of Hormuz. That would create a lot of casualties on both sides. And at this point in time, I think the president's seeing a diplomatic way out of this, and we ought to go that way. But I hope he stay off social media and let his diplomats do the talking and give this thing a few hours to settle in and move toward a ceasefire.
I mean, does the United States have adequate resources in the region to make a meaningful difference? So we understand there's a third aircraft carrier that's in the waters off Iran now, not so very far away. I mean, does the U.S. have, in terms of material, what it would take to make a meaningful difference were they to decide to pursue, to carry on with the military operation?
I think they have the ability to do some critical terrain, is what we call it in the military, a point objective around the strait. There's a capability to get into Carg Island. I do concern how we sustain that operation, because as you know, Carg Island is about 600 kilometers from the Strait of Hormuz, and any troops you put in there, you would have to do air resupply to thousands of troops. So logistics rule the day, and hopefully cooler minds will prevail. But it gave the president an option, a negotiating option, that we would put boots on the ground if we needed to. And I think it's moving in the right direction to get to a ceasefire. And hopefully we can start moving those troops back home right after Easter if we can get to a ceasefire, because they serve no purpose there. They're light infantry and special op troops. If we're not going to go into Iran, then they need to be moved back home, because right now they're inside missile range of the Iranians' missiles, drones, and pretty soon inside artillery range of the Iranian forces. I fear that unintended consequences of some Iranian commander attacking a U.S. ship with troops on it would and have major loss, unintended consequence, and we end up with escalating the war and the possible use of tactical nuclear weapons to end it. So it's need to stop now before it's escalated. And hopefully both sides are talking toward a de-escalation and a ceasefire, because this could easily get out of hand if the U.S. take a major loss or Israel take a major loss, and their response would be, well, we can't go fight 92 million people. We'll have to do something radical because I'm not quite sure we have the bombs to continue to bomb a country of 92 million people.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there, but we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure having you on the program. General Russell L. Honoré, retired 3-star general. Thank you, sir, for your time.
Y'all be careful in Riyadh. Love that place.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, General Honoré.
Bye.
Well, we can speak now to Lieutenant Colonel Rachel Van Landingham, who is a national security law expert and former active judge advocate in the U.S. Air Force. She joins us from Los Angeles. Professor Van Landingham, thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us. I expect you've seen the latest communications from President Trump. We're getting a clearer idea, perhaps, of what the time frame is that we're looking at here. Even before today, when he said he was offered a ceasefire by Iran, he was talking about this war ending, perhaps, he said, in 2 weeks, perhaps 3. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio talking about we can see the finish line. Where are we, do you think? Does it look like we're approaching the end of this?
Thank you for having me. It does appear that the United States, at least the president, has reached a certain pain threshold regarding the price of gasoline at American tanks and the pressure that he's getting from a large segment of the United States population that this is a very unpopular war and Americans want it to end. So we've seen a shift, a definite shift in his rhetoric, even though he seems to be shifting every day, but a shift in his rhetoric from promising complete obliteration of power stations across Iran to now claiming that he's achieved the regime change that he wanted and that he has destroyed the nuclear capabilities of Iran. Of course, neither of those is supported by actual facts, but it does seem that the president is clearly indicating that he wants an off-ramp that he will take soon.
Okay, I mean, just drawing on your Air Force expertise, I mean, we did hear very early on in this conflict that the United States had aerial supremacy over Iran, and I think quite a lot of people would agree with that. Would you say that everything had been done to prepare the ground in the event that the United States does decide to go ahead with a ground operation?
Absolutely not. Simply having air supremacy does not guarantee a successful ground operation. There are two different things. The United States had quickly achieved air supremacy over Iraq, where I did serve for a period of time, quickly achieved air supremacy over Iraq, and then we spent almost 20 years bogged down in a conflagration there. So great, there's air superiority, but that doesn't guarantee any kind of successful long-term operation.
Professor, just to be clear, you've been quoted as saying that this war violates international law. You say it violates the U.S. Constitution. Do correct me if I'm misquoting you there. I'd like to know, though, if you think if a ground invasion were to go ahead, would President Trump have to get congressional approval for that to happen?
He would have to get at least implicit congressional approval, which unfortunately he has gotten because Congress is continuing to fund this war and Congress has the legislative power to stop this war if they wanted to. So what we have is congressional ratification of the ongoing armed conflict. The original intent behind the Constitution was that there would be an affirmative grant of authority by Congress to the president before he engages in a war of choice, which is what this is. However, we've seen Congress just choosing not to use its power and continuing to fund this war. And given the constitution of this the composition, of this current Congress, which is predominantly Republican, it predominantly supports President Trump, I do think they will continue to support him. And hopefully that does not mean the United States, drip by drip entering into what would be a Vietnam type conflict.
So bottom line, is this an illegal war in your opinion?
I think there's a strong argument that it is. I do believe that there's also a reasonable argument that there was already an ongoing international armed conflict between Israel and Iran that the United States then joined. So there would be no criterion of imminency of any kind of threat, because it would be joining an ongoing armed conflict. I also believe that there's a strong argument that that armed conflict was limited to last summer, and that the United States and Israel did launch an unlawful attack, and that was not in self-defense under the UN Charter. So I do believe that at this point, excuse my lighting here, that I do believe that there's some major, some concerns regarding the legality of this ongoing armed conflict, but I don't think it's as black and white as it initially appeared in the beginning. I do think that the United States Congress should have approved this war of choice, and the United States Congress has since ratified it because of its continued funding and its failure to pass legislation to stop it. International law, though, I do think is a bit more complicated. I do understand the arguments on both sides. If I had to choose right now, I do think that this was an unlawful armed conflict that was waged in violation of the United Nations Charter.
I mean, experts we've spoken to have said that had Congress been informed, had allies been consulted, the element of surprise would no longer have been there. There'd have been leaks. I mean, is that the sort of line of argument we could expect to hear in the future when perhaps this administration is challenged on the legalities of this war?
Well, sure, it's a ridiculous argument. There was no surprise here. I mean, there was a huge armada being amassed of United States military power outside of Iran. So it was very clear that the United States was preparing to engage in a massive military operation. And so the idea that the president didn't engage with Congress as he was constitutionally required to because of some element of surprise is ludicrous. But we do see this administration entertaining really stretched, ludicrous, non-fact-based arguments all the time. So sure, they could use this argument again.
What would you say is the morale, among the sense of morale, the level of morale amongst your former colleagues in the US Armed Forces? I mean, given that, you know, even the US public, it doesn't feel like they were perhaps much communicated with by the president, by this administration about the rationale of this war. How would you say that's translated into morale in the armed forces?
I mean, thus far, we do have a very highly trained professional United States military. And I think folks have their heads down and they're hunkered down and they're obeying the lawful orders of the commanders over them. And they're being told that this is a lawful war and that they're going to engage in it in the most professional, effective manner. And I think it hasn't come to the point where they feel like they're being unsupported by the American people. The American people have a bit of schizophrenia when it comes to the United States military, where they can support the military itself and military members while at the same time condemning the actual armed conflict. So I think the actual morale of the United States military right now is fine. I think if this escalated into a major ground operation that appeared to be something like the long war in Iraq or the long war in Afghanistan, you could see that shift. But because there's been intense operations that have gone tactically well, even though the service members have been lost. And I would like to see this administration acknowledge that there have been lives lost, and not just U.S. service members, but Iranian civilians as well as Iranian service members. Iranian service members are not the Iranian regime. They are men in uniform, similar to the men and women in the United States uniform, that are just simply following their orders and doing what they're told. So the acknowledgement of the pain and suffering and death that is occurring on both sides, I think would do a lot for the United States military, its own morale, its good order and discipline, and an underscoring of its fidelity to the law of war. And that's something I think that's been slipping here because of the rhetoric from the very top, from Secretary of Defense Hegseth and President Trump. In their bombastic rhetoric, their threats to engage in war crimes, those threats have been filtered through the professional military, and the professional military has been trained on obeying the law of war. So I don't see that these threats to engage in war crimes have actually resulted in war crimes, but just the threatening of war crimes when these service members have been told throughout their career, hey, look, we obey the law of war. We're going to bring your moral compass. You'll have your moral compass set on true north because we're obeying the law of war. Now we have Secretary Hegseth saying, well, your moral compass is on true north because we're doing God's work in some kind of crusade. That's incredibly confusing to military members. And I really hope that stops. And I worry about the long-term effect of that type of rhetoric on military members, even more so than the actual operations.
Professor, there's so much to talk about and so many headlines, and the situation seems to be evolving with every sort of passing hour. One of the other headlines of today is President Trump, not for the first time, berating NATO, calling it a paper tiger and saying the US might pull out of that alliance. I mean, were the US to pull out of NATO, that would be the end of it, wouldn't it?
Well, perhaps there would be another country that could step up to try to lead NATO, and I think Europe and Canada and other countries would try to do so. But it's really shocking to hear the president say that, even though it is it is consistent with his long trajectory of bashing NATO. But it's an admission by the United States that we no longer want to be a leader. We just want to be a bully on the world stage instead of being a leader that conforms with the values and principles that the United States has long stood for, which is collective security, which is war as a last resort, which is the building up of trading partners after World War II. The United States didn't engage in NATO and the Marshall Plan simply out of its own beneficence. It engaged in these activities because they thought it was good for long-term U.S. national. President demonstrate that the United States national security is actually going backwards instead of forwards right now. He's making the world a far less safe place for the United States and its allies and for everyone around the world than prior to these type of bombastic threats.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Professor Rachel Van Landingham, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you. Apologies for the lights going off.
We appreciate it. Well, let's bring Samira Khan into the conversation. Samira is a defense analyst and international relations analyst who joins us now from Islamabad. Thank you so much indeed for joining us. We've heard from Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, who says, in fact, there are still no negotiations with the United States. We understand that some messages have been exchanged. We understand that Pakistan has been acting as a mediator and communicating with both sides. Why do you think that we're getting this incredible discrepancy in narratives about the extent to which dialogue is taking place?
Thank you very much, Tom, for inviting me. And whenever, we discuss the mediations, the interlocutorship and discussions between the two countries that are right now, at the helm of affairs of war. And the thing is totally a battlefield, active battlefield right now. So in the past, we have examples that both the parties who are in the mediation, they refuse to admit that publicly that we are in the mediations. And the very current example, very fresh and latest examples of it was Pakistan and India when there was a standoff, a military standoff in May 2025. And we all know that US was the main mediator in holding and in creating the ceasefire between the two. Although Pakistan kept on admitting that, yes, there was a mediation by US, but on the other side, India always refused that there was no ceasefire effort from the Washington. It's just an example. But coming back to Iran and America and to the third party, Israel. Yes, Pakistan is playing its role. Pakistan is playing a role of mediator, central mediator, interlocutor. And the world knows that. We saw different examples and we saw different statements coming from high-level leadership of all the brotherly Islamic countries that we call them. They are taking part equally. They are taking part in the whole process with Pakistan. But I got a chance to speak to my Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar. He's a man who speaks the truth. He would never try to wrap it up. Specifically when he's talking to us who covered the foreign affairs at the in Pakistan. So he was very clear in that yes, Pakistan is just trying to create a room or a window for ceasefire right now. So it's very clear ceasefire or the talks about ceasefire, they are happening. Negotiation is happening, even if the two parties say that there is no negotiation.
Okay. I just wondered, obviously it would be a huge coup for Pakistan were Pakistan to successfully broker peace between the United States and Iran. But, that can't be the only incentive, is it? What do you think Pakistan's incentive is to help de-escalate this conflict?
First of all, this would be a huge recognition of Pakistan's, peace efforts. I would be very blatantly saying that because in the past, the tag and the rap around Pakistan's all over identity as a country was the hostility towards Pakistan to, advertise it as a hostile nation, as a terrorist nation. But in the due course of last 4 to 5 years, Pakistan has been successfully, eliminating that haze and that smoke screen from its own identity. Right now, the main incentive for Pakistan is it would, emerge as a country, peace-loving or interlocutor between the two top countries right now who are at war right now. So this is one incentive. But the second incentive is that Pakistan is a nuclear nation. And being a nuclear nation, this sort of measures coming from the country who is itself at the danger of terrorism. We are tackling homogeneous terrorist organizations right now. Tehreek-e-Taliban, Pakistan. We are at a very odd situation with Afghanistan right now. We are doing strikes to attack the TTP hideouts there. So these two are simultaneous bridges right now who are being carried by Pakistan, who are being dealt by Pakistan. But creating this ceasefire is in the larger interest of Asia, Europe, and other countries who are dependent on huge oil transportations to Strait of Hormuz and Bab el-Mandeb. If you know that if the double choking point creates, it would be a terrible situation, not for the Asians, but the Europeans as well. Yes, we have alternative solutions, but they're far, far from the reality. If we adopt them, the cost of that transportation from sea means it would be much, much higher. And we are already facing, the effect of this war in our country. In my country, we have seen a lot of price hikes in petrol products. So it's going on.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, because, I mean, inflation has, in fact, been edging upwards there in Pakistan. And I was wondering, just on a sort of the street level, how is this conflict impacting people there in Pakistan?
We are a very, a nation which is very happy at the moment, but we are a very emotional nation as a Pakistani, if I talk about myself or my country. Right now, we are dealing with a lot of things, climate change and sectarian violence and that, jubilation when we strike inside Afghanistan to hit terrorists and the strikes are successful. And at the other end, it's Iran, Israel and America war. And at the same time, different sports World Cups are happening. Different sports activities are happening. So you can imagine that this is a nation which is dealing with every problem at a different level of emotions. So the situation back in Pakistan, it changes from time to time. Right now, a lot of Pakistanis from Pakistan, they were paying Umrah, they were on a religious travel to Saudi Arabia. Now they are preparing for Hajj, the highest pilgrimage. So situation keeps changing, Tom, I must say. But people in Pakistan, their hearts are with Iran. I'll be very, simplifying it for you. But Saudi Arabia is also there ready, due to the two biggest holy mosques for them. So Pakistanis want solution for this war, and Pakistanis definitely want Pakistan to emerge as a victorious country in holding the ceasefire, in creating peace between the two countries. And obviously, it would not just be in favor of Pakistan and Pakistanis and their satisfaction for their emotions, but yes, there would be a satisfaction that there is no bloodshed of Muslims, and obviously Iran and Saudi Arabia is safe.
Yeah, and Samira, just before we go back to talking about Iran, just one last Pakistani sort of domestic question, well, sort of a geopolitical question that concerns principally Pakistan. Of course, you've got this ongoing conflict, haven't you, with Afghanistan, and I gather that talks have been taking place. And I just wanted to ask you very briefly, and then we'll go back to talking about Iran. What's the status of that dialogue to de-escalate tensions with Afghanistan?
I would say that it is not a wholesome round of dialogue right now. I heard about a level of dialogue, but it is not at the level of foreign minister even. I can tell you the details briefly because I just got it from Urumqi, China. And it said that, yes, Additional Foreign Secretary Syed Ali Asad Gilani, he was heading the Pakistani delegation and senior Pakistani leadership, but not at the level of foreign minister. So it seems that the negotiations are being held, but from a very, primary level. And for me, the talks would be creating importance if they transform themselves into the level of National Security Advisor. National Security Advisor of Pakistan is, by the way, DG, Director General ISI as well. And from the other side, if it's Mullah Yaqub and Zabiullah Mujahid and Maulvi Muttaqi, if they are heading the delegation, then I would definitely be of the view that yes, now a serious level talks are being held, because I saw the result in Doha, I saw the result in Istanbul, I saw the result in Riyadh as well. So if Pakistan's one-point agenda, which is to eliminate the TTP and other Al-Qaeda, ISKP, presence in Afghanistan and remove all terrorist groups from Afghanistan if it is not met. Pakistan says there is no room for negotiation. So yet again, Pakistan is at the table with that one-point agenda. If they don't agree with it, if they don't give in writing assurances and agreements, obviously this table is also going to be in vain, what I see. Very clearly and very honestly, this is I'm telling you.
Now, Samira, while you've been talking, we've been getting various flashes coming up on the screen from the Reuters news agency. And it relates to what President Trump put out on Truth Social a few hours ago. He said Iran's new leader has asked the United States for a ceasefire. He says he's considering that ceasefire, but the Strait of Hormuz has to open first, or words to that effect. And now we're hearing from a spokesperson for the Iranian foreign ministry who says that, quote, Trump's statements are false and baseless. I mean, again, going back to what we were talking about at the beginning, there is a real gulf in interpretations of reality and narratives here, isn't there? I mean, what do you make of this?
Tom, I'll take you back to the rounds of negotiations almost, you know, to the times of Javad Zarif, the respected foreign minister of Iran back in the time. And if you remember, the talks were going on for a good period of time. And nobody could, you know, catch a glimpse of the talks that are happening. Even now, because I'm in touch with a lot of senior leadership of my own country within Iran and within US as well. And a lot of people are vouching for the talks that they are happening at some certain level. So I cannot say that talks are not happening. Maybe they are successful because we just saw China coming in. Yesterday or the day before yesterday, we saw 5 points agenda after the meeting of Pakistani Deputy Prime Minister and Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. It's a big development because if China comes into the scenario, I know, you know, it would be the hardest thing for Iran to say no to. So China is there, and I think China would be playing an equal role with Pakistan because obviously their own interest is lying in the region. Not just South China Sea can, you know, fulfill all their wish and whims, but it is, you know, Strait of Hormuz, it is Strait of, you know, Malacca, it is Suez Canal, and these are all other water channels that China needs to stay open. China needs to keep them stay open. So right now, I would definitely tell you one thing, that it can happen any time sooner. What if President Trump wakes up next morning and he announces ceasefire? I'm hearing that President Trump would be, maybe in a short span of time, he would be announcing a ceasefire. So this would be the biggest development. But as far as talks are happening, I can tell you talks are happening. And there are very important countries, those who are trying to launch these talks and trying to pave a way to a successful ceasefire between not Iran and Israel. I'm again telling you, this ceasefire, this round of talk would be happening between America and Iran, because Iran has made it clear that we want to talk to J.D. Vance and we want to talk to Marco Rubio and senior officials of U.S. administration. We don't want to talk to Steve Witkoff, because Witkoff is probably, he has lost his credibility in the eyes of Iran. So Pakistan is trying to pave the way. Pakistan is trying to create or set the table between Iran and America face-to-face, one-on-one, without any hurdle. And if they allow, the mediators and the interlocutors will be sitting there. But I don't know why some of the GCC countries are shying away. I'm not talking about Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is active in the scenario, and Egypt. But I don't know why UAE and Qatar, why they are shying away from participating in the talks. I don't understand.
They're shying away from what did you say? Sorry, I didn't get the last bit.
I don't understand why UAE and Qatar, why they are shying away from the whole process of negotiation. And in my point of view, they should have been the more proactive parties because they are receiving attacks from Iran. But I don't see these two countries anywhere. I don't know why. What's the reason?
Okay. I mean, looking at all of this from an Iranian point of view, I mean, you look at the last two rounds of negotiations that have taken place between Iran and the United States, albeit indirectly, and you mentioned Steve Witkoff mightn't be at the table in the next round, but clearly trust has got to be at about the zero level between the two sides, not least seen from Iran, because twice negotiations have been taking place, and then that's been followed by warfare breaking out between the two. I mean, there must be suspicion on the Iranian side that perhaps all this talk about talks is merely buying time for the United States with a view to positioning their troops to carrying out the next phase of their military operation. I mean, do you think that's how they see it?
You see, there are speculations around the island of Kharg, because Kharg Island, we both know, it's extremely important from Iran's point of view. The second important point is Bandar Abbas, the Abbas port, which is right almost adjacent to the Pakistani border 250. Border 250 is just a few miles away from our, deep sea port, Gwadar. So Pakistan is actually concerned for all these updates and all these developments that can, soar to the level, to the military level that would not be then controllable. So Pakistan is right now trying to tread very carefully with both Iran and America. And they are trying to portray the situation that if the war enters 6th or 7th week or 8th week, this would be the disaster, economic disaster, inflation disaster, and disaster of all forms for the entire world. So before it goes uncontrollable, we need to control it. Before it becomes albatross around our necks, we have to, think of a way, pave a way to control it. So this is right now what I can tell you from a very credible source, that Pakistan is right now in very clear and direct talks with the United States of America. And I can also tell you that the senior most leadership of their military and their civil leadership, including President Trump, they are in contact with the Pakistani military and civil leadership. Specifically, if I talk about the Field Marshal Sayyid Asim Munir, he is in direct contact with them. And I think he is the best person right now to convey the whole situation to the President Trump. And if he announces ceasefire, trust me, it would not be a lose-win situation. It would be a win-win situation for both America and Iran, because we know that this war cannot go to months and months. And Samir, both are not of the capacity.
So just to interrupt you there, because we've got about 40 seconds left, but I mean, were President Trump to declare a ceasefire, could he actually do that even in the current circumstances where the Strait of Hormuz remains obstructed? I mean, how could he dress that up as anything other than a setback?
I think, once again, Pakistan's role is very important. The Iranian ambassador, Raza Amiri Muqaddam in Pakistan, he tweeted a series of tweets yesterday. Probably these are 5 to 6 tweets. It's a thread. You must see that. And he's praising Pakistan's positive role in an effort to bring peace to the NATO, to the region. And what I think, these tweets are very clearly indicating that Pakistan, going to China, Pakistan going to US, Pakistan going to other countries, just to ease out the situation between America and Iran, is not in an interest or fetching an incentive for Pakistan. But trust me, the situation will be drastic if this week passes without ceasefire announcement from both sides. I would suggest to Iran that they should be easy on their statements. They should be creating more, a situation where they know that, yes, we have to go to dialogue table. What I know, that they are willing to hold dialogue, but they should be publicly telling their people that, yes, there is no harm in negotiation. They should stop addressing the general sentiment right now, and they should be thinking about, ending this dilemma of war. So what I think Pakistan is conveying the same message to Iran and America directly to their higher leadership, and including the Strait of Hormuz.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. We're out of time. Samira Khan, defense analyst and international relations analyst, thank you very much indeed for joining us today.
Thank you, Tom.
Meanwhile, on the economic front, after the US President Donald Trump said the war could end within 2 to 3 weeks, markets reacted quickly. Oil prices briefly fell below the $100 a barrel mark, whilst shares opened higher in Europe. Well, President Trump's pledge also sparked a relief rally on Wall Street, with the S&P 500 jumping 2.9%. Well, since the war began, oil and gas prices have surged on fears that Iran could disrupt shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, which, of course, is a key global oil route. Well, let's bring into the conversation Tariq Al-Rifai, who is an economic policy advisor, who joins us now from London. Thank you so much for joining us. This is being described as the biggest disruption ever to energy supplies. And we've heard from the UN Development Programme that this war could plunge millions of people in the Arab world into poverty. And I want to start by asking you, where are we seeing the worst of the impact from this conflict?
Well, without a doubt, the greatest impact is on the GCC countries, the countries who not only have not been able to sell their product, crude oil or natural gas, but also have been affected because they're having damage to these facilities. And when all is said and done, it'll take them months, maybe even a year or longer to recover to their full capacity.
Right. You say the GCC countries are heavily hit. Then there are the countries that are dependent on the GCC countries, not least because the GCC invests in other countries, but also because of the remittances that come from those countries, overseas workers. I mean, is this crisis not going to have a grave impact on some of these more fragile economies? And immediately springing to mind are countries like Egypt and perhaps Iraq.
Well, you hit on two things here. Number one, there's an energy shock without a doubt, and you're seeing this affect the developing world with a greater proportion than it is the developed world. Countries such as Egypt, Pakistan, India, etc., are being affected by the rising energy costs. But more importantly, and the other factor that you pointed to was the remittances. By far, the largest remittance from the GCC is to India. India, we're talking, close to $40 billion per year of remittances from the Gulf that go to India. So that's being affected, number one. And of course, India is also highly dependent on energy imports. So rising inflation, lower remittances. This, of course, means lower growth for India and maybe surrounding countries such as India, Pakistan, and some of the other Arab countries. Jordan also is in particular to note here.
Yeah, in Egypt, I thought of that because of its heavy debt burden, and I wondered whether it's going to be able to service its debts. But one thing I wanted to ask you, one IMF economist described the impact of this war as being, quote, like a large sudden tax on income. Is that how you'd describe it?
I mean, that's one way to look at it, tax on income, but it's also, if you look at it, it reduces disposable income around the world. So regardless of where you're from, when you're seeing higher energy costs not only translate to the fuel pump, but they also translate into, the greater, broader economic sector with some unintended consequences. Obviously, food is directly impacted, but one of the areas that is recently talked about and was, nobody saw this one coming was the impact on the technology sector because of this reliance on the petrochemicals and helium, et cetera.
Right, and one of the other sort of byproducts of this crisis is, of course, the shortage that's expected of fertilizer. And I'm wondering whether you think that later on down the line is going to mean poorer harvests and whether that in turn is going to mean higher food costs. Is that something we're likely to see playing out perhaps later on in the year?
I don't believe it will translate into, a shortage or anything of food products. But I do see it translating to higher costs. We're already seeing it into higher costs. As you know, in the Northern Hemisphere, Europe, US, Ukraine, Russia, which are obviously big agricultural economies, right now is the beginning of the planting season. And if you're already seeing a supply shock in terms of fertilizer with higher costs, it's going to translate into higher food production, higher food costs down the road, which means in the summer and in, of course, the harvest season.
And I'm wondering to myself, as I listen to you, what are countries supposed to do about this? What are the central banks in Europe, the United States, supposed to do? I mean, the obvious thing you'd think of is that they're going to raise interest rates. Is that likely?
Well, let's look at what happened the last time we saw oil prices shoot up in a high manner like this. I mean, in 2022, when Russia invaded Ukraine, we saw oil prices go above $115, even touching $120 a barrel. This is for Brent crude, of course. And it stayed that way. It stayed elevated for, several months before it started to come down. There is a high correlation between inflation in economies and the price of fuel, price of oil. So if we take that into consideration, inflation was rising during that time, and inflation did not come down until the price of oil started to come down as a result of that war, which was 6 months after. So if we take that into what's happening today, right now we're not seeing inflation, but we should be seeing inflation because of the high increase in the price of oil. I mean, I think Brent crude had its best performing month last month, rising over 60%. So without a doubt, we are going to see inflation follow in the coming months.
And therefore, we're likely to see, aren't we, some countries are actually doing rather well out of this crisis. Do you think that's a fair point? And if so, which countries would you immediately think of that are the principal beneficiaries of the crisis we're in right now?
Well, some people would say, Iran's a beneficiary because of the high oil prices. And of course, they control the Strait of Hormuz and they're imposing a toll on it now. But this goes on the other side is that, they are actually, obviously we don't have the details of it, but they are actually being impacted just by the attacks on them on a daily basis. We don't know the scale of which, but, infrastructure is being destroyed and damaged there. So that, of course, has a negative economic impact, regardless of, them receiving higher oil prices or even the toll. I would say the biggest beneficiary out of this right now in the short term is Russia. Because Russia now is allowed to sell oil more openly. And of course, higher oil price is great for Russia. And of course, higher oil price is excellent for the United States. Number one oil producer in the world right now is the United States. Number two is Russia. And higher oil prices means shale oil companies in the U.S. can operate now, can open more fields and pump more because they have a higher production cost. Right now, it's very profitable for them. So U.S. and Russia, I'd say, are big beneficiaries of higher oil prices.
Right, because countries that were trying to buy less oil from Russia, like India, are actually having to buy more oil from Russia as a result of this crisis. One of the things we've heard from we've had a lot of things from President Trump in the last 24 hours, including the idea that perhaps a ceasefire is imminent. But one of the things he said specifically with regard to petrol prices, he said that all I have to do is leave Iran, petrol prices will come tumbling down. And I wanted to ask you, even if the war did stop tomorrow, how long would it take for prices to stabilize and for the global economy to recover?
Well, if we look at, some of the international agencies like international IEA, for example, and other agencies, even if the war were to stop today, the impact that we've seen from this energy shock or the oil shock means that for the entire quarter, we are looking at 4 million barrels per day reduction in supply. So that does not change overnight if the war were to stop today. It will take several months. And as I mentioned, some of these facilities were impacted, were damaged. And, I don't see the production being able to go back to what it was pre-war for several months down the road. So even if the war were to stop today, and without a doubt, I think Trump is trying to find an exit from this war, I still think that it will take months for the supply and demand to match up. So prices, in my opinion, of oil will be elevated for several months.
Okay, I mean, obviously we don't know when the war is going to end, and uncertainty is obviously something investors and markets don't like one little bit. But if this conflict does carry on, I mean, can we assume it's inevitable that companies are going to collapse in some places? If so, which sectors would look most vulnerable to you? And do you think even some governments could be toppled?
That's a hard prediction to say. Obviously, higher prices, higher debt, and you mentioned, of course, Egypt. Will they be able to service their debts, et cetera? They've received, IMF and World Bank bailouts in the past. The ones that you would see run into trouble quickest, countries as well as companies, are the ones with the highest leverage. And companies that have borrowed heavily over the course of the past few years. Those are the ones that I would be watching right now. Same with the governments that have borrowed heavily, that are highly leveraged. Some of the developing countries you mentioned, I think Pakistan could be impacted, Egypt, as well as some of the other surrounding countries. But company-wise, industry sector, the oil sector has borrowed heavily over the past decade, for example. However, because of the rising oil prices, the high oil prices, I don't see that being a problem now. I do see a lot of companies that have spent money in share buybacks, for example, and leveraging their balance sheets over the past few years. Real estate sector comes into mind, and I'm talking about real estate sector in Europe and the U.S. that are highly leveraged, of course. Anything where you're talking about rising inflation, slowing economic growth is bad for the real estate sector, whether it's commercial or residential. those are the ones I'd watch for. The dominoes that fall first are the ones that have the highest leverage.
It's interesting to see what some countries are doing in the context of the crisis we're in right now. Some places bikes are being used instead of cars, stairs are being used instead of elevators, working hours have been reduced from 5 days to 4 days. I mean, what struck you most about what countries are doing to weather this storm?
What struck me is that how quickly countries have resorted to these types of tactics. Obviously, when you have an oil shock, the first thing to do is to find out where you can produce more, which, of course, there really aren't many countries that have the production excess capacity to produce. That was in the Gulf, primarily Saudi Arabia. And if that is not available, the next step is you look at what they did a couple of weeks ago, whereas they looked at the storage capacities of the U.S., Europe, and in China to be able to release some of their storage capacity to help resolve some of the price shock. That, of course, also is a temporary solution. So it's surprising to me how quickly countries have resorted to more longer-term solutions, which are try to impact demand. So try to reduce demand locally to help resolve this problem, which to me means that even if the war were to end today or within a couple of weeks' time, like Trump hopes to be able to do, it means that these energy policies will not change because there is a shortage, and the shortage will not catch up. The shortage of the supply will not catch up with the demand for several months after ending of any type of hostilities.
Okay, I mean, one of the reports that stood out for me in the last couple of days, you've probably seen it as well, U.S. Consumer Confidence Index up in March from February. And I'm wondering why you think U.S. consumers are feeling more confident in March than they were in the previous month.
Well, in the United States, it's fairly insulated from what's going on in the rest of the world. Europe, for example, was heavily impacted by natural gas prices. They're heavily dependent on importing natural gas. Qatar is a major producer in the world, 20 or so % of production. U.S., however, produces enough natural gas to be able to export, and they're exporting to Europe, produces enough oil. They are the largest oil producer in the world. And of course, the economy is far away from any type of hostilities. So, that alone, coupled with the fact that even if you see around the world, slower economic growth, particularly in Europe over the past couple of years, the U.S. also has been fairly sheltered from that with the strong growth and strong support that's been sustainable in the healthcare sector, as well as the information technology / semiconductor sector.
Okay, just lastly, Tarek, I mean, just to put this whole crisis, this whole situation into perspective for us, I mean, is there anything in modern economic history that we can compare where we are now to?
Well, if we're looking at an oil shock, the nearest oil shock that we can compare to is what happened with Russia, Ukraine. But if you want to talk about the oil shocks that we saw in the 70s with the Israeli embargo, we can compare to that, but then again, there were really no hostilities the way they were this time around, where, you're talking about, stopping the shipping out of the Strait of Hormuz, the reduction in supply. And not only are we talking about oil this time, we're talking about natural gas as well. So, I mean, I don't think there is something that you can say, this is exactly what happened, this many years ago. There's really nothing like it. There are similarities, but nothing identical to it.
But does that not therefore imply this is the most serious economic crisis the world has faced in modern times?
Well, this is why the uncertainty really is driving markets right now. This is why you're seeing high fluctuations in equity prices. I mean, if you look at Japan today, it's up over 5%. It was down previously last week, sometimes 6%. You're seeing high volatility across the board. And of course, you're looking at even if we're talking about, the safe haven assets, gold, for example, gold has even been down. Cryptocurrencies, which I don't really think are safe havens, they've also been down. So the only safe haven that has stood up so far has been the U.S. dollar. So that tells you that really we're in an unprecedented time. And of course, the uncertainty is really what's driving it. And until this uncertainty is resolved, we're in uncharted territory, and the outcome of which we don't know what it's going to look like yet.
Okay, and just very last, this really is the last question. I mean, people were watching, wondering to themselves, where on earth, in the context of all of this, do I park my money? How would you advise them?
Well, obviously this is a really tough question to answer. Safe havens are always a good asset to look to. I mean, if we were talking gold, but of course, dollar assets have been doing well just because of the strength of the U.S. dollar, and of course, you're looking at dollar or U.S. assets as well as being sheltered away from energy shocks as much as European assets have been. So. United States, of course, is coming out as a bright spot in this, even though you're seeing some volatility in some of the asset classes. But overall, the U.S. has been fairly well sheltered.
All right. That's all we have time for. Really appreciate you sharing all of that with us. Tariq Al-Rifai, Economic Policy Advisor, joining us from London. Thank you very much, sir, for your time.
Thanks for having me.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us tomorrow. We'll have some more exclusive interviews for you then. Until tomorrow, goodbye.
short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan.
What is happening today in the Middle East is not a fleeting moment. It is a new chapter in a long conflict between the United States and Iran, a conflict whose chapters have extended for more than 4 decades, transcending traditional borders and fronts. A struggle for influence, fought through sanctions, covert operations, and proxy wars. An American-Iranian conflict that has redrawn the balances of the Middle East. Its repercussions are still being written to this day. To understand what is happening today and how we reached this escalation, we must go back to the history of the conflict between the two sides since the Khomeini revolution in 1979 until today. Following the fall of the Shah's regime, students loyal to Khomeini stormed the American embassy in Tehran and held 52 American diplomats for 444 days in a crisis that shook relations between the two countries. When negotiations failed, Washington tried to end the crisis militarily through a secret operation known as Operation Eagle Claw in April 1980. But a sandstorm in the Tabas Desert led to the failure of the operation and the death of 8 American soldiers, turning it into one of the most embarrassing American military operations in the 20th century. During the first Gulf War in the 1980s, the conflict moved to the waters of the Gulf. In 1987, Iran targeted the American oil tanker Bridgeton with a naval mine, prompting Washington to respond with military operations against Iranian naval targets. In April 1988, the United States launched Operation Praying Mantis, a direct naval confrontation between the two sides, after the American destroyer USS Samuel B. Roberts was hit by an Iranian mine in the Gulf.
After receiving further data and evaluating information available from the Persian Gulf, we believe that the cruiser USS Vincennes, while actively engaged with threatening Iranian surface units,
few months later, the Strait of Hormuz witnessed one of the most tragic incidents in the history of this conflict, when the American destroyer USS Vincennes mistakenly shot down an Iranian passenger plane in 1988, killing 290 civilians. With the advent of the new millennium, the confrontation moved to new arenas of intelligence and technology. In 2011, Iran shot down an American reconnaissance drone near the Fordo nuclear facility, then announced in December of the same year that it had seized control of the advanced RQ-170 Sentinel spy drone after hacking its systems. In 2016, tension escalated again when Iran detained 10 American sailors after they entered its territorial waters in an incident that turned into a media crisis between the two countries. However, the confrontation reached an unprecedented level in June 2019, when Iran shot down the latest American reconnaissance drone over the Gulf in an incident that almost pushed Washington to launch a direct military strike before it was canceled at the last moment. In early 2020, the United States assassinated Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani in an airstrike in Baghdad. Iran responded by launching ballistic missiles at American bases in Iraq, in the most dangerous direct confrontation between the two sides in decades. In the following years, the conflict took a broader and more complex form through proxy wars, with repeated attacks on oil tankers and commercial ships in the Gulf and the Red Sea, and increased attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American bases in Iraq and Syria, turning the region into an open battlefield between the two sides. With the outbreak of the Gaza war in 2023, the region entered a new phase of escalation. The scope of tension expanded to include Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and the Red Sea, with mutual attacks and scattered military operations, turning the conflict into a wider confrontation in the region. In 2024, the region entered an unprecedented phase of escalation. Iran launched a direct missile attack on Israel. It moved the confrontation from shadow wars to direct strikes launched by Iran on Israel in response to the bombing of its consulate in Damascus and the assassination of leaders from the Revolutionary Guard, Hezbollah and Hamas. Meanwhile, after years of conflict, Iran was managing the confrontation with Israel and the United States through its widespread proxies in the region, until the biggest shift came in 2025, when the conflict entered a new phase. In that year, the confrontation known later as the 12-Day War broke out, with Israel launching Operation Rising Lion on June 13th to strike Iranian targets, followed by American strikes in the middle of the night on June 22nd on nuclear facilities in response to Iran's nuclear progress. Iran responded by shelling American bases and Israeli sites, escalating the confrontations in a war that lasted 12 days. During which Iran directly targeted Israel with an unprecedented series of missile and drone attacks. During those 12 days, the Middle East seemed to stand on the brink of a full-scale regional war, with unprecedented activation of air defense systems and exchanges of strikes at unfamiliar depths between the two sides. Although the open confrontation stopped afterward, the old balance had been broken. As for 2026, the last lines of containment collapsed, and at dawn on February 28, the region began a new phase of direct confrontation, in which events accelerated dramatically, with wide-scale airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel on military and nuclear targets inside Iran as part of two military operations named fierce anger, and lions roar. This escalation came after the collapse of nuclear negotiations between both countries, while Iran continued enriching uranium and refused to halt its nuclear program. The first strikes focused on military installations and the infrastructure of Iran's nuclear program, particularly sites linked to the development of missile capabilities and sensitive facilities in Natanz and other areas inside Iran, in an attempt to weaken Tehran's strategic capability. During the first hours of the attack, pivotal events shook the structure of Iranian leadership, as the strikes resulted in the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ellie Cohanim, along with a number of senior military commanders linked to the Revolutionary Guard, dealing a severe blow to Iran's political and military leadership.
حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهد شعیب گوارای شهادت را نوشیدم.
But the Iranian response was not delayed. Tehran announced the launch of Operation True Promise 3, beginning a wide wave of missile and drone attacks targeting Israel, in addition to civilian sites and oil facilities in the Arabian Gulf, Jordan, and Iraq. With the expansion of the strikes and counterstrikes, the confrontation quickly turned into an unprecedented direct war between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other, with continuous Iranian targeting of Arabian Gulf countries and Erbil, pushing the Iranian regime to also deploy one of its most prominent arms in the region, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, to expand the scope of the confrontation and open a new front on the border with Israel, where it fired 6 rockets toward sites inside Israeli territory, a move considered a clear message that the war is no longer confined to one front. British bases in Cyprus were also attacked by drones. However, the Israeli response was not delayed. Israel launched a wide series of strikes targeting Hezbollah's military infrastructure in Lebanon, along with sites and field commanders linked to the party, as well as elements of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, believed to be overseeing military coordination between Tehran and the party inside Lebanese territory. Tehran also used its allied militias in Iraq to target American bases and interests, in an attempt to open an additional front in the confrontation. Tension expanded to reach Azerbaijan after Baku announced the foiling of attacks and intelligence operations attributed to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. These included attempts to target sensitive sites and the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan oil pipeline, which provoked Turkish and Gulf condemnations and fears of the conflict spreading to the South Caucasus. In conclusion, this conflict has been described by many concerned parties as an attempt to bring about structural change in the Iranian regime and to redraw the balance of power in the Middle East. Since that moment, the region has entered a new phase of escalation, where the confrontation is no longer limited to proxy wars, but has turned into an open multi-front confrontation that may change the shape of the region for many years to come.
The entire Western world has agreed with for many, many years.
This place might control the future. Welcome to Greenland. So what's hidden here that everyone wants? At first it looks empty, just ice, snow, nothing happening, but even the name is misleading. Greenland's around 80% covered in ice. Sources say it was named over 1,000 years ago by a Viking called Eric the Red, who wanted to attract settlers, so he called it Greenland to make it sound more appealing. Basically the world's first real estate marketing trick. But today, the real value isn't the name, it's what's under the ice. Greenland holds massive reserves of rare earth minerals, lithium, uranium, copper, and even iron, the same materials used in electric cars, smartphones, renewable energy, and modern weapons. In other words, Greenland isn't empty, it's a warehouse of the future. Now, here's the bigger question. what happens as the Arctic melts? New shipping routes are opening across the top of the world, linking Asia, Europe, and North America. Russia is already developing and using northern Arctic routes to move exports between Europe and Asia, and China is investing in Arctic trade with Russia to find shorter alternatives to traditional routes. That puts Greenland right in the middle of future global trade. Then there's politics. Greenland belongs to Denmark, but it governs itself and could one day become independent. The United States already have a major military base there used for missile detection and space surveillance. So what if the US controlled Greenland? It would control critical minerals. It would sit on the world's next trade highways, and it would gain a permanent military position between America, Europe, and Russia. So Greenland isn't just ice, it's resources, it's leverage, it's power. And that's why this frozen island might end up shaping the future of global politics. Greenland was never green with grass, it was green with value. Future may prove it was the most accurate name Eric the Red could have chosen.
Government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them. Leaving the ECHR, I think it's a good thing to do. I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Hi, I'm Michal Prendergast for Arabiya English here in London for a special interview with former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. We discuss the Israel-Gaza peace deal, President Trump's role in proceedings. We also talk about Keir Starmer's leadership in the UK, the rise of reform and Nigel Farage, and whether Boris sees a return to frontline politics in the future. Mr. Johnson, thanks so much for your time. I'd like to start off with the news story that has dominated the world over the past 2 years, and that's the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Trump has said the war is over. What is your assessment of Trump's role in the conflict?
Well, I think it's an astonishing piece of good news. And today, as we're talking, Michal, I think the hostages are coming out or have come out. I don't know how many are out now, but last time I looked, I think about 14 of them, of the remaining 20, were out. And I think it must be a moment of great joy and relief for people in Israel, but also for people in Gaza, because it means an end to the horrifying bombardments. It means we're on the road to peace. And this is a very unfashionable thing to say in London or in Europe or wherever in liberal circles, but I really pay credit to Donald Trump. I give him credit. I think he has worked unbelievably hard. He's exerted American pressure obviously on Hamas, because he said to them, look, if you don't sign this thing, you're going to get wiped out. But also, he's put the hard word on Bibi Netanyahu. And, because it wasn't easy for Netanyahu, because he's got these guys in his coalition, the ultra right-wing nationalists, who don't support the agreement. But Netanyahu has had the courage to go ahead and do a deal anyway. So it's a very, very hopeful moment. It's not the end of the story, of course not. It's the beginning. It's the beginning of a what will be a tortuous process, and there's lots of difficult points that need to be agreed. And the most difficult, Hamas need to come to the understanding that really and truly it's over for them as an armed group. It's over for them in the government of Gaza, but they get an amnesty, they get peace. They're not going to be pursued. They're not going to be killed. That's it. You know, they are able to live out their lives, and Israel needs to understand, and the government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives.
A Hamas official has recently thanked Donald Trump for his role, but they have downplayed the role of Tony Blair, saying he's not welcome. What is your take on that assessment?
I understand that Hamas don't want a role for Tony in the government of Gaza, in the Peace Council. I think it's called the Council for Peace in Gaza. I've seen that. Look, I think that that's not the end of the world. Tony Blair's a grown-up. He's actually, I think, to be fair, he has worked very hard on this deal, and he should get a lot of praise for helping to put it together, Tony Blair. I don't think it's the end of the world if he's not there in the Peace Council, but there needs to be somebody, right? There needs to be some structure that can help deliver confidence to people in Gaza that it's going to be a stable, secure environment where they can bring up their kids, they can have homes, there'll be job opportunities. There needs to be some sort of governance system that's very positive now about Gaza, and that isn't Hamas. And so you need something.
Obviously, there's been an enormous amount of speculation online around the Nobel Peace Prize. Do you think that Donald Trump deserves this?
I do, and I think that he has applied the force of his personality and the power of his office to move mountains and to get this thing done. You know, I don't know if you've ever met him, but you can see what you see is what you get. The great thing about Donald Trump is his public persona and his real political persona are completely united. They are the same thing. He's very lucky. He speaks from the heart, and it's unmediated by calculation. He just says it, and he's very effective. And he obviously worked to get this thing done, and others as well, Steve Witkoff and Marco Rubio, and I think a lot of people played an important part in this. But the Nobel Prize he didn't get it this year, and it's not. I think.
Will he get it next year?
Here's how he can make it absolutely nailed on. Okay, so the Norwegians are maybe a bit sniffy. The Norwegian Nobel Prize Committee were maybe a bit reserved about giving it to him
with gritted teeth.
Well, I think the trouble is that there's been such a big public campaign. They're not used to that. They're not used to people sort of asking for it. They're used to having the pleasure of giving it. So I think the way for, and don't forget that these guys won't be naturally Trump supporters. These people on this committee, they tend to give the prize to left liberal people, one kind or another. But the way to make this thing nailed on for Trump, he can win the prize, several Nobel Prizes for peace, if he applies to Vladimir Putin the same pressure that he's put on Hamas. He needs to step up the pressure on Putin, and we all do. We've got to. The war in Gaza has been terrible, but the war in Ukraine has killed exponentially more people.
We will come on to that later.
Yes, forgive me. But that's my tip for how the president can win the prize. Nailed on.
And what about Tony Blair? Is he deserving of the accolade?
Oh, I don't know. I don't. I'm not close enough to the whole thing to know. My feeling is that the Americans have been decisive in this, because in the end, look, America calls the shots with Israel because America is the ultimate financial backer of Israel's defense, and I think when the guys in Hamas looked at, what Trump was supporting, he'd come in with Israel to bomb all those Iranian facilities. They looked at what had happened to Hezbollah. I think that they thought this guy's serious. So when he says he's going to wipe us out, they believed it. And so for that reason, I think that that's where the prize belongs. It belongs with the Americans, and with Trump. Definitely. And this is going to shock. Do you see it? You're in central London now. We're in central London. I don't see any kids out on the streets of central London demonstrating, support for Trump or joy at the end of the Gaza conflict. I mean, they were demonstrating every day.
Why is that?
They were demonstrating every day when it was on, but now that it's over, they're curiously silent.
Why is that?
Why is there no jubilation? Why aren't they out there saying, "Thank you, Donald. Thank you, Trump"? Well, I'll tell you why. Because Trump is I'll tell you why. Because they're all lefties, and because Trump is somebody that they disapprove of, and that's the reason. And Trump is not politically correct, and I'm afraid that's the problem. So, and also, you know what? It had got to the stage where these demonstrations, and they're still going on against Israel. They're not about Gaza. They're not about the suffering of the Palestinian people, which they should be. They're about hatred of Israel, and they've become partly to do with hatred of Jewish people, and it's been very ugly to watch, very, very ugly. But now that's over, I hope.
The UK under Keir Starmer has recently recognised the state of Palestine. This is a step you chose not to take while in power. What do you think of Keir Starmer's decision?
I think it's completely vacuous. I think it's trivial. I think it wouldn't, it made no difference. It didn't give the Palestinians anything worthwhile. It didn't give the people growing up in Gaza anything worthwhile. Recognition of a state should only really happen under the terms of the Montevideo Convention of 1933, which we sign up to in Britain. When you know the boundaries of the entity, and you know that you have a secure government and a recognized system of government, and you don't have either of those in the case of Palestine. So it was premature. I mean, it should happen eventually, but it's premature now and has achieved nothing.
Bridget Phillipson, the UK Education Secretary, has said the UK has played a pivotal role in securing the peace deal. Mike Huckabee, the American ambassador to Israel, has said she is delusional. What's your take?
Well, I think Mike Huckabee is almost certainly right there. I don't think that the Labour government had any purchase on the matter, because they'd lost all their credit with Israel. Britain has been a long-standing ally and supporter of Israel. But, the UK, sadly, under Labour, had taken a different policy, had sided with had allowed these very obnoxious protests to take place in London, had taken steps to stop supporting Israel financially, militarily, and so we had no purchase with Israel, but we didn't have any influence with Hamas either. I don't think, not that I know of. So the UK had not a lot to say, but which is strange really, because the UK, we were the origins of the problem. I mean, if you look at the mandate that we had for
the Balfour Declaration,
well, all that, yes, we fulfilled one half of the Balfour Declaration, but not the other half.
Given the scale,
we created a homeland for the Jewish people in Palestine, but we didn't do anything to protect the rights, or not enough to protect the rights and aspirations of the Palestinian people. And I hope that what's going to happen now is that we will finally sort out that second objective. And the great thing about what Trump has done is that the surrounding Arab states are now going to be involved in that process. So it's immensely positive.
Given the scale of the casualties in Gaza, are the ICC justified in pursuing Benjamin Netanyahu for a criminal trial?
I don't think so. I really don't. And I'll be very candid with you. I think that any Prime Minister of Israel would have had to do something to stop an attack like October the 7th happening again. You know, suppose it had happened in the UK, right? Suppose we'd had pro rata with a population of 60 million and 69 million, whatever we are. That would have been 8,000 or 9,000 people, men, women and children being tortured, killed, raped, whatever. There's screams all over British news day after day. Hundreds of hostages taken. Imagine what the House of Commons is going to do in those circumstances. Imagine what the British Parliament would do. Would they allow that to happen? Would they allow the organisation that did that to stay in power? No way. No way. He had to do something. And so, no, I don't think that the ICC is right. You know, I think it's a political gesture. Again, it achieves nothing. The Americans don't even recognize the ICC, as far as I know. They don't even recognize its jurisdiction.
I'd like to get your thoughts on the UK's role in the rebuild of Gaza.
I hope that the UK will play a big role in rebuilding Gaza, and I hope that there will be, you know, whether Tony Blair is there or not, that there's got to be some way of giving confidence to investors in Gaza, and there will be. I mean, it's got to be a Palestinian-run place, but without Hamas, and we've got to help that happen, and we've got to help trigger business investment. That's the best solution. I'll tell you a terrible, you know, in 2005, when all the Israeli settlers were pulled out, right, of Gaza, what happened was that a lot of aid money went in, quite rightly, and lots of businesses were set up, and lots of and some leisure facilities, right, like cafes and places where you could ride ponies and stuff. And there was a place called Crazy Water Park they set up in Gaza. And maybe our viewers can check this out if I've got this wrong, because I might have got this wrong, but this is what I was told. Crazy Water Park. And it was one of those places where you can go. I've got lots of little kids, and I've got lots of kids, but you know, have you ever been to a water park with the slides and stuff? And you get stuck in the slides. Sometimes it's very humiliating, but you plop into these pools. It's great fun. Okay, people go to these things. They love them. You take your family. They built one in Gaza, but Hamas, he freaked out because the women were going around without their headscarves on, and they were smoking in a public place. The women and there were men and women in bathing costumes. Well, of course you're going to be in a bathing costume. It's called Crazy Water Park, right? You're not going to wear a suit. It's ridiculous. But Hamas, in I think 2010, it had been running for a year or so. They came in the middle of the night, 40 guys in balaclava, in masks. They burnt down Crazy Water Park, right? Because it was religiously offensive. I mean, honestly, give me a break. You know, whoever is running Gaza has got to be, I mean, yes, you must be sensitive to people's religious feelings. Of course. But you've also got to have a bit of realism and compassion for the human race. We want to have fun. People want to take their families to Crazy Water Park, right? I'm pro Crazy Water Park. I'm anti-Hamas. That is my position. And I want the government of Gaza to be like that. And I think it can be. And I think it can be, I really believe that It can be a wonderful, but it'll be an Arab solution. It's got to be a Palestinian solution, but with help and with help
without Hamas.
But without Hamas, without the you know, the factional fighting, the zealotry, the ruthlessness, the cruelty. You know, we need to move on.
Moving on to UK politics now. What has been your assessment of Keir Starmer's premiership?
You seriously asking me this question? He was my opponent. He's terrible. I mean, you know, he's making it. Look, I mean, Britain's a wonderful country, okay? And nothing I say should in any way prejudice people's desire to come to London, have a wonderful time. I used to be mayor of the city for 8 years, as well as prime minister. It's a wonderful country. It's a great place to be. But it's sad at the moment because Starmer doesn't know what to do. And he's making huge economic mistakes. He's taking too much in tax from businesses. He's driving people overseas. You know, I mean, well, I haven't seen this since the 1970s. When I was a kid, people were fleeing in the 70s under Labour. People were fleeing London. You remember? Well, you're far too young. You see, it's tragic. And now it's happening again. I haven't seen it. We haven't seen this for 50 years. People leaving the country because of a Labour government.
And him as a leader.
Well,
you spent a lot of time at the dispatch box. You argued with him.
He's a human bollard. He's just like a. He's a lot. He's. You know what? He pretends to be very much holier than thou. You know, he pretends to be righteous, but he took all these free suits, free spectacles. Imagine that. £8,000 spectacles he took from some Labour donor. It was a scandal. Free shoes, free everything. Ridiculous. And he gets pushed around. So I don't like what's happening with this China stuff. I'm not a Sinophobe, right? China's an amazing country. It's very important. China's a part of our lives. Every country. Saudi Arabia, every country has important business relations with China, and so does the UK. But you don't let China push you around. And then we did this thing, I don't know if you've seen this, but there's a couple of parliamentary researchers were accused of spying. And they've been, the case against them has been dropped. It looks like pressure from China. And we did this, I don't know if you saw it, we did this terrible deal on the Chagos Islands. Did you see this thing? We didn't sell the Chagos Islands. We gave them away, and we spent like £37 billion over the next 40 years or so, over a long. But it's a huge sum of money to expiate our guilt for having owned them in the first place. It's just mad. Why did we do this? It's completely incomprehensible unless you think that China has been pushing behind the scenes, because China and Mauritius are very close.
Do you see China?
So China has been, and so it's very weak of Starmer to give in to this kind of pressure. Very, very weak.
Do you see China as a real threat to the UK?
Well, I think it's very, very important to have a balanced approach. And as I said, China is a massively important economic partner. We sell lots of stuff to China. We have a certain amount of Chinese investment in the UK. That's great. But what you don't want is to be in a position where China calls the shots. No way. And so when it comes to British nuclear power or British 5G mobile telephony or whatever, you can't have China running it.
Labour were very critical of your government scandals, yet Angela Rayner has had to resign over questionable tax dealings. What is your take on that, and is this hypocrisy?
Well, I think as I said to you before, I think there are a bunch of hypocrites. But worse, because, you know, a lot of the things they do are far, far worse than anything that happened in my government. So I'm it's just weird. It's very peculiar. But the worst thing is their sort of their economic policies, and they're not showing the kind of leadership that the country needs at the moment. And
do they need a new leader? Andy Burnham is waiting in the wings.
There might be somebody even worse than Starmer.
Andy Burnham, what's your take on him?
Nice chap. He kind of looks like he's wearing mascara the whole time. You notice he's a very nice guy. He's all right. You know, I always got on very well with Andy. I think being a mayor of Manchester suits him, and he's good campaigner for his own city. That's a very important thing. I don't know whether he would be an improvement on Starmer. I can't comment on that. I think, you know, the risk of changing Starmer is you might get something worse. Really, you know, Starmer is pretty bad. What we have to do, the international markets have got to say make it clear to Rachel Reeves and Starmer, look, Britain is a great economy. You've got to curb public spending. You've got to curb welfare. You've got to get the budget back in order. But you can't keep putting up taxes and driving business away, because then you won't get any growth, and then they're in a doom loop now because of what they did in 2024. You know, they put up taxes so much that business lost confidence and growth died, and so the tax revenues fell so much that they haven't got enough to pay for their commitments to the doctors, the nurses, to all the public sector. So the only thing they can do is it's November. It's next month, November the 26th. They're going to come back to the public and say we need more tax, which is going to be a vicious circle, and they're going to send the doom loop spiraling down. Do you see what I mean? So they need to get out of that doom loop, out of that nightmare, and into a virtuous circle of encouraging investment, encouraging productivity growth, moving people out of the state sector into the private sector. I mean, one thing that really encourages me is AI. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Absolutely.
Do you use ChatGPT? Do you love ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. It's so nice. ChatGPT.
What do you use
so
it
encouraging.
for? What do you use it for?
Well, I'm writing various books, and but I just use it. I just ask questions. You know that the answer. But ChatGPT always says, "Oh, your question's so clever. You're brilliant. You're excellent. You have such insight," and I love it. And it's so. And I think I see great promise in this technology because, you know, we're all simple human beings. Looking after the elderly costs an absolute fortune. Looking after the people with disabilities, everything, the welfare thing. If you have automated systems that can engage with people and say, "Oh, Mrs. Miggins, it's time for your pill. You need to do this. Do you need any help with your shopping? I can get you somebody." You know, suddenly you're going to be able to bring the costs down of the welfare system. You're going to bring the cost down of the healthcare system, and look at something like HS2. HS2, which is the big railway, which we had to cancel. The disaster. We were now only going to Birmingham. We've already got a train to Birmingham. We don't need to have another huge high-speed train to Birmingham. We need to go to Manchester. We need to go all the way up the country.
Is this not a bipartisan? Yeah.
No. Let me just finish my point because it's an original point. If HS2 costs £100 billion, right? 100 billion roughly to build this high-speed railway. Most of the cost of that is going on lawyers and environmental impact assessments and planning applications and all sorts of stuff that is not actually digging tunnels or putting railway lines or building trains. It's all about legal nonsense. Most of it, like 50% at least. So much of that can be done by AI. You don't need this stuff anymore. You can massively accelerate the legal processes. So what I'm saying is, the UK should be. We are the world leader in AI. One of the world leaders. I mean, we have fantastic. We should be using that lead to cut the cost of government. And if you cut the cost of government, then you can put that money back into the pockets of people and stimulate growth. And that's the way to get out of or one of the ways to get out of the doom loop.
Regarding tax, it was Margaret Thatcher who said that this is her 100th birthday today. She said, the problem with socialists is they eventually run out of other people's money. Is that still the case today?
Yes. I mean, they're getting, well, I mean, as I say, it's a great country. Don't worry, always invest in Britain. But, you know, they're getting to this. So long-term government gilt yields, so that's the cost of borrowing for Britain, is the highest it's been for 30 years. And that means that so the markets are saying, we doubt more than we did your ability to pay us. And that's bad. Britain's never defaulted in all of our, the 1,000-year history.
What would Thatcher make of the UK now?
I think she'd think some things were pretty amazing, and I think she'd be disappointed with others. I think there's a lack of conviction, and there's a lack of self-belief, and we've kind of got into a sort of moral confusion about some things, you know. Such as Ukraine, you know, where some people don't see how. It's kind of like back in the 80s when you had some people defending the Soviet Union, and some people now actually defend Putin, and it's crazy.
Staying with UK politics and moving on to Reform UK and Nigel Farage, they're soaring in the polls. What do you make of them?
I think that there's I would say that my own party, the Conservative Party, should be the natural beneficiary of Labour's unpopularity. We should be doing much, much better. I think, honestly, this won't surprise your viewers, and I'm going to be, you've got to forgive me, but I think we had a huge, I was elected with a huge mandate with 44% of the vote. I had 44% of the vote in, which is a record, as high as it's been for 4 years, in 2019. And I think it was a mistake for us to change horses when we did, and then we lost big time in 24, and we just haven't recovered our forward momentum.
Do you think it's just desserts after they ousted you?
I think Kemi is doing a very good job, and she's excellent. But I think there's a lot of disenchantment. I think the voters are very cheesed off. They think the Tories just descended into factional squabbling. Labour's hopeless. Let's try these new guys. Now, I think the problem with the new guys is that, well, I mean, there are lots of problems. I think their economic prospectus is no good, and I think they're not much good on Russia, Ukraine either.
Do you think Nigel Farage could become the Prime Minister of the UK?
I mean, I know there's such speculation. I think it's unlikely. I think he has a very big hill to climb to get there. It's clear that the best bet is for the Tory party. It's a long way to go till the election, sadly. I mean, because we should try and get rid of Labour as fast as possible. But the best bet is for the Tory party to get their act together and recover. Kemi's very good. She gave a great speech at the party conference.
Yes, absolutely.
Very good. All about helping young people to buy their own home. Brilliant. That's what we want. Young people feel cut out of things because they can't get property. Tories help them. Tories win when we help young people get property.
David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary of the UK, he called Nigel Farage a fascist. Is that fair?
Look, I mean, I think that there's far too much sort of pointless name calling I don't know what they mean by that. I don't see that. What I do see is too much of Putin apologizing, for Putin, and an unclear economic strategy. I also worry that, I'm not certain what the real agenda is for the UK. What's the growth agenda? I don't see it. You need a growth agenda. You need to do some of the things I was talking about. You need to be cutting spending. You need to be cutting taxes. You need to be stimulating investment, using technology. That's what we should be doing.
And across Europe, is uncontrolled illegal migration, is that driving the political zeitgeist? Is it driving it to the right?
Yes, but thankfully, in the UK, we took back control of full legal control of immigration. So, when I was one of the first things that I did when I was trying 2019, 2020, we had this huge battle to come out of the EU. And the rules of the EU say that if you want to come from another EU country into Britain, you can. And not only that, but you can have a job, you can do whatever you want, you can get benefits. That's what the EU says. And so that meant 450 million people could come to the UK with nothing to stop them. So we took back control of our borders, in the sense that if we want to, we can have zero legal immigration. Zero. You say, no, sorry, you want to come to the UK? No. The more difficult, the thing that really annoys people is the sight of illegal immigration. And that is a real nightmare, because you've got people crossing the channel illegally and coming to the country, and that needs to end. And we had a brilliant plan to do that when I was Prime Minister. We were going to, so just before I sadly left office, we had a plan called the Rwanda Plan, which was basically these guys were going to arrive in their boats across the channel from France and find that Kent was twinned with Kigali, and we were going to hit them before they even got to find their way to the accommodation. They would be back to Africa, Central West Africa.
What stopped that plan?
Lawyers for too long. But there's no reason why it shouldn't work. And I think one of the mistakes we made was not waiting until we'd got it working before calling the election. But I was out of office then. But we should have. That was the thing. It's a brilliant idea, and as soon as people started hearing about it in the camps in Calais, they started thinking, "Oh my God!" and they stopped coming in such numbers.
Reform and Nigel Farage are suggesting that the UK should leave the European Commission on Human Rights, the ECHR. What's your opinion on that?
It's not the only thing. It's not a silver bullet. Leaving the ECHR I think it's a good thing to do, a respectable thing to do now, but it's not the only thing you need to do. I mean, there are various things you need to do.
The UK must leave it.
It should do, yeah. I mean, it's because it's become a very different beast from what it was. It's now, it's Strasbourg. The Strasbourg court is much more adventurous in trying to, and much more political than it was 30 years ago. So yes, get out of that. But then there are various. I think we've more or less got it. So the problem we had with Rwanda was that the left-wing lawyers all said, well, you can't send people to Rwanda because Rwanda is a frightening place where they had a genocide in recent memory, and what if their human rights of people are abused in Rwanda? So we had to show laboriously that wasn't true, and that Rwanda was. It's true now. Rwanda is actually a very well-run country, and it was still, but because of the courts continually finding small objections, just trivial things about, I can't even remember what it was. We had to pass a law, which was basically the Rwanda is safe law. And it said, Rwanda, great place, in the view of the British Parliament. And so that trumped the judicial objections.
Did you visit Rwanda?
Yeah, I have done. Yeah. Have you been there?
No.
It's great. I mean, it's unbelievably clean. You know, I think you probably get severely punished for dropping chewing gum in the street quite properly, but you know, it's beautiful.
Could quitting the ECHR that will interfere with the Good Friday Agreement? Do you think that leaving the ECHR will push towards Irish reunification?
Oh, I don't think so. No, I don't think that's I don't think that follows at all. You know, I think that there's been a Northern Ireland has been part of the United Kingdom since before the Convention on Human Rights, before the ECHR, before, you know, I think, things will go on.
And of course,
I mean, as long as that's the will.
Yes, of course, in the Good Friday Agreement, it says there has to be identical levels of laws, both economically and socially. Hence, leaving the ECHR, it may and it will cause issues within the Good Friday Agreement.
I think that what we would say is that people's rights were going to be protected in the UK, whatever happened in all parts of the UK, and that people in Northern Ireland would not be in any way disadvantaged by comparison with people in the rest of the island of Ireland. So, you know, people in this country really do have their rights protected. I don't think that the ECHR makes any difference, and I think it'd be pretty easy to show that. I mean, the convention is written into British law anyway.
Moving on to the Conservatives now, your own party. We just had the Conservative Party conference. Kemi Badenoch, she spoke passionately. What did you make of her performance?
Outstanding. I told you already. I think she had a great conference, great announcement of the cut in stamp duty, something for everybody who is hoping to buy a home. Stamp duty is a terrible tax, freezing up the property market. Great news.
A rather simple question now. Do you miss frontline politics, and how are you filling your days now?
I'm very, very happy. I mean, I'm very honoured to come on your show, obviously, but I'm very happy. I got a lot on my plate. I got 4 children of 5 and under. I've got, you know, it's a lot of work. You know, I've got to try and pay for my wife's kitchen. I've got to do all sorts. This is a full-time job. I'm writing a lot. I'm drawing and painting and doing. I've got lots of stuff to do. So I'm very happy. I'm frustrated by the way Labour is taking things. So I want the Tories to come back.
President Trump made a miraculous return to politics, as did Winston Churchill, who is one of your great idols.
Yes.
I'm not a betting man, Boris, but I would say it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we shall see you back in frontline politics.
Well, look, I mean, I think I've compared it before to being reincarnated as an olive, or, you know, it's about as likely or being blinded by a champagne cork. You know, it is statistically possible. You can get or locked in a disused fridge. Or,
not impossible.
It's statistically, I mean, you know, anything can happen. But water can flow uphill. You know, but it's unlikely. It's unlikely. I got to, you know, I'm looking at. I want my party to come back and to get organised. That's the best solution.
And if it continues to go in the opposite direction, would you feel duty bound?
It will. I think it'll. I think. You know what I think? The idea. I think the people will be so they will get their act together.
You've won every election as well. I think you've ever fought. So
yeah.
Is it a case that if you're called for, you wouldn't come back?
I think that the Tory party would be much. They will recover of their own. They've got lots of talent. They've got ideas now. They're being grown up about their policies. We need the reform, this great bubble. It's like a pumpkin or a squash or gourd, one of those things that has been inflated with drips of water for a prize, for a marrow. Have you ever seen that when maybe my grandmother used to grow prize marrows and squashes and things, and they were always filled with water, so they exploded. That's what's going to happen to reforms. It's going to blow up.
With the Tories down, Labour are wobbling, Reform are rising, do you rule out a coalition between the Conservatives and Reform?
Well, neither of them seem to want such an arrangement. So if there is, it's it's one of those romances that is taking a long time to get going.
Moving on to free speech in the UK, there's been growing concern about the restrictions on free speech. We've seen the Irish comedian Graham Linehan, the writer of Father Ted. He was arrested at Heathrow by 5 officers for tweets regarding the trans community.
I saw that. He's the guy who wrote Father Ted. Yeah, look, I think this whole thing's gone a bit crazy. I mean, 20 years ago, this thing didn't even exist. This whole trans thing. Nobody told us that this was. I don't remember any discussion of this. And now you can't say anything that's
offensive.
I think everybody just needs to calm down, and I think, yes, people should be polite, but people should also grow a bit of a thicker skin. There's too much policing of tweets. But what we mustn't do is start to say that things like the Father Ted guy being persecuted for his tweets, it's not as bad. It's not the same as what's happening in Russia. It's not the same as what's happening in China. I mean, Russia, you literally have journalists shot. You have thousands and thousands of people locked up. If you're an opponent of Putin, you get poisoned or you get sent to a concentration camp. That doesn't happen in Britain, right? And so we've got to a stage where we're sort of making a false equivalence between ourselves and other countries, and that's rubbish. That's rubbish.
Elon Musk is very vocal on this matter. He has tweeted out numerous times in regards to the UK, make 1984 fiction again. What do you think of his sentiments, and what do you think of Elon Musk?
He's a brilliant guy. I mean, I know him a bit, and I've talked to him. He's an absolutely brilliant guy, amazing guy. And look, there's a point. What he says about and what people say about free speech is correct. There is an issue, and we have to be vigilant in support of free speech. And people should not be jailed for one single tweet that they delete almost immediately. But you can't compare that with North Korea, where if you say something that the regime doesn't like, you get strapped in front of an anti-aircraft gun and blown to smithereens. That's different, right? So let's keep the moral difference.
And just staying with Elon Musk, do you think he was perhaps caught off guard? He didn't expect the political backlash he received for coming out and supporting Trump in the way he did, or entering frontline politics?
He obviously believed in it. I think he tried his best with Doge, but I think sometimes business people do find politics quite frustrating, because if you're a big businessman and a big leader, you're used to being able to tell people, you do this, and then it gets done. In politics, it's not quite like that. It's more,
How is this?
You've got to know where all the kind of, the groups are. You've got to know who's going to push back. You've got to be quite an operator. And I think
it seems wildly inefficient.
Yes, it is. It is. And I think the whole Doge thing was a good idea. We should do it here.
Moving on to a topic that's very close to your heart is the war in Ukraine. During your time as Prime Minister, you were the first world leader to visit Ukraine. You led what's now dubbed the Coalition of the Willing. What, in your mind, does peace ultimately look like in Ukraine?
I hope that peace will look like, I mean, I don't know what the exact geography of Ukraine will be. I hope that Russia will get out of as much as possible. They can be persuaded to withdraw as much as possible. I mean, they have it's pointless holding on to this land. They'll have to spend a huge amount of money remediating it, investing in it. They're better off out of it. But I hope it will involve a free, sovereign, independent Ukraine. That's the most important thing. And I think it will. And the faster we get to that solution, the better. And we need to speed up, because this war's been going on for 3.5 years. And as Donald Trump rightly says, too many people are being killed. And it can end. It should end. And I would do several things to bring it to an end as fast as possible. I would, number one, I would take that. There's $300 billion of Putin's money frozen in a bank account called Euroclear in Brussels. Maybe, the biggest chunk is in that bank account. That money could be taken, unfrozen, and given to the Ukrainians in advance as a down payment on the bill the Russians will have to pay for reparations. And that would be huge. Let's see, that's a serious amount of money for Ukraine. 150, 200 billion, so 300 billion. That would sort them out for at least 2 years, right? Putin would look at that and he'd think, oh, God, I got to keep fighting for 2 more years. And Putin's economy is not looking good right now. Number two, the weapons that the Ukrainians have, they should be given the permissions to send those weapons to take out the Russian bases. Man, Putin's bombing Ukrainian cities every night with drones, with missiles. They're coming from these bases in Russia. The Ukrainians should have the permission to take out those bases and do more to take out the Russian oil refineries. Number three, I think that we need to be doing more to crack down on the shadow fleet. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them, or something should happen to them to stop this. I wouldn't. It must stay within the law. You tell people on board the boats that their time's up, they must get off, but then we should stop this. Then you've got to be tougher on the countries that are keeping Putin going by buying his oil. They're funding his war machine. And Trump has shown the way. Other countries need to do the same. For the fifth thing, you talk about the coalition of the willing. What is this argument fundamentally about? Fundamentally, the question is Ukraine part of a Russian empire, a Russian sphere of influence? Is it basically controlled from Moscow? Or is it a free country, a free democracy that can do what it wants? And so the coalition of the willing, the European ground forces, they should go now. They should go now to Ukraine. They should go to Kyiv.
Boots on the ground?
Boots on the ground now. In the safe parts of Ukraine. Most of Ukraine, I go there quite a lot. I'm sure you do. Most of Ukraine is perfectly safe to visit, right?
And what if those troops were targeted or hit by a missile? Does that risk escalation?
No. Well, you could say the same about anybody who goes to Ukraine. So send them there, doing backup, doing logistics, doing training, stuff like that, away from the front line. They're under no circumstances are these guys going to be fighting, shooting against Russians. Never. That's not going to happen. So given that is never going to happen, there's no reason why they can't go now. And the reason for sending them now is because that shows to Putin our answer to the question, what is Ukraine? We're saying Ukrainians decide now and forever who their alliances are with, which foreign troops come onto their soil, and not Moscow. Do you see what I mean? So the boots on the ground is an opportunity to clear up the ambiguity. Ukraine has suffered for too long, since 91 when it was created. It has suffered from this ambiguity. The Ukrainians want to be free. They want to be independent.
President Trump, he recently met with Vladimir Putin in Alaska. Do you think, in the same way as he's done in Gaza, is Trump capable of brokering a peace in Ukraine?
Yes, if he does the things that I've mentioned, and he can, and if also I think he needs to, so like he did with Hamas and with Netanyahu, he needs to show to Putin that Trump wants Ukraine to be free. And I think once Putin understands that that's what America's real objective is, they will find a way through. They will sort it out.
There are some corners of the world, particularly online, that say perhaps a Russian victory may be inevitable simply due to the size comparison of the countries. How do you respond to that? But
Russia is losing. I mean, obviously, they've been saying that Ukraine's going to be conquered for 3 years, and Russia has still taken less than 20% of Ukrainian territory, and half of Russia's oil refineries are now out of action, quite a big proportion, 30-40% are out of action. They have terrible problems, and this is Ukraine doing this to them. They need a way out of this thing. They're not going to conquer the whole of Ukraine. They need a solution, and it'd be the best thing for Putin. Putin, he controls the media. He can say, "I've won." He can say, "I've cleared all the Nazis out of Ukraine. That's it. Voila. And no more Nazis." I mean, there never were any Nazis, but he can say that. And get the thing over with. I think Trump is in a position to put pressure on Putin. I really do.
I'll just end.
But other people have got to back. But the Europeans, we've all got to support Trump in exerting more pressure. America can't do it on its own.
And I'd just like to end our time, Boris, with a quote about legacy from your great idol, Sir Winston Churchill. He said, "History shall be kind to me, for I intend to write it." What will be the legacy of Boris Johnson?
I'm proud of having given my country back, or helped to give my country back, its constitutional legal independence. That was the thing I was elected to do. I think that it was also important that we, because of that freedom, we were able to vaccinate people. I know you may worry about vaccinations, but we vaccinated people more quickly than any other European country, and more than virtually any other country in the world. And so we came out of lockdowns faster. I'm also proud that the UK was able to work to ensure the freedom of another European country, and that Ukraine was not crushed. It's the battle, the fight is still not over, but at least we helped to avert a catastrophe in the first few weeks and months. I think there's a few other things, but it's quite enough to be going on with. I think constitutional legal independence is important.
Boris Johnson, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.